stealth 236 roll stealth 236 roll stealth 236 roll stealth 236 roll stealth 236 roll. That's a lot of days. Stealth 236 roll stealth 236 roll stealth 236 roll stealth 236 roll.
a lot. I think. What? Hello. Sorry, I left you guys in the waiting room as long as I did. Wait, is the background music playing, or am I just deaf? It is playing. It's just really quiet. Okay, we're okay. Everything's together. Hello. How's it going? Astra! Thank you for the subscription, by the way. A whole 36 months. Yes, that's a lot of days. And stealth 36 roll. Stealth 30. What is it 36? 236 stealth 236 roll. Stealth 236 roll. Stealth 236 roll. That's a tongue twister. Webix! How you doing? Sorry, I'm trying to get comfy. I get what I want. I don't like my legs dangling down. I like to sit crisscross applesauce, but my desk is at a weird height at the moment, so I don't know. I don't know if I'm gonna keep that. I don't know. I gotta get comfortable. Help me, chat. Help me. I'm uncomfortable. What are you doing? Mouse stream, it is me, dog. I am here. I'm very late, very fucking late, but here. We're here. Hey, Bubba. Doing well, just chilling and watching. You enjoying that starting screen, huh? How about that starting screen, huh, chat? Huh? How about that? Mouse, I've missed your voice. I've missed you, friend. I've missed everyone too. I'm sorry. Hopefully my streams are be able to come a bit more regular now. This whole week though, I've been busy as fuck. Like I've been not a whole lot of time to be at my PC, which is so frustrating when I'm trying to get missions complete. I tell ya, I fucking damn it. It's infuriating, to say the least. But here I am. We're doing going to the land of the fish. Today we're gonna fish. Yeah. We go play some more Subnautica. See how it goes. See how I go there. You look at me. Sorry, choking on my own saliva again. You look amazing with your other friends in the geese boat. The geese boat? Take that back. Swans are much more majestic and much more likely to fucking rip your head off. Let's be honest now. You take your time, but I'm glad to be here. Thanks for coming, everyone. What have you been doing this week? Oh, I've triggered the dog. He's currently standing in the hallway, giving me a resentful look. Yes, I cleared my throat. I'm allowed to. All right, I was gonna choke unless I cleared my throat. Is it a geese boat or swans? How fucking dare you? It's a love boat with swans. Look at that. How dare you? Very obviously swans. What the fuck, man? I resent that. Fuck you, Flint. Fuck you too. No one asked you. It's been a long time since I've seen that. Do they even do boats like that anymore? I feel like it was like a before my time thing. It was like maybe 80s, 90s thing. I've never actually seen one in real life. That's why I say before my time. I'm like, I don't know if I've ever seen one. I can't say that I have. Eye tracking's being weird. Whatever. Hello, fourth master 87. What happened to the 86th one? What did you do to him? Why? Where's the 8? I was friends with the 86th Fort Master. What the fuck did you do with him? Some places near the river. I see you still have them. Flint, shut the fuck up! Eat him. Cannibalism is not okay, chat. Don't try it. That's how you get prions. Prions! Brain-eating amoebas! We don't want that. I just had to shove the dog to make him shut the fuck up. Fuck! Tasted like a chicken nugget. Okay, now I'm concerned about your taste buds, if anything. This lark this last week, I've just been working on surviving till tomorrow. Once I finish tomorrow's shift, I'm going on a 10-day paid vacation. Yo, paid holiday? Fuck yeah! Well, I would say holiday, but 10 days isn't very long, but still, that's nice, that's nice. First vacation in actual years, damn. See, that's an American thing. Here in Australia, I think it's compulsory 4 weeks paid holiday, no matter where you work here in Australia. That's if you're a full-time worker. If you're a casual worker, you don't get shit. And I think part-timers get some holidays too, but I don't know for sure. Generally, people are either employed full-time or casual. Not a whole lot of part-timers. Not a whole lot of part-timers. If you're gonna work part-time hours, they'd rather pay you casual so they don't have to pay holidays and sick leave. They're like, fuck you. Take the casual. That also means they can fire you at any time. Try to set my mic up properly. Sit right. I was gonna say something and I forgot what it was. Oh! I woke up. I might become Spider Mouse, chat. I woke up this morning to 2 little lumpity bumps on my palm, perfectly next to each other. Like, not like touching each other, but like they're like big fat fucking spider fang bites distance apart on my palm, and they hurt a little bit. And I'm like, what the fuck are these? Woke up with them this morning, so Spider Mouse might be imminent. We might be imminent. Hope you're doing well, SSB. Thank you. I am. Health-wise, at least, touch wood. My health seems to be hanging in there, even if I'm always busy these fucking days. Always stuck out of the house, actually. Appointments and obligations and other stuff that evidently got delayed over the last year because of how sick I've been, and now they're all catching up to me. They're like, oh, by the way, you gotta do this thing. Oh, by the way, you gotta do this thing. Oh, by the way, you gotta do this thing. Fuck! Invisible tail. If it was invisible, you would be able to see it. Do you understand that? Do you understand the concept of invisibility? See? Number 86 wouldn't have made such a silly mistake. Number 86 would have understood that it's translucent. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Mouse, I just got this new job. I'll fill you in later. It's unit and I get...
Welcome back, hope you're good. Also, the cards say avoid spiders in the color orange.
What cards? What cards have you got over there? Also, color orange. I'm currently sitting here in an Udi that is the color red. I hope that's okay. Yeah, think about it. The only orange thing I have is a little crochet mushroom thing, unless brown counts as orange these days. But thank you for the subscription, Victor! Oh. Did the summon? Yo, you summoned Sybil! Sybil. Get better soon, don't they? I see the specialist in... Oh, fuck, where's my calendar? How long till see specialist? How long till vampire takes my blood and I see specialist? Let's check. Let's check, chatos. I see specialist... in 1, 2... Just over 3 weeks from now, I see the specialist again. They run my tests and make sure that this medication is doing what it's supposed to do. It feels like it is. I'll say that much. It feels like this medication is now working again like is intended. So hopefully I don't need to go on trial medication or go for surgery post-specialist appointment, but we got 3 weeks for things to go pear-shaped, I suppose. Wow. Did you just say... job? You have a job. Employment. Sorry, I know it's not Halloween, but I felt like the jump scare was necessary. Brown is a shade. No, it's not. Don't tell artists. No, reviews. I mean, technically it's right, but no, because then I can't even be at my own desk. Panda, if brown is orange, I can't even sit at my own desk. Please don't be like this. Hi, everyone. Oh, I mean tarot cards, I forget. Do you have special themed tarot cards? When I was a kid, I had, mythical horse tarot cards. Look, I was a horse girl. Shut the fuck up. If we say anything, I know I was a horse girl, all right? Fuck you. I was actually a dragon girl, but dragons weren't real, so I went with horses instead. I actually preferred the dragons, and the horses were second best, because lizards are just not as cool because you can't ride them. So we went with horses. Oyster for the mouse. Thank you, Shady Waffle. I will sip my sipper. There's a new meme of the job application form, right? It's just like you'll be watching any random video and then it's like, here's a job application. I was dino because yes, I'm a dino and cars. I was, okay, all right. Today we list Stealthy Mouse's hyperfixations growing up. We started dinosaurs. Dinosaurs was my first hyperfixation. I had so many fucking dinosaur toys, man. I love dinosaurs. First was dinosaurs. Then it was after dinosaurs. There was something between dinosaurs and dragons. I think after dinosaurs, it was very specifically My Little Pony. Yeah, it was My Little Pony. After dinosaurs, it was specifically My Little Pony because I liked the toys. And then after that, it was Pokemon. I mean, I'm still kind of obsessed with Pokemon, but like not to the level I was as a kid. Oh, I feel like the Pokemon obsession actually just lasted forever. I feel like that was just a forever thing. Pokemon was. So yeah, it was dinosaurs. Then Pokemon popped up shortly after dinosaurs, but stayed forever. And then it was My Little Pony. And then we had dragons. And then after dragons, because, you know, dragons weren't actually real, so I couldn't ride them, it was horses. That was my hyperfixation list. And now I don't really have that sort of hyperfix. My hyperfixation is just art now. Like, in my free time, I art. For work, I art. For hobby, I art. It's just all of art. Art. Does that count? Does that count as a hyperfixation? Might, maybe not. Mouse, how are you feeling? I'm feeling good. I'm feeling energized. I have strength. I'm not bleeding. I am not doing any other unpleasant things. So, and I'm not in pain. Mostly not in pain. Speaking of horse girl, Mouse! So are you playing the Uma Musume horse girl? I was so tempted to, but I decided not to because ADHD makes me prone to gamba and spending money on gacha. So I'm not touching that game because I know there's gacha mechanics, and I'm like, nah. Bad, be very bad. I don't have the money to fucking spend, but I'll spend it anyway. Dinosaurs are pog, right? I fucking love dinosaurs. Also, I think I had a toy of like, anyone remember the American, one of the first American Godzilla movies? I think they got a lot of shit for like copying Jurassic Park with it. I had like two of those Godzilla like toys. They were my favorite because they just looked like really cool dinosaurs, and I didn't understand that it was actually different. And now you are a dinosaur. Wow. Mousy, you live with dinosaurs in Australia, in Aussie land. I had to fucking work with a dinosaur. I had to work with a cassowary, man. I had to fend off a cassowary with a fucking umbrella so that we could weed its enclosure. Those things are mean, man. They're like, oh, here you go, my little volunteers that have come here to help maintain the parks. I'm gonna leave you unsupervised with the very deadly bird. Here's an umbrella and a bucket to put the weeds in. Good luck. Well, I won. That same lady got her arm ripped off by I think it was her arm or a leg. Maybe it was a leg ripped off by a crocodile. So ha! Revenge. She's fine. Don't worry about it. She's alive. She just lost her limb. The reptile. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Mousy, you live with no one's in your drawing, you can ride the dragons, right? Right. In the drawings, I can. Or my dreams. Magic art. Magic art. Magic art. Guys. If you go into the sticker section on your phone, and like if you're gonna send a message with a sticker and you write down Magikarp, Grace is one of the top options that pops up. Grace is there. Do it. Search Magikarp on your phone to send a sticker text message to someone. She's right there. I'm proud of my baby. Fuck yeah, mate. Cheers. Be right back. Phone about to die. Charge me. Kept you waiting. Oh, hello, King Fakuna 23. Where's King Fakuna 24? Was he your father? Did you kill him to take the throne? You fucking backstabbing bitch. At least the crocodile ate good. He got good munchies. She was a bit thick set, so she probably got a good munchies. She shouldn't have been in there fucking with the crocodile, man. Actually, that I saw video footage of it because it was a tourist site, okay? I saw video footage of it, and like for some reason, it wasn't even a particularly large crocodile. It just fucking beelined for her. Like she wasn't even the closest human. It just went, that bitch. Just fucking ran for her and like grabbed her leg. It's like, oh, what the fuck? Straight up just had a hate boner for her for some reason. I send the Magikarp to my siblings group chat. Yes! Maybe she was mean to it and it remembered, maybe, because like we do have to quite regularly move the crocodiles around in the enclosures. Like if you put them together for breeding, you have to then separate them so they don't kill each other. And you know, once you have multiple babies, they can grow in the same enclosure for a bit and then you got to separate them. Maybe she was involved in moving one of them at some point and they just like fucking resented that. Who knows? You put some randoms in a PvP match with a dino, but
Unhealthy
lost her
underscore mouse
competitive
of
match
lateness
with
tier
a
100. Unhealthy underscore mouse of lateness tier 100.
I'm not unhealthy! I don't think. I'm neutral. Neutralthy? Neutralthy? That works. I'm like, not healthy, but I'm not unhealthy. So we're neutralthy. That works. Yeah, that works. I'll go with that. Neutrality. Thank you for the biddies, though, full. I appreciate it. Thank you for biddies. Should we open the game? I'm in a habit of, like, just gas bagging and never opening game. So, Sybil was right there. I had to do it. I almost every morning, Sybil gets, like, lap time and cuddle time. And I tell you, like, the physical reaction I get when he's curled up on my lap and he's all nice and warm and all looking really cute. It's actual physical pain I feel because I like fighting off that cute violence. You guys know what I'm talking about, right? Like the cute violent feeling you get where you just want to fucking crush the shit out of it. Oh, he's so cute. It physically pains me to fend off the desire to crush him. Aggressive love. Accept my love. By aggression. Alive is good too. I am alive. Okay. I'll open game. And Chato-san should be working today. I fucking double checked that bitch Like, before I even started stream. I'm like, you working? You're awake? You ready for stream? You better fucking be. And she's like, yeah, I'm awake. I'm ready to go. Blah, blah, blah. Insult about how I'm shitty at playing games. I just want to hug you and squeeze you and squeeze until your head goes pop. Wait, isn't that from a... That's from... What is that from? I know that from somewhere. I unfortunately missed last Subnautica stream. Have you gone near the Aurora? I have gone into the Aurora and the fucking wanker Leviathan stole me seamoth. What a bitch! I almost made it the whole way too. And the bitch just showed up and I had to abandon it. I was like, you fucking cunt. You didn't make a peep. You didn't even make a noise until I'm about to pull up at the fucking Aurora, and then you're like, fucking, oh, I'm so mad about that. He's just got a hate boner for my seamoth. Why do they hate my seamoth so? Where is so? There it is. Anyone played Subnautica with VR before? Do you get like motion sick or what? I feel like it'd also be super disorienting in the caves. You can't tell up from down like you can in real life. Oh wait, I'm still in the wrong screen. La 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 la. Over to here. Then I press button. All right, I don't have to fuck with the settings this time. Woo! Yes, I don't think I do. Maybe I do. Game audio? Hello? No, you don't want to connect? Let me just... There it goes. Okay. I would like to try mouse justice. Wow, what are we doing? Are we gonna try the chat voice app? Or I have a fucking reaction to the fucking Leviathan roar. The jump scare. Whoop, jump scare. Jesus. I don't remember what I was doing in game. What am I waiting for, Panda? Can I go into game? Wonder if this is any good on Steam Deck. Anyone have a Steam Deck? I did think about getting one. Because, like, it's even better than Switch. What? But, no, it's kind of pricey. I just wanted to say we appreciate you and hope you go well. You're the best of your ability. Also, best mouse around. Thank you. It's useful. Wait, what was I asking? Oh, the Steam Deck. I'm like, wait, what's useful? Hang on a minute. I'm gonna crawl back through my memories. I'd imagine so. You can like... I didn't realize that the controllers are like attached to the device though. I don't like how... That's the thing that I don't like about the Switch is how wide apart they are. It's super uncomfortable to hold for me. So to detach the Steam controllers, even if I'm playing like handheld, I don't like it. I don't like it. 2022 was the last time DM. Oh god, I keep yawning. Game has so much depth to it. All I know is that I got a fucking bug in my eyes and it says, "Who? What are you?" or something like that. I can't do it yet. I want to put my lighting effects on. I want to look fancy. Once it loads, look at that load bar. Not really moving, is it? No. People, are you just gonna do like groups around me all stream? Can you like go lay down somewhere, buddy? How you doing, Baron? Oh, fuck me. I'm awake. water. Where am I? Standing on top of my thing. Look at me. I'm a human who's been here for barely 2 seconds and I've just put junk everywhere. Astra! What? What did you want? Like, I'm a fucking awake. I'm awake. Oh, it's just a cloud. We were gonna go to that island next, weren't we? I was like, go explore stuff. Because I need a fucking room so that I can make my base decent. Because at the moment, I'm just living in a hallway. I'm just a hallway fucking hag. I'm trying to wake up. Oh, fuck! There was something I was gonna do before I did anything else. Oh, lighting! Wait, what's all this stuff here? Oh, that's my pinned, thingy. Oh my god, my brain is so scattered today, chat. Can you tell? Can you tell I'm all over the place? Ah, I'm awake. All right, lights. A dog hair on my tongue. Anyone else get that? You just minding your damn business and you end up with a pet hair on your mouth. Yes. Yes. That on? Why is everything broken here at the moment? What the fuck? It's all broken! It's pissing me off! Not what I want. That's not what I want. No. I don't know why. Actually, when I booted up VTube Studio today, Chato-san on my head had even disappeared. So it seems like something happened in VTube Studio, like memory end, and it just fucking shat the bed. Because everything's been deleted. A lot of my history and stuff like that is just gone. To like reset it all back up. No, that was the wrong thing, you stupid. That. La 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 la. La 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 la. Alright. Now I have to, can't believe I have to do this again. That off. That. Lord Jesus. Where is it? Oh, there's Subnautica. Ta-da! I'm blue, baba dee dabba die, dabba dee dabba die, baba dee baba die. Called a container tiny home. It's not even a fucking container tiny home. I can't even fit a bed in there. I tried. I fucking tried. Now I gotta remember what the controls are. That we don't accidentally eat Dave. The fucking map. Anyone actually use that map feature? I know I don't.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Hey you. Alright. What's I got? Oh god, that's gonna be rotted, isn't it? Eat it. And drink some water. Use feedback menu to report bugs and yeah, okay. Killers! How you doing? And Varen as well. What have you been up to today? What's everyone doing? Don't eat Dave and don't hold him while under attack. Them's the rules. All right. Now, how do I make bleach so I can make disinfect water for my trip again? Should make some of this shit so I can set off any skill tree stuff, shouldn't I? Bleach. Salt and coral tube. Salt's gonna be the annoying thing to get. La la la. Oh look, I've got a bunch of water here. I didn't realize I had a bunch. Okay. Yoink, 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 yoink. Easy. Easy peasy. La la. My fucking disorganization! God damn! Okay. 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 Take the seamoth and we go exploring. Little one.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Where I show off my driving skills. Good job, fishy! Alright, that's my light. Let's leave that off so I don't get my ass whooped. I want to go... Where's the island? Where is it? I can't fucking see it! Hang on. Remember, stealthy. Am I fucking blind? Is that it there? I think that's it there. Watch. Oh my god, I've got no sense of direction! Someone save me from myself! Watch me lose the seamoth instantly. No, I don't want to take the power cell. Leave the... I didn't realize that was a thing that I could just touch the power cell, but apparently I can do that. Oh well, let's go for the second officer life pod thing. Hello. It's useful in tunnels/caves. Use it now. Was that blue? Oh, it's not blue, it's purple. Aha! I'm colorblind! La 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 la. Oh, fish, sorry. Boo. The whale fish always freak me out thinking they're the Leviathan, because I don't actually know what the Leviathan echo call thingy is. So every time I hear them, I'm like, Leviathan! No, it's not. It's not. Ah, Flint! It. On, yes, sir. I pull you out. Where the fuck? Hello? Oh, there you are. Okay. Could not see you. There you are. I am already lost to the back rooms. I'm sorry for... Is that another diseased fish? He diseased? No, he's not. Okay, I got excited. I thought I was gonna have another diseased pet. What a letdown! Do I have my... Oh god. Do I have the right headgear on? Yes, I do. Okay, we're okay. Second officer life pod is just under the island. Well, isn't that handy dandy? Scannables? Hello? Please let me have room? I think I've actually already been through here going by the fact that that looks like it's open. Yes, I have in fact already been through here. Don't lose the seamoth, you just exit the fucking thing. Oh, there's a hole! Fuck off, fish. Question is, did I actually go inside that thing? Suppose I should go find out. Did I bring batteries with me? Oh, I did. Okay, we're good. Worried I didn't bring batteries because my scanner is starting to die. Anything else here to scan that I missed? Pretty certain. Do I have... Yeah, I have that already. What? Bronze! Ah. Excited for nothing. Salt. More prawn suit. More salt. I was meant to be entering the thing, but I am sidetracked. I'm an innocent fish will lose their life to our streamers driving today. If they didn't want to lose their life, they wouldn't fucking swim near me. Already have chair? No, I now have a chair. I love the dramatic music over collecting a chair.
Thanks
Like
Varenviti
a
for gifting
promising
salty
piece of
underscore
glass.
mouse a sub. Now salty underscore
Oh.
mouse can never leave.
What? Oh, that's pretty! What's this? Salty mouse? Busky. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. No, I want to see what I have on me. Why did he just give me a bunch of fish? Ah! We're all just gonna rot. Why?
30 seconds.
Uh-oh. Seamoth. Where did I leave you, Seamoth? I'm blind. Seamoth? Go to the light, stealthy. I'm fine. This is fine. I didn't panic at all. Hey, oh, Varen, hey, down. What the fuck? Varen? I want scannables. I want a fucking room. Ah! Ribby! Hang on, I'll scan it. No, fuck! Okay. Whatever, I guess. I'ma eat. Ah! Oh, I don't have my fucking... No. I could just beat it with that. I didn't realize I could just smack it with my scanner, but apparently that's a thing. Fuck you, bitch. I had to remove Dave, though. I broke the rules. I removed Dave. What? Give me Dave back. Dave is back. Oh, for fuck's sake, dude! I just took my fucking knife off! Oh, I hate you! You annoying little shit! Let my anger out on this thing. My health! What the fuck, dude? Filthy little sucker. Now I have to eat one of my health thing. I did bring... Okay, I did work. You stupid. I could always cook the fish. I'm out in the middle of Uni Whoop Whoop. How do you want me to cook my damn fish? Also, Flint just keeps bitching over there. You guys hear those little complaints? All I'm listening to. I can't enter door. Is that not what door is for? Oh. Let me in this fucking thing. Oh. Let me in the building. I've already been in the building. Yeah, I'm giving you shit. A repair tool. I want this. Oh, why did I bring my habitat builder with me? Whatever, I guess. Drink Calamus! Is Calamus here? I will not drink Calamus himself, but... Do my Yetis double as flotation devices? Only if they fake. Are they fake killers? Let me in. Cannibals, apparently. Mortification! Communication station! Oh. Start drowning soon.
30 seconds.
Alright, I gotta go back and then I'll come back again.
New blueprint acquired.
New blueprint. I'm blind! Seamoth, 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 seamoth. Oh, there's a mouse inside! I got in the fucking house. I'm in your goddamn walls! The door must be exit only. I should just put a sign on the door, be exit only. It's like, oh, you know what? I'll be polite to the dead people and I will do as it says. I'll only exit that way. Gotta be polite. Gonna eat my fucking fish. Oh, it's called a Gary fish. Yum, 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 yum. Shut up, Flint. No one asked you anyway. Still didn't ask. Alright. Another scannable, you say. Power cell charger. Right.
New blueprint
Flies. I can't see anything, but I got nutrient pack. Yippee! A good item. No. I don't fucking care, dude. No. You have an attitude problem. Yes. I will send you to the mental health clinic. You watch, I'll fucking do it. Yeah, I'll do it. I'll send you to go work under Trump or something. Yeah, I thought you had something to say about that, eh? Yeah, certainly had something to say about that, didn't you? Alright, I'll go get some oxygen back, and then I'm gonna get up to no good again.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Welcome aboard, Captain. Lady's been smoking too much. What was the down that I went to before? There was a down. I went down! Where the fuck was that? Wait, am I tweaking? In there. There's a thing here too? Can I go in that? Alright, let's find out. Oh, go in there. I think I heard a squeaky of one of those little fucking bloodsuckers again though. What the dog doing? He is literally just laying on the bed bitching. That's what he is doing. That's all he ever does. He doesn't like me talking to the light box, and he doesn't actually like me talking to my fiance either. It's either talk to him or shut the fuck up, is his opinion. Is the pet peeper? Oh, I didn't check! Wait, why is this? Oh, I ran out of battery. Right. I should have checked if, I don't even know what we finished. What? Okay, just being weird. Forgot to check. What did we name him again? I can't remember what we named him. Was it Gary? Cyclops fire suppression system. Ooh, I didn't realize that was a thing. A non-functional microscope. What I've always wanted. Non-functional thing again. Hey, there's so many non-functional items around here. Do I have my big heavy thing, mover thing? Wait. Oh, there it is. I'm just blind as a bat. This is fine. Grab. I grab? I grab? No, no, I can't grab. Okay. Can I get past? No?
30 seconds.
Oh god, alright, fine. Oh god, get out of the hole. Maybe there's another entry for that. Now I get oxygen. He just wants to play. No, he just wants to be the center of the whole fucking world is what he wants. I'm eating my insulation. It's 40 plus fucking degrees out. Well, wait, if you weren't such a pussy, you wouldn't need all this insulation. Share some. Pussy. Can I move this? Yes, I can. No, I cannot. It's all a lie. It wriggled. I could not move it. 3 point. Oh, there was nothing here. Well, well, that was pointless. You broken blips and blops around here, man. Alright, okay. Back in the seamoth, I say. Can I scan that thing? No, I cannot. To the boss! Now. Where was I going, chat? That's back to base. Where's the... Oh, I was going... Okay. That's the thing I was heading towards. Got it! He's a bit... He's down there a bit low, isn't he? Might be interesting. Oh, I'm dehydrated. Hold up. Now that's just torture. What, making Flint just not get the attention at all times of the day, 24/7. Alright. Down, pod go down. There he is. Kind of expected it to be a little bit down. More Ruby! Give me Ruby! Ruby! Oh, I forgot to scan it again. Oh well. There we go. What the fuck is that? Oh, it's an egg. Ooh. All this dog does is complain. All I hear is complain. Complain. Ow! Fuck that thing. Ow! Bitch! He's still moaning over there. Would you shut up? Making Flint work for Trump. Well, maybe he will learn to upshut his fuck if he has to work for Trump. Maybe he'll learn a goddamn lesson. Be more appreciative of his situation. Ooh, shut up.
PDA data.
Oh, PDA data. Disregard my safety and attempt to reach designated reservoir cars with a head nearest landmass. Okay. Nothing else here to collect? No? Oh my god, dude! Shut you up, please! I've already got all those pieces. You fucking hear this, dude? Shut up! Oh, he tried to eat me. Oh shit, sorry. My bad. Just running everyone over. My bad! Dude! Get the fuck! Being anywhere near Trump, honestly. I feel like he definitely smells like old man. Dude, stop! Bitching and moaning. Why do I have a keep calm poster with me? Shut up! Fuck you now, dude! He's still going. Who broke my dog? Save him from himself. Oh, what's that? Oh, sorry, fishies. What's that? Vent. Why the fuck is there? That's a vent. Hello? Why is there a goddamn vent? Will I get suckied? Go suck. In. Ooh, that's a bit flashy. Hang on. Oh, for fuck's sake! You piss off! You fucking little tramp! Die! No! Fuck you too, buddy. There's so many of these things around here. Leave my knife out. Oh, Saki? No oxygen? Oh, so sad. Saki, no oxygen. What's the point of ya? The diseased fish swimming around. I will remember to scan this ruby. How you doing, Azeroid? And I'm not a rat. Fuck you. Bloody fuck you, bloody. Bike plant. Let's not concuss ourselves. Up, up, up. Any scannables? I don't think there is. Now, island is supposed to be near here as well. Oh, sorry. My bad. If I surface, should be able to see where the island's at, I'd imagine. I would surmise should be with my back facing that. We rise! Oh, this is gonna take a while. Do 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 do. Multiple sources have said that Trump is incontinent and needs to wear diapers. Isn't he on a catheter now? Is that the island? Is that my pitiful little island? Oh, there we go. It's loaded in. I was like, that's very, very low res island. Let's explore the base of the island first, shall we? Oh, what's that? Oh. I've already been. It's okay. I do have some level of IQ, I promise, chat. At least a little bit of IQ. Just a little bit, maybe. Ooh. Oh, fuck. Island is disintegrating. Also, what is that? Can I touch it? Wait, is this those floaty things? Oh, it is. Indigenous life form, ancient floater. Can I have a slice? I cannot have a slice. But this stuff. Brew cluster. Can I have a slice? Did I just take a slice? Oh, my inventory's already full. And let me throw that out and try. Oh, that's my battery. I was like, what the fuck is that? Did I get a slice? No. Try again. Give me a slice! Rip off. Absolute rip off.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Let's not concuss. Going up to the surface. About there should do, I'd hope, without it smashing into the island, I think, maybe? I'm not lost! See? Lost it all. There's a pink thing over there.
Multiple energy signatures on the island's surface.
Ah, not the fucking crabs. Fuck you, crab. Ow. Fuck the crab. Fuck the crab. Wish I could at least get some crab meat out of that. Ah! Ow! You bitch. Go. fucking... Don't run now! Why are you running? I picked the goddamn fight! Jaffa Cup! I can hear squeakies. Where is it? There it is. Come here, squeaker. Come here! Come here! Fucking crab! Alright, he's dead, crab. Back to scanning. This invasive species known as stealthy mouse is destroying the ecosystem, and I'll keep fucking doing it. Jaffa Cup. Wait, I swear a Jaffa Cup is a lolly. Well, there's a lolly called a Jaffa Cup. Where? I swear it. Trying to think. Do not eat David. Eat that. La la la. Jaffa Cup. I swear it's a thing. Oh, excuse me. All right, got my knife out. I'm ready. I got a knife, and I'm not afraid to use it. Oh. A Ming plant, you fucking Ming. Unpowered. How do I have a battery. Let me replace the fucking battery. Why is it not letting me replace the okay, there it is. Just being a little bitch about it. Oh, that's me Jaffa Cup, me Ming plant. Yeah, fucking Ming. I don't want to be here at nighttime. It's scary. Alright, inventory is now full once again. Da-da, da-da, da-da-da-da. Alright, we go this way. You watch me struggle to find my seamoth. Even though it's got its own little taggy on it. I don't like walking around in the dark. I can't see. Oh, that looks like a death fall. There's a thing over there. I can't see! It's too dark! I'm getting nervous! I like slide down here without dying? Oh, I can. Okay, okay. Alright, we go swim in. Oh, radio. Seriously, the radio! I'm nowhere near the fucking radio! Yep.
We have to board the Aurora, repair the long-range comms, make contact with the other survivors. We can't be the only two that made it.
Those are not the orders the captain gave me, and they are not the orders I'm giving you.
This isn't chain of command, it's survival.
My obligations as acting commander don't turn on their convenience. Get out of the water.
If I get into trouble, I'll send you my coordinates.
I can't let you go alone.
Then come with me.
You don't leave me much choice.
Received emergency transmission from Second Officer Keen, 2 hours after last activity.
Rendezvous was a failure. Intercepted a transmission from Altera HQ. Seems they sent a data package to the Aurora. We were intercepted by a Leviathan-class predator before we could reach the ship. Consider the CTO and I lost at sea. Be safe. Keen. Out.
Consider us lost at sea. The Aurora is right there! Oh, why did that swap? Oh, both my snowders. Oh, we're lost. We can't see the giant hulking fucking burning ship. Stuck. I don't like this is why I don't like traversing at night. I can't see where the fucking holes in the ground are. Until I've already walked into them. Okay, we're fine. Just follow your nose to the smoke. Just it's right fucking there. I swear there's like a base? I swear to God, am I misremembering? I thought there was like a base on this island. They had started building something and then gave up on it or something. Am I crazy-ish? Oh no, I swear. Wait, what did that just want me to scan? Why did my scanner pop up for half a second? What happened? What did you want me to scan? What was there? Okay, found it. A grub basket. So very Aussie. Not to be a little piss baby, but what happened to the mouse model? It's still there. I just haven't reset it up to be a redeem. Sorry about that. It's not like it's just the ocean of the planet. It's not like it's just the ocean of the planets, the ocean of the stars. What? Yeah, base at the top of the mountain. Okay, if I can figure out where the fucking top is. Moment I'm trying to just not fall off a damn cliff. Let me up. Ugh. Do. I haven't seen any crabs since I got here. Since that first little bit. It's actually making me nervous. Oh my god, this is annoying. Come on. Don't think I'm supposed to go. Ah! That's a hole. Don't think I'm supposed to go this way. I might be getting myself into a bit of a death trap here. When I hear mountain, I take it literally. Ah! Okay. Let me just let me just save real quick. Before I end up dead. You know? Oh, a little bit. Okay, I'm still alive. Still alive. Wrong button. Oh, deal. Probably was a pathway I should have followed. But I'm not very good at following pathways, so I make my own pathway. Where the fuck? Ah, okay. Oh, there it is. I see the thing. Red flashes when you're winning, right? Yeah, it's be like, warning, you're about to win. You might want to slow down your gameplay. Or something like that. I feel like I've already been in this little... It's just a little hole. What's that point here? Do. Up. How the fuck do I get to that? I suppose I have to go around the other way. I've probably gone around the wrong side. What's their fucking bet? I went around the wrong side of their fucking island. It's just sitting there precariously. Wait, is that how I get my room? That looks like a room. Use your Twitch on all this bullshit. What'd you do? What did you do? What did you do to yourself? What happened? Alright, fine. I'll do the normal people way and take the fucking path. Jeez. Come out with me, Dave. What are you reckon, Dave? Is it a nice little island? I fucked up again. This is clearly not the way I was supposed to go. Damn! Wait, what happened?
Oi, give me my emotes back.
Dave? Dave? Fuck your emotes, what happened to Dave?
Thanks Scramble_brain_rec for the sub. Welcome to my garden.
What happened? Why did he just disappear? Fuck this, I'm safe scumming. Fuck this. Give my Dave back! Did he fall out of your head? Is that even a thing? to be back whether he wants to or not. Fuck this. Give Dave back. Dave. And Scramble, thank you for the subscription. There's Dave. Happy days. Dave is back. Dave is safe, chat. Dave is safe. What's up with the sound effects all of a sudden? Don't fall to your death, Stealthy. Okay, we're okay. We're okay. We're okay. I'll figure out how the fuck to get up there. They know you saved Scum. They'll never know. As long as you don't tell them. Okay is a strong... Jesus, you jump scared me with a fucking banana Yoda. I can't believe you. I just noticed the banana sign that goes with it. Why? Dave, I need the moral support, please. Chat's doing weird things again. I don't like it.
Banana.
You brought us to this planet. Told us we'd see a lush payday. Now what have we got? Some 6 weeks later.
Can't see. Yoda can't see.
Fucking banana.
I know enough not to take unscheduled detours.
Yeah, you eat the banana. You disgust me.
Learn the hard way.
Easy to judge a decision in hindsight.
These are other people?
To come up with a plan of your own.
Going
Oh,
away.
he's
Maybe
very
we can stay
Scottish.
and hunker down in a cave somewhere. I scouted the site. A couple 100 meters deep.
Harder to come up with a plan of your
How
own.
do you imagine we'd live?
With ready access to building materials, like damn queens, a couple of water filters, a bioreactor, fresh fish. But Chief, we'll eat seaweed salad and drink our own urine if that's what it takes.
Ew.
All that matters is, do you got something better?
Send the coordinates to my PDA. I'll review your proposal.
Damn, that accent be getting me though. I review your proposal. I like it. Wait, who am I summoning? Calamas! Yes, sir. How's the Prime doing? It's a base. No Bass Pro Shops. They don't exist. Calamus. What about Colas? Calamus or Colas? Yeah.
The Bass Pro Shop song is as ridiculous as it gets. Just like Stealthy Mouse's attempts at gaming, it's all noise and no substance. Bow down to the true queen instead of wasting time on such nonsense. Ribbit.
Shut you up! Bro! All noise and no substance. I'll have you know, I am very entertaining! So says the... Hang on. So says the 36 people here. Oh, yay, oh. 36 people here, alright? Can't be too bad, right? Right. Hey, Captain. Oh, fuck's sake.
When the aliens come down, all they really want to see is the pyramid by the river down in Memphis, Tennessee. Made of glass and some brass, it'll knock you on your ass, make your damn jaw drop. What's that? It's our Bass Pro Shop.
Duh.
What you think it was? Doesn't every city have a big ass pyramid by the mud? Yeah, some people wipe the rides because they think it through on drugs. So really at the best place to shop, it's our Bass Pro Shop.
You and me, for some history.
The Egyptians like a million centuries. Yeah, to finally make the pyramids into what they came to be, and now everybody see what we got. We got a Bass Pro Shop. Hell yeah, working cutting on this bitch. Makes me wanna shake my ass.
What is going on?
Yeah, it has some prophesizing. All the hieroglyphics, it's a bluff city.
They found the pyramid Bass Shop.
That's a big ass pyramid, man.
Party at the Pro Shop.
Why is it a Bass Pro Shop? Party at Bass Pro Shop! I don't understand.
How did my trail suddenly end? Like trail?
Congratulations on starting a fucking scam train.
Trail, and then nothing. We gotta jump. Fucking Bass Pro Shop ass, but Bass. You know what? That planet could use a Costco and a Bass Pro Shop. Sell fishing supplies in the giant fish island planet. Wait, it's not that. Okay. How the fuck do I want to get up there? Not okay. Whatever. I'll go to this place first, I guess. Come with us, Dave. We're exploring. Oh, I can scan. Finally, a room. Something is squeaking around me. I know I just heard a fucking crab. Where are you? I heard you squeak, you son of a bitch. There you are. Come here, you fucking... Where are you? I'm jingling like I've got a whole bunch of keys on me. Kill it! Kill it! Whatever, I think it's dead. Where's the other one? Where'd the other one go? Where'd the fucking other one go? Oh, I don't even care. I don't even care. I want the planter. Ow! And now I do care. Oh, you fucking hit and run, bitch! Get you for that. What's this? A spotlight. You're a bag food, just got... Ooh, yummies. Pretty sure I've already got that.
New blueprint acquired.
More. Oh, what are they doing with the purple tablet? Oh, fuck off. You crab ass bitch. Go get an STD screening. I'm here. Bastard. Oh, I need to eat. Oh, and I need a drink. Oh, God. Oh, I'm gonna have to leave soon. I'm starting to die. She's attacking the ADHD people with her key jingle attack. It's actually slowly driving me insane listening to it. I'm walking around, I'm just fucking jingling. Give me the purple tablet. Oh.
What is that thing?
I don't know. I found it outside in the sand.
Part of another ship?
None I've ever seen.
It's not even scratched.
See?
Don't fool around with it. It might be worth something.
Stand down, Chief. If it were gonna crumble to dust, it would have done so when I picked it up.
It's glowing.
We're not the first people to come to this planet.
People?
Oh, they're talking about the,
Could be aliens. Could be the damn sea monsters.
Purple tablet.
You know. One thing for sure, we ain't gonna find out by staying here.
Oh no, they got Squidward! They got tentacle monster that turned into a hentai. I enter this? Oh, I cannot.
New blueprint acquired.
Well, how does that look like? A little rocket? Pretty sure it's the spotlight, but it looks like a rocket. Oh, I can enter. Ooh, what? I just teleported. Alright, that's fine. I act like that. On battery.
Son, I said wait for the storm to pass. Your life's more valuable to me than a plant patch.
You stopped being in charge when the ship you were captaining sunk.
I'll stop being in charge when you take charge of yourself.
Say, Chief. Chief.
What?
You
Family
know how to
squabble.
drain those grow beds of 40 tons of stormwater, or how to conjure food from the air?
I know how to prioritize.
I'm just saying, if that's so, what's your boy's life worth to you today? If tomorrow you're gonna be so hungry you start wondering what he tastes like. Let it go deal with the plants.
Son, go deal with the plants.
He's like, you know what? I'd full on consider eating my son. Go deal with him.
With my family again, and when rescue arrives, I will leave you here. Do you understand me?
No rescue coming, Chief. Not in time. No staying here neither. This rain keeps falling, sooner or later this place will be buried. Only choice we got is whether to get buried with it.
Lunchables. Okay. So how do I get up to that other one? Up there. I'll figure it out. Watch me. Oi! SJ Shack, thank you for the biddies! What the fuck? Why didn't I hear a bling plong? Oh, Killamus too! What? Oh wait, there's a hype train. What the fuck? I forgot that was going. Thank you for the hype train, chat. Goated food source? Well, it was a good thing I scanned it, I guess. Okay, I'm alive. I didn't die. It's fine. Thought I was gonna die, but I didn't. I'm on the wrong hill! What the fuck? Oh wait, there's two. Okay, never mind. Crisis averted. Good thing I didn't panic. Anyway. Looks one next to her. It's alright, it's fine. There was two hills.
After all that time in the deep, I'd been dreaming of it. Now
Eating your son?
Here, I'm finding it hard to enjoy alone. Father was right. We should never have left this place. We shouldn't have gone so deep. They do not want us down there. Despite my best efforts, ill health is taking hold of me. Visions are getting worse. Marguerite and Father are now part of the ecosystem of this incredible planet. It's reassuring to know that when I go, I'll join them. Until then,
Blueprint acquired.
Well, there's always the view.
How the fuck do I get the seeds then? You say I need the seeds, but how do I get the seed? Happy to drop my titanium for it. God, I've mismastered the existential dread only to realize I'm fucking stupid. And the important thing is you tried your best. I gotta figure out how the fuck to get to that one. Alright, I see a path. Over here. Got. Oh, a flip! Fuck you, buddy! You have it? It's a seed? It's a fruit! So if I plant the fruit, it'll be fine? Wrong path. Oh, I was.
I'm never gonna financially recover from this.
Thank you guys for the hype. Oh, hole. For the hype train. Thank you. Night is falling. La 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 la. I'll get there. Stop stealing my goddamn wig. It's too cold for that shit. Yes? Okay, so I plant the fruit. Don't eat the fruit, Stealthy. Don't eat the fruit. Alright. Oh, it's not as dark as I thought it was. Alright. It's a little pot. Chinese potato? Why is it called Chinese? Why did they call it a Chinese potato when we're on a completely different planet? Okay. Alright, another PDA.
This island is a godsend. Look out of the window. No predators, fresh food.
No building materials, nothing left of the ship. And your kid says we're gonna starve without more grow beds. Speak up, kid.
Look at the pattern. Good old tiled water.
Too slow to keep supporting us.
All I'm saying is ocean's got us surrounded. No use hiding. Sooner or later, we'll get our feet wet.
The rest of your life may have been a fight, Maida, but I've made my decision. You want to forfeit your emergency pay to take a swim? Go ahead.
Believe me, I'm thinking on it.
Why does this man hate the ocean so much? By the sounds of it, your country is already surrounded by the fucking ocean. Your accent is anything to go by. Winter is here, bitch! I want to cross the land bridge because it looks cool. Ah, land bridge! Ah! Nice! Seamoth. There. Watch me get lost as soon as the night falls. It was from China! Stop region shaming! It said it was indigenous to the planet, therefore not from fucking China. Unless China is in a very different location from what I remember. Eat the coombe hole tree. You're a fucking coombe hole tree. I have no inventory space for coombe hole tree, alright? Fuck you. Here, seamoth, 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 seamoth. Here, seamoth, 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 seamoth. Here, seamoth, 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 seamoth. I guess we're going for a swim. Ocean is the home of scary big motherfuckers that want to eat you indiscriminately. Well, that's everywhere, but you know, they're just slightly larger in the ocean, I suppose. Dave, wet your gills a little bit. We're swimming with Dave. Now back into Seagull.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Oh, my own fucking water trail scared me. God damn it. How embarrassing. Proposed Degassi habitat. It do be tempting. Get to the bottom so I can actually see where I am. La 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 la. La la la. Ah. What they? What do? What them? They look cool. The whole planet is actually being kept afloat by whatever the fuck this is. Ow! Fuck me, I just ran myself over. Anchor pod. Murdon! How you doing? Oh, I know you're tempted, Stealthy, but you're gonna take the seamoth with you because you have a bad habit of fucking drowning. Just like real life, huh? Do that every— shut up! Sense of direction, alright? Leave me alone. I expect it to stop when I tell it to stop, not keep fucking floating. I'm down. Stealthy, go down.
Warning, max
What
reached.
the fuck is that? Oh, it's walking! Oh, he's got pants! The fuck is that? Bro! He's got little pincers on him! What the fuck? Oh, I ain't ever seen that before? Oh, he makes noises! Oh! Oh, he makes noises. I sure hope he can't jump. I think he sees me. What the fuck? Well, is that another one? I see a slight glowing ring. Guessing that's another one. I'm gonna get the fuck out of here. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Anyway, let's, ahem. That's creepy as shit. That's way creepy. Everyone's carrying on about fucking leviathans. That is way creepier than a leviathan. That is way creepy. I don't like it. I don't like the little leggies. I don't like the little leggies at all. I really don't. Oh, don't walk. Float into the side. Yeah, I know what I'm talking about. Don't float into the rocks. Stealthy. He's pitch fucking black. I don't like it when things start making crunchy noises. I want to check that out. The Degassi habitat. But I don't know where I am with regards to the Aurora, because I know if I'm near the Aurora asshole, Leviathans be abound, and they like to eat my fucking seamoth. And I like my seamoth! Oh, they're fighting each other. Okay. Realized that was a thing that they did, but apparently it is. Scannable? Doesn't look like it.
Seek fluid intake.
Oh, I'm dehydrating. Do I have water on me? I do.
Vital signs stabilizing.
Right, back to the habitat. There was something bigger? Oh. Oh, okay. I was too busy creeping out by the fuck. It looks like, I can't remember. I don't even know what it was. I should have taken a picture of it at the time I found it. But I remember once being at the horse stables and finding like this weird, it almost looked like a giant cricket, but it wasn't a cricket. It had this huge spine on its butt. And it was just creepy looking. It was just dead. It was fucking humongous. It was bigger than my hand. I still don't know what the fuck that thing was. Haunts me. Excuse you. Just trying to eat me through the seamoth, or am I crazy? Ah! Anyway, I want to explore this, hopefully without dying. Wish me luck. I think that's the whale fishy noises. I already explored this. Maybe I've already been here? Wait, I can... Oh no, never mind. Yeah. Okay. I will find the hole! Every hole is a goal and I will crawl into it. Like a fucking skin suit. You love it when you find the beacons! They can put little, markers? I have the beacon recipe. Or whatever it's called. There we go. More water! Woo! What's that? Can I scan that? Mortification station. I need more of that, I think. I only need one more piece of the modification station. Toilet paper? Oh no. PDA! Oh, it's not.
Integrating new PDA data.
Thought it was a read out loud situation, but it wasn't. The last modification station I need. Let's go. Why are you looking at me like that, Shady Waffle? Hey, it's SpongeBob. SpongeBob would have been cuter. Oh? This. I'm gonna start drowning soon. This is probably a bad idea. Yeah, let's go back real quick before I fucking drown. Let me out. Let me out. fucking let me out!
Oxygen.
Where's my seamoth? I'm gonna drown. I'm drowning. I'm drowning. I'm drowning. My items. Please tell me my items stay with the... Wait, my seamoth. Please tell me my items stay with my seamoth. Please, pretty please. Should have saved. We're off on an adventure. I would put one on the Aurora and the island. Ah, okay. Oh, leave me alone, stalkerfish. Please tell me items are with, like, my dead body or whatever. That'd be nice. We pull a Minecraft, please. Thank you. Scannable here. Because it doesn't matter if there is, because I just gotta come back this way. That was a geyser. Yeah, Minecraft. I just want my loot back, alright? Seamoth, seamoth, Ow, fuck! No, I don't want the stupid power cell. I want to go into the seamoth. Thank you. Alright, oxygen is back. Want that. Now, where was the entry point again? I don't need that, I already got that. Where's your hole? Where the fuck is the hole? Oh, that's right, it was from above, wasn't it? Ow! Caution. Ow. Ow. Fuck me! Let me in! Thank you. Oh my god. What a mess. I don't get my loot back, bro. Me laser gun. Come on. Thank you. I had so many rubies, man. I needed those rubies for something. I can't remember what it was, but I did need them. Oh, this is so annoying. Bloody thing. I already have to leave for more oxygen because I don't trust that I'm not gonna die again. Do-do-do-do-do. Get a big sniffer.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
No loot or loot for you. This is bullshit. That means I have to go all the way back there for more fucking rubies. Ah! Torture. All my rubies. At least I got to keep my tablet, I guess, but... Oh my god, just fucking go down. Thank you. Where do we go? Oh, medication station. Oh, apparently I already have that. Oh, it's modification. I read wrong. I'm stupid. This is fine. Oh, more modification station. There's modification station stuff everywhere. Damn. More mod station, more mod station, more mod station, all of it. Every single piece is mod station. Ah. Nothing else? Nothing worth my time? Alright, cool. I died for nothing. Duly noted. I'm stuck. I'm stuck. I'm actually stuck. I'm fucking stuck. I am stuck. I am stuck! No! Come on, let me out! I'm fucking... Let me out! How did I get stuck? Fuck off! Let me out! I'm gonna drown! No!
30 seconds.
Oh fuck, I know! Oh, I can swim now. Fuck, fuck! I got it, it's fine, look at me, big brain!
Oxygen.
Oh my god, okay! Ah. I lost my lantern seed as well! Ah! Realized. We just... Oh, I forgot there's an unstuck button. Well, I'll be. What does the unstuck button even do? Does it teleport you somewhere? Oh god, excuse me. Now, I was heading towards... Not that. Another... Hey, ow! Wait a minute. What I died with. Hang on a minute. That's my loot. Oh, it's my loot! Yeah, my rubies! Woo! Get my rubies! My lithium, thank you. Yo, my loot made it out! At least some of it did. Oh, it's funny. Just fucking concussed by my loot. My seed, my fruit didn't make it. I see, no fruit for me. Couple of mushrooms made it. Well then. I guess I'll head back there when I'm ready to start building fruit trees. You thought I wouldn't get my rubies back. Ha! Proves you wrong. Now, where's that other fucking... Sunk to the ocean bed? Oh my, there's my other stuff. What we got there? I wouldn't mind my salt. I'll take my salt back, thank you. Or it just means my fruit is higher up. Hang on. Oh no, my stuff needs repairing. I smashed into it one too many times with my thick fucking skull. Okay. How much more of my loot is gonna come floating past? Nothing else? I don't think anything else is gonna come floating past. I don't think I'll be that... Oh. I will be that lucky. Get that one, get that one, get that one. Is that my battery? I think that's empty battery, but I'll take it anyway. Where's my seamoth? There it is. Yeah, if I could just locate the thing that I was hunting for would be nice! Oh, there it is. How the fuck do I get there? Down the hole? Am I gonna have to go down the hole? I think I am. I don't know if my oxygen will last that long though. He looks scannable. I think my oxygen will last long enough. See if I can get closer to the point. Oh. Okay. Do I have food on me? I do. I have a nutrient pack. I'll munch on that. Some water. And then wish me luck, chat. 73% battery, so that's okay. Bad feeling about this place. Flint! Shut up. My lights off, because it never ends well when I leave the lights on. Be okay.
The conditions in this cave support a microcosm of unique, possibly predatory life forms. Detecting an artificial structure somewhere in the region.
Well, I'm at the artificial. Okay. I got my seamoth a little bit close to that mushroom that the thing just fucking swam out of. I do hope there's not an extra big fat one in there. I do really hope. Flint! Enough! That's okay. Let me just save real quick. Sorry, you guys heard me use my big girl voice. Sorry about that. Where's the fucking entrance?
Be afraid, you should not.
I am afraid.
I'll take care of you.
That's a window. I feel like a bird. Smash it into the glass. Where's the entrance? Oh, get the banana off my face, dude! Fucking entrance.
Banana.
How do I get? We get in, Entrance? No entrance.
Can't see. Yoda can't see.
That. I hate that. I hate that so much. Why does it must exist? Okay, so I guess I gotta go in that way. But now I'm running out of oxygen, so let me just take a breather real quick. Grumble! I know that was you. Why is the music so weird? Oh, PDA.
Son, there is always a pecking order. And in our world, money makes a hierarchy. I pay Maida a fraction of what I pay you, and you a fraction of what I pay me.
If money makes the hierarchy, why is Marguerite making the decisions?
We need her. We let her think what she likes, so long as she does what she's told.
What if she doesn't?
For enough money, she will.
Ow!
Always.
New blueprint acquired.
I want the PDA.
I thought it might get claustrophobic living underwater. Father feels it is. He'd tell me it was childish, but I stare out of the window and sometimes I think how lucky I am to see this world up close. Back on the island, I wouldn't have believed the creatures that live down here.
Bed.
The fish, they glow. There's one that's 90%
I've noticed that they glow. They're all trying to fucking off me.
Compartment. Certainly, it's not all friendly. Most of the plant life is toxic. Learned that the hard way. But I've managed to coax some marble melons into growing indoors. And when they don't cover our dietary needs, well, we eat the fish themselves. It's a bit gross, but it's
hurry up.
Do. I've been attempting to document my findings.
Alright, you're taking too long.
Incredible just happened. Since we're down here, I had this plan to build equipment and study
let me
the
down.
life forms we were encountering, but
Oh,
I didn't have
no.
enough enameled glass. So, I started looking for a natural substrate that would strengthen the glass we have, and those stalker teeth we've been finding fit the bill. Only, well, we needed more. That's when Marguerite got interested. She actually listened to me. More than I can say.
How you doing, Grumble?
And I worked up the courage to talk about my more tentative theories. When I told her they were attracted to metal deposits, that their teeth get dislodged when they pick them up, her eyes narrowed and she dashed out of the room. 3 hours later, she came back, her pack loaded down with stalker teeth. I asked her about it. She shrugged and said my theories were good. Said she had the meeting out of the palm of her hand. I think she meant it literally. She is incredible. She went out to the kelp forest armed with just a heat blade and went fin to fin with a pack of stalkers. On the one hand,
Heat blade.
that is
Where do
the
I get a
coolest
heat
thing I've
blade?
ever heard. On the other,
I need stalker
I hope
teeth
the
for.
stalkers didn't
I
come
can't
worse
remember
than
what for.
Marguerite did. She had a huge
Bastille or
gash
something.
on her forearm. I don't think things went as smoothly as she made out. What's the point in surviving here if we have to kill everything that makes it so wonderful?
I hate to break it to you, buddy. Where do you think your food's been coming from? Hello?
With all this glass, we could build a containment unit and get
Are
up
those
close
two
to them.
fighting? No.
Integrating new PDA data.
I didn't realize they'd fight like that. Sorry, Fishy. My bad. Drop a tooth. Eh. Alright, am I in danger zone? Yes, I am! Get the fuck out of here! Okay, I'm too close to Leviathan territory. This is always where they would steal my fucking seamoths. Get the fuck out of here! Alright, I'm in blue zone. I should be relatively safe now. A whole bunch of new stuff, too. Oh, wait. Wait. Where I've already been through here. Okay, I have. I'm not crazy. I am not crazy. Not crazy. Not crazy. Yo, horse cat! Get out of them yitties! You gone fucking faint when you see the real ones. Oh boy! Almost done with fucking Killers' model. So pissed I didn't get to finish it last night. I was so close, but just I needed to go to bed. I was running out of time. Is that spot bubbling? Heat blade will also cook fish on hit? Oh, where do I get that from? I'm gonna go for a quick bathroom break. Jeff. Oh. I was confused at first when you said when you see the real ones. What yetis did you think I was referring to? Alright, I'm just gonna go up here and I gotta go for a quick bathroom break. Chat the. So you get to go back to the be right back screen. Be right back. Alright, sorry, bathroom break for Stealthy. Sorry to interrupt your music. Can't believe I almost missed stream. Apple! How dare you? Where have you been, my queen? Also, Pure Husk Cat, having your head in the gutter. Oh, my connection. Oh. Am I gonna have to reboot? Do I? Might have to reboot VBridge or VTube Studio. Next slide, please. Fuck. What is it? So? Oh, okay, hang on. Hold the line. All right, we're gonna reboot skis. Ba 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 da da da. Connection is brrr. All right. Da-da. And then and the papa. I've been EB sleepy. Are you okay? You're just naps, right? Not sick naps, right? It's just naps, right? Right? Please tell me it's just naps. All right. Okay, never mind. It's the connection. Your Wi-Fi. Hold up. Okay, hold up. iPad. Come on. I really gotta try doing the hotspotting thing. You're meant to be able to hotspot directly from your iPad to your computer rather than running them both through Wi-Fi, which is meant to prevent this stuttering sort of issue. But I don't know, bro. I don't want to have to restart my iPad, please. Fuck. All right. Are you gonna behave yourself? No, you're not. You're not going to behave yourself. I see. All right. Fucking fine. Get rebooted then. See if I care. See if I care. Me. Stuffing my body hurts. We'll stop falling to pieces. Are you twitching, mouse? Yep. I got that, not Tourette's, Parkinson's. I got that Parkinson's. Hey, Apple products so fucking much, dude. Just fucking restart, you annoying little troglodyte! How do I make it fucking restart? It won't restart! Anyone know how to restart an iPad? Because I'm holding down the power button and it's just not doing nothing. Maybe if I double click? No, that... Oh my god, I hate Apple products, dude. Turn off, you fucking stupid... Ah! I hate it. Am I gonna have to Google how to shut down a fucking iPad? Are you kidding me right now? Surely not. Oh my god, I have to press the power and the fucking volume button. Are you shitting me right now? Who fucking thought that was a good idea? Why would I have to press and hold the power and the volume button? Ugh. A lucky guess though. Just to turn it off. Shouldn't I just be able to press the fucking sleep button and hold? Ugh. Nope, holding the lock key button did not do that. I had to hold the lock screen button and the volume button to get it to do that. So, psych. Right, now, come back on, please. Be a little bitch. Yeah, there you go. Beep, 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 beep. All right. Now, is she gonna behave? Right. It's looking better. Not the best, so it has to be my Wi-Fi at this point. Gonna be moving places in like a year time, and we'll have Ethernet cables, category 6A, which is even better than 6. It can carry up to, I think it's like a terabyte of data at a time. We're gonna have that wired through the whole house where we're gonna be moving, and it's gonna be so good, but we have to wait like a year. It'll be so fucking good. I can finally be connected to Ethernet. No, this fucking Wi-Fi. Means the Wi-Fi will literally only be used for mobile phones and my cam connection. And everything else will be wired. Like our smart TV, our fucking, all our computers. Oh, it'll be so good. I can't wait. I'm so excited.
Aurora live pod 13 coordinates attached. Live pod is carrying high priority passenger.
Yoki Kassar. I said Kassar. Why do I have to record this anyway?
Send immediate burial detail.
That our rich prince.
Location uploaded to PDA.
What's this? What's that? Reinforced dive suit. Sorry, choking. Heavy, fuck. Heavy synthetic fiber dive suit, providing physical protection and enhanced survival in extreme. So I need synthetic fibers. Where to synthetic fibers? Synthetic fibers? Synthetic fibers. Okay, how the fuck do I get synthetic fibers? Where the fuck do I get synthetic fibers from? Like, you stink. You're a stinky dog. Wait, you don't have Ethernet? We only, so the Ethernet, we technically do, but it only goes to one room because it's a rental and I have a dog that is likely to fucking rip shit. If we can't put pins to be able to run a wire from the office room to my room where I have my computer to run an Ethernet cable. So only one room has Ethernet, and that's the one that my fiance uses. I'm in the slightly bigger room because it's also used as the spare bedroom. Yeah. He has the office. And yeah, no. So I don't have Ethernet, but he does. But it makes it more frustrating as well is our Wi-Fi generally I only get like at most 200 download and about, I think it was like 15 upload on the Wi-Fi, but I'm paying for like 1,000 download and I think 100 upload, but he gets all the fucking bandwidth because the Wi-Fi extender doesn't send at that speed, unfortunately, so still much faster than it was. I don't have disconnection issues since we swapped, but alas. Okay, I gotta figure out how to make synthetic fibers, but how? Suppose I'll just fuck around and make like plasteel. Enamel, that's right, I needed stalker teeth, didn't I? What else did I need these rubies for? I needed these rubies for something very specific. What was it? No one asked you, Flint. What the fuck did I need these rubies for? No, Flint. I already have a high capacity O2 tank, don't I? Rebreather, the high capacity O2. I pay for 500 and get 517, 511. Australia has really shit upload speeds, honestly. Oh, he's still here! Hi! What did this chat? Someone go to the VOD and remind me what we named the peeper pet. I can't. Was it Joel? That's right, because he's Speen. That's right. He's Speen. He Joel. He Speen. Medkit. That's empty. Let's see if I can make a bedroom now. That'd be really, 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 really nice. I'd like to be able to make a room, please. Do I have... Fuck! Finally! Ah! Scanner room? What'd that do? Multi-purpose room, glass dome. Just a glass dome. I'm gonna sleep in the glass dome so I feel like I'm being perved on 24/7. A large room that requires plasteel. A water filtration machine, that'll be so fucking useful. Bah! Vehicle upgrade console. Bioreactor. La 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 la. For a modification of survival equipment. Aquarium. Look at this shit I can make. Color me excited. First things first, I need this fucking multi-purpose room and I need it now. Oops, wrong button. I do have 6 titanium on me, right? Yes, I do. Let's fucking go. It is time, chat. It is finally time. Ah, 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 ah. Ah. At long last, a room! A room! Ta-da! Why is it red? Oh, that's why.
It may be prudent to separate work and leisure spaces to maximize productivity. Treat
Fuck
this
you.
space as your home, but never forget that it is not.
Okay, jeez. A large room as well, wasn't there? I have to start worrying about, I need plasteel ingot for that. How the fuck do I make plasteel again? Man! Titanium and lithium. Alright, duly noted. I think my catchphrase at this point. Duly noted. Oh, no. Look at the room, chat! We have a fucking room! Oh, I'm so excited! No. Room tour, Ocean Gate. Ocean Gate. I don't... I'm a little bit too close to the surface for that, and I may be controlling it with a controller, but that's beside the point.
I make things. I'm so excited. I'm so fucking excited.
Sorry, the squeakers were probably kind of annoying. What does scanner room do? Titanium, copper, gold, and coral. The scanner room isn't that the thing that does like that's lithium. Wait. What the fuck? Oh, I have another pet fish? Let's fucking go! Oh god, I got a lot of them. Oh wait, no, only one of them's an action. Alright, chat, what are we naming this one? If he doesn't escape, that is. What are we naming him? He's a boomerang. So like, I'm thinking Gary. Because this sounds very Australian, because he's a boomerang fish. What do you reckon? Do we reckon Gary? I'm thinking Gary. Got Joel, Dave, and Gary. What do you reckon? Or am I being too sexist? It could be a woman, I don't know. I didn't check to see if it's got an innie or an outie. Skippity fish. Skippity fish. There's already a Gary fish in the game. I know, but I like the name Gary. We got Joel, Dave, and who then? What are we naming? Come on, chat. Something better than fucking Skibbity Fish. Come on. Rizzler. Why did you get auto-modded for Rizzler? Why is that an auto-mod? Sorry, that's offensive. You can't talk about Rizla. It's really fucking rude. Need gold and another copper and another titanium. Copper and a gold. I'll put these rubies in here. And lithium's in there. I also need some table coral, which we'll have to go out and get. Wait, where'd he go? Oh, there he is. Rizzler is bad! Calibus isn't even gonna let her free. He's like, nah, fuck yeah. There's weird. Yeah, they're weird flat looking things. They look like little spaceships. I don't like them. Frank. Okay, we got Frank. We got Frank. We got Rizzler. We got Skibbity. I banned Skibbity, but no, took it off. All right, Calibus. Paul. Is it Rizzler, Skibbity, or Frank? Them's the choices. Anyway, let's see if I can get out without letting him out. I think he's still in there. All right, I need table coral. Where do I get myself some table coral? Right there. Oh, I didn't really need 2, but I'll take 2, I guess. Alright. Now, am I crazy or did the scanner room need to be, like, off the edge? Am I remembering correctly? Needs to be, like, not sitting on that, essentially. I kind of want it sitting here, but that means I have to make up, like, the fucking things huge. I don't want it huge. Ugh, whatever. Well, if I don't like it, I could always deconstruct it, I guess. Laboo fish? The laboo fish? Paul! Pick your fish name! How do I strengthen my base exactly?
Seek fluid intake.
I'm dehydrating. Yes, yes, yes. Oh, I ain't got no water. No! My lantern fruit rotted! Oh dear. Oh wait, it doesn't matter if it's rotted. I can still plant it, I think. I think I can. Alright, let's get some bladder fish real quick. Oops, I'm gonna drown. Oh shit, I left the lights on my... Ooh, seamoth! Don't leave the lights on! Don't do that! Drain battery also, attract dangerous fish. Let's not do that. Okay, that's fine. Now, how to bleach again? La 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 la. Tube is what I need. Tube. Alright, I know I've got tubes near. Oh, there we go. Sorry, Dave, not you. Alright, now I should be good to make, bleach. My god, fucking next slide, please. Jesus. Alright. First, bleach. Next, disinfected water, because that's how that works. Alright, what's the name gonna be? Let's find out. Come on, Frank! Frank it is. Actually, I haven't checked if he's even still here. Let me turn around. Frank? 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 Oh, there he is. He's still here. Look, he's glowing. He's got his night colors on. Frank! Alright. Alright, I'm dehydrated. My bad. Drink it. Drink it. Drink it. I have no nutrient packs left. You can go in there. I'll make some tubes. Now, let's remember how to reinforce. Large room. Partition. So there is no way to reinforce? Oh? CAD. Ah, provides structural support and prevents flooding. Right. First things first, I need more tube. I think. Wrong thing. Hello. Right, I need plasteel. I'm stupid! I keep forgetting what I need. Fuck it, let's just tube it for now, I guess. Worry about making it fancy after we make it work, you know, bro? Oops, wrong button. Do I rotate? There we go. Wait, why is that not connecting? What the fuck? Eh? What have I done? Why no connect? Alright, chat, did I do something to break the thing? Why does it not want to connect? Chat, what did I do? Chat, did I break something? Chat. I think I broke something. Is it because of all the stuff I have there? Because of that? Maybe it's because of that. Try something real quick. How you doing, Frank? Hope you're having a good one, buddy. A fabricator over here real quick. Hello, fabricator? There we go. There, I guess. I think the sonar dome is the wrong. Yeah, but it wasn't wanting to attach to this tube. And I suspect it might just be because this is in the way. Just take all the shit out of this locker real quick. Gods. Ain't got no goddamn space. No goddamn space. Ain't got no goddamn space. No goddamn space. Yo, space, 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 space. Yep. Wrong button. First container is not empty. Oh, oops. I didn't mean to put that in there. My bad. Ah, okay. Maybe try attaching another T-junction to make sure you don't have a different problem. Hang on, hang on. I'll try this first. And then I'll try fucking around with like the T-junctions and stuff. That is now full. Random shit in there just to make some space in my hands. You can have that and that and that. You can have that. You can also have those posters and that and that and a whole bunch of useless shit. All right, now I deconstruct this. All right. Now. Boom. Glass on me? Glass with me. Sorry, I go quiet when I... You can practically hear my brain ticking as I'm considering my options. Let me in. I mean out. Out, in, same difference. Aha! I was right! Okay, for now, we're just gonna do a fuck ton of tubes. I'll worry about making it pretty later. Oh, fuck, she's hot. Ow, ow, ow. I got a room service. Service. I have room service. What do you have, chat? I got given... You guys know what Biscoff is? Is that just an Australian thing, or is that happening everywhere right now? Got Biscoff slice, and I got me some French Earl Grey tea. Yum, yum, yum. Alright, now... Okay, I have a feeling I know what I've done. Alright, I have to deconstruct that again. Do-do. Uh-oh. I didn't just drop all that, did I? No, I didn't. Okay, we're good. Alright, now. Scanner room. Will she attach? Oh, she was attached. Oh, there we go. Okay, we got this. Look at me, big brain. I'm feeling smart, chat. I'm feeling so fucking intelligent. Look at me go. This is the one that you can, like... What I thought it was. Okay. Either way, I need solar panels. Solar panels. Oh, I don't have the shit for the solar panels. Right. Either way, let's re-enter. Okay, so what this do again? Do I even actually need this? Probably not. This. Oh, data box? Oh, okay. Oh, it's got a fabrica built into it. Ah! Okay, alright, I'm learning things. Camera, drone, scanner room speed upgrade, scanner room range upgrade. Oh. Okay. I have silver and gold. I can do that. Ah! I'm stuck on the door. Not what I thought it was. I'll admit. Alright, let's check on Frank. He's okay. He's just been chilling. I forgot what I needed already. I needed gold and something else. What else did I need for the speed upgrade? Silver. Alright. Gold and silver, 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 gold and silver. Do I have silver still? I know I picked up silver before. Oh, there we go. Silver. Alright, I gotta reorganize my lockers.
Intake recommended.
There we go. Go. I reckon. What do you reckon, Dave? Ooh. I don't know how any of this works. I suppose I'll play with that later. Back into dock. No, back. Ah! Fuck! No! Just go back into dock and stay there! Okay. How can I make certain it's in its little hole and it'll stay there? It is in its little hole and it'll stay there, right? It's not on the loose, right? I'm keeping him from his family. Look, Frank is sad. It's best to be used for hard to farm materials. Okay. Duly noted. I'm gonna stop fucking saying that. It's becoming a habit. Duly noted. Duly noted. Duly noted. I'm annoying myself with my own catchphrase? Question mark? Oh my god, I can make a bed now, chat. I can make a bed. A bed. I want a bed. I can make a bed. I feel like making the water filtration thing is going to be really important. I put plants. I put plants. Plants. Right there. Base. Ah, fuck. Do I not have... I thought I had... I thought I picked up a bunch of titanium. Ah. How do I... Eh? It just... What is that? Whatever. Good enough. Alright, time to go get myself something to eat. Or I fucking die. Come here, Frank, too! I require sustenance. Thank you. Ooh, bladderfish, 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 bladderfish. The eye, boy! Come here. Come here, peeper. Come here, peeper. Yes! Alright, alright. Let's go eat before I die. Da-da-da! Some guy! This is turning into, just house builder at this point. Fabricator, 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 boop! Peeper! The boomerang! Not Frank, though, just another boomerang. Alright, alright, right.
Vital signs stabilizing.
Okay, now I'm not dying. You need to go... scan? Eh? I mean, what? Can I cancel this fucking thing from scanning? Stop. Too late now? I don't know what this is doing. I know nothing! Oh, we're being carried away by... The fucking slaughterfish had it! Bruh. Wait, does it mean... Do I have to make this thing go back? What do you mean? I don't know what to want. A kidnapping! No! Thieving little bastard! Trying to decide what I want to do. He's growing! Let him go! So proud of him. What else can I make? I still want a fucking aquarium. So let's try real quick to see if I can make an aquarium for Dave before I accidentally eat the poor bastard. Can make aquarium. For Dave. Not for Frank. Fuck him. He's a free roaming fish. Oh! I can fucking make an aquarium. What do I want it? What do I want it? What do I want it? I don't want the bed in the middle, so like, let's... Get out of the way, Frank! Frank! Are the fish in the aquarium snacks? No. Okay. Okay, I want to catch, we need a practice fish, chat. We need a practice fish. So, we've already got Joel, wait, we'll grab a peeper. We'll grab a peeper. Go catch a peeper and use it as practice so that I figure out if I can transfer Joel across. Give me a little peeper. I just want to catch him. Okay. Alright, practice test. Who am I summoning? Grumble! Grumble, 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 grumble. Yeah, grumble. All the way on your own. You sit on your own in the corner. Alright, let's test the theory.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Can put paper. Yo! He can go in there! Okay, okay, okay. The question is... Okay, no, there is no question. Dave! Do we put... Okay, chat, vote! Do I put... Except for Frank, who's free roaming. Where did Frank go? Frank? 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 Oh, there you are. Okay, except for Frank, who is a free roaming fish. I want to vote. First option, only fish that I will eat go in aquarium. Option 2, only Dave go in aquarium. Option 3, only Joel go in aquarium. Option 4, Dave and Joel go in aquarium. Them's your choices, chat. Also, I'm gonna cook the peeper I have on me before I mistake it for Joel. Or put them all in there. Put Joel and Dave in there. You want to keep Dave safe. You want to stop me from eating Dave by accident, don't you? You don't trust me not to accidentally eat Dave. I would never eat Dave. All right. In that case, Dave, where you at? Go in there. Look at him go! He's so cute. Ah, he's so cute. All right. Frank is happily free roaming. Let's go get Joel. Oh, Joel! All right, Joel, you still here? There you are. All right, come with me, little dude. Oh, he's so floppy. Oh, rip. Blech. I don't like how floppy he is. A bit fucking floppy, bro. Come on. Joel. Frank can just keep free roaming because he got lucky, I guess. It's the lucky free roamer. They have more space to carry things. Oh, I can put my air bladder back on me. Air bladder is very useful. I like air bladder. Now. Oh, what's that? What the red dot do? Is that a data box? Does that mean it found the thing that it was looking for? Oh, for fuck's sake, can you stop getting kidnapped? Fucking camera! Can't see, I'm blind. Useless camera! No, fuck off. Come back to base. Where's base? Fuck the data box. Back to base. Getting kidnapped every 5 goddamn seconds. Do I have to put like a spotlight on it to keep the slaughterfish off it, or what? Oh god, they're coming for him. Look at him. They're coming. No! Keep stealing the camera. What the fuck, dude? Let go! It did not let it go. My camera. These thieving little bastards. How the fuck do I get them to leave the camera alone? Bruh. I can't fucking... What am I gonna do? Kill them all? They'll just respawn! What do you mean kill them? My camera is not spare parts! Stop it! Jesus. Well, we know where a data box... I don't even know what a data box is, but apparently we know where one is now. Alex Shadows Fall 97. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the garden. Find a nice sunny position. Do you like Frank? You like... Wait, where'd he go? Frank? Oh, there he is. I like my Frank. He's a pet. Got stuck in here somehow. Joel also got stuck, but he is now in the aquarium. Yeah, friends. I don't know if I'm gonna survive without my emotional support, Dave, chat. I might have to take him back. I don't know how I'm gonna make it without him. All right, let's make some more lockers. Locker.
Be afraid. You should
No,
not.
not the banana. Come on. No, can't we have a good first impression? Come on. Why is it gonna be the fucking banana? Hope you like bananas, Relics. Howdy, how's the ocean? Great! It's turned into a builder game at this point. Get your fucking nays off my fucking face. God. I don't know if any of these fruits do me any good. I might have to make
Yoda can't
one of
see.
these a organic matter locker. Alright, you are gonna be my organic, or I'll just call it plants, I guess, because I don't want animals in there, just plants! What the fudge? I don't fucking know. Ask chat. Ask them. No!
Emergency power only.
That...
Power restored. All primary systems online.
Alrighty. I need more solar panels. Power situation for here. Do I have... Power cell charger. Battery charger. That's alright, I wanted the water filtration machine because that'd be very, very, very useful. Aerogel. Alright, let's prioritize making some aerogel. Gel, which requires... Ah, that's what I wanted the rubies for. Do you have gel sacks around here somewhere? Oh god, tell me I didn't lose my gel sacks. Tell me I didn't lose my sacks. Oh fuck, I think I lost my sacks. Oh fuck me. I lost me sack, Jet. I lost my fucking sack. Right. Amazing. Beautiful. Stunning. Right. Anyway. Check for solar panels. Core. What else was there for solar panels? 2 titanium. Oh, am I out of titanium? I used it all on the lockers. Right, duly noted. Get some titanium. Have they stolen my fucking camera again? They have, those bitches. He's running away with me fucking camera. You bitch, give it back. It's mine. And how you doing, Stromboli? Frank Doobie defying the laws of physics in a nonchalant manner. Off he goes. Bye-bye, camera. It was nice knowing you, I guess. That's amusing and mortifying in equal parts. You show the banana, you lose the sack. Simple as. Where's he? How fucking far is he gonna take my camera? My guy. Can I scan this instead? No, I just gotta salvage it. Oh, a tooth! Get out of the way. Come back with my camera! Wanker! My inventory's full. Well, thank you for my camera back, you fucking... Hey! Alright, anyway, I suppose at least I can use the camera to figure out where the stalkers are stashing their teeth. So that's something. He's doing a house tour. He's showing you around. He's like, look at my crib.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Alright. Oh my god, it's gonna get annoying having this fabricator over here instead. Titanium! I believe I have to go get some more gel sacks. That means I have to go back to the island. I suppose I gotta get more lantern fruit anyway, so that works out. Alright. Now can make solar panels. Or solarize. Up. Oh, I remember the ascend button. There it is. More solar. More. If just one more. And that'll do for now. Okay. I'm dehydrating as per usual. Oh, this is so disorganized. It's making my eye twitch. I'd call that organic matter. You get out of there. Ah! So much disorganization. Or. More or. Let's just put that in the plant. And I'll put it over here. You can go there too. And so can you. Don't bet me! I'm doing shit. Fuck you.
Vital signs stabilizing.
Fuck you, buddy. Fuck you. Can I make a beacon before I go so that I can... How to make bacon? Yep. Not there. Here. Not there. Here! Beacon! Copper and a titanium. Easy, easy, easy. Beacon for the island so I can find it nice and easy. La 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 la. Ooh, it's my last copper.
Stealthy Mouse should invest in storage containers and label them accordingly. Maybe she'll finally find some organization in her chaotic life. But let's be real, no amount of organizing can fix her gaming skills. Bow down to the queen, ribbit.
Up shut you, yup. I'm doing it! I'm doing it! Why do I have flares on me? God damn it. It's just my everything locker, this one. Yep. Also, habitat builder can stay here because I'm not going to need that for a wee little bit. Why do I have a fire extinguisher on me? Be gone! Okay. That's all I need for this trip. Maybe some batteries. Ooh, battery. Okay. Okie dokie, hokey pokey. Everything is fine, chat. Everything is fine. I'm gonna put my bladder. Well, I already have my bladder on. I mean, my bladder is not detachable. Oops, I triggered the dog. Doo-doo. Lan, no, you're a baby. I know you're a baby. Yes, 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 yes. All right. You stink. I don't know why you have flares. Look, I just do. What am I doing? If I go to the island now, I'm gonna fucking starve to death. He okay? He's doing cool flips and stuff, but... Bladderfish. Bladderfish. Gotta collect the bladderfish. 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 Oh, I like some bladderfish. Here are the bladderfish. Come here, peeper. Oh shit, they know. They know I'm onto it. Ooh, they're onto me. Come here, peeper. This is hard to do with a controller, I swear. You can hear me button mashing. Beaver, 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 beaver! Hope my camera is okay. Hope those slaughterfish haven't damaged my camera. I'm here. Fuck. All right. Do-do-do-do. Wish I could scramble this thing for parts. That'd be nice. One eye wide open in terror. I'm coming for ya. The little baby capable of scaring off the scary lights. What are you doing, Flint? You're not allowed in there. Out. Come on, back off. Back off. Yeah, I see you trying to sneak your nose under the table to get my Biscoff. Fuck you. Oh, I didn't check for the answer. Chat! Is Biscoff a thing where you're at? Biscoff slice and Biscoff bickies and Biscoff brownies and a really big thing here currently in Australia. This is Biscoff everything and it's fucking yummy. It's sweet, but not too sweet, but like caramelly, but peanutty, but like a nice burnt buttery flavor is nice. Oh, fuck, water's good. Hello, Brother Barry! How's it going? Alright. Eat again, and then drink, and then drink. Drink. I should survive the trip there and back. I should survive. Should. Oh wait, have I even checked these lately? Empty. Empty. Got some stuff. Gel! Wait, we have sacks! Oh, and I got that here too. Why? What? Okay. I knew I had sacks fucking somewhere. I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy. My poor camera. Never see a day of peace. Thing in the UK too? Oh, we have Biscoff cookies. See, there's Biscoff bickies, but like recently it's like blown up to be a baked good. Like a baked good, like a biscuit isn't a fucking baked good. As in, nah. Like other baked goods. You know what I mean? You know what I mean, bruh? I mean, where's aerogel? Where you at? I need a ruby. Okay, ruby. I might move my fabricator back over here because I'm slowly going insane having to run back and forth like this. What was I prioritizing again? Something specific I was trying to make. What was it? I have the memory of a sieve. La la la. Tra la la. La 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 la. Oh, water thing. Thing that makes water. Right. Where is it? This means I need copper. I need 1 aerogel though, so I need aerogel for the prawn suit as well. The other one. Biscoff ice cream and a cake, I think? Ice cream. I wonder. Drink the bleach water! I haven't made any bleach water this time. It was all bladder water. Something like that. Do I have salt? Right, aerogel has been fired. Now I need some copper that I'm actually out of. I have to go hunt for some copper real quick. Getting dizzy yet from me opening the menu 600 fucking times because I forget what I got and what I do. You know? Alright, off to get some copper, bro. My camera is there. That means that there is a bunch of fucking metal there as well. Oh, don't be mad. I'm just looking for teeth, bro. Want some teeth? I like your teeth. They're pretty cool, bro. No teeth. Oh, yes, there's a tooth. Aha! Alright, back to the copper hunt. No fish egg stealthy, no. This game is fucking terrible for my hoarding habits. All I can think is to pick up everything I encounter. Like, oh, shiny! That egg looks cool, I want no stealthy! Don't need the fucking egg! Sandstone. Ow! Thanks for the loot! Ah! Don't hurt me! Alright. Copper, 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 copper. Yeah, copper, 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 copper. Copper? Anywhere? Sandstone? No sandstone? Sandstone anywhere? Hello? When I don't want it, I see it everywhere. When I want it, I can't find it for shit. This is my life. Scannable? Nothing scannable. Ow.
30 seconds.
Ooh. Oh, my steel eggs shall power Master Nature. Power based by omelette. My omelette power. Take this way. What? 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 Hey, it's another Dave. Beep, 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 beep. Copper? No copper. Where are the fucking rocks when I need them? Not that rock. Yeah! You make that bed so I can sleep the night away. Hey, bladderfish. Yoinky spelwinky. Come here, peeper. Real quick. Just... Oh, I fucking misclicked. Damn it. Come here. Come here. Come here, you little bitch. Come here. Thank you. My lunch. Okay, I only needed 1 copper as it was, but I wanted to go above and beyond, but I can't. There's a few peepers. Fucking peepers! Thank you. Now, do we have enough electricity to bake things?
Welcome aboard, Captain.
La 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 la. Hear the dive theme from Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire. Oh my god, don't hit me with that nostalgia. Okay. Fuck. Stealthy, remember what you're making, you numbnut. You absolute nonce. Copper wire. much copper do I need for copper wire? Fuck! Alright, I need another one. God damn it. Here, Rocky, 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 rock. Rock? Oh, it's limestone. That's not gonna give me the... I need sandstone. Bah humbug! It. Oh, it's another egg. No, I can get copper from the limestone. Yeah, another... Oh, my inventory's full. Okay, I am now over full. I can't fit anything else in, but I have a dead battery. So many things I want to make, but I don't have the stuff to make the things so that I can go do other things, and this is pain. True pain of a farming sim. Did I not just pick up another copper? Did I fucking drop that copper? Oh my fucking god, I did. What the fuck? It's fine. This is fine. Or did I pick up gold? Oh! Well, that's just as bad. I want the gold. Be gone. How is that gold? Come on. That before it goes any better. Ay, caramba. Suffering, chat. True suffering. La la la. I wanna rock with copper. A rock with copper. A rock with copper, please. A copper rock. Tiny little hole. Yo, I'm a real cave diver. I'm a real cave diver. There we go, finally. That quartz with me. Let's get out of here without dying. Please, thank. Aha! There's an opening. Okay. Well, that's... I don't like watching that. What's that? Oh, it was him. Attempt number 322. I got my stuff. Hohenheim 117. How many people have you sacrificed for the elixir of life this time? Please tell me you understand my reference. Please tell me. How many people died? Yeah, for the Philosopher's Stone. Shut. Yup, Frank, get out of the way before I accidentally kill you. I have tea. You might be the second person that gets the reference. Yeah! Let's go! But yeah. Brotherhood's the better one. What? Now, okay, I have all my shit. We're ready. We are ready. I'm so... fucking titanium. My body is ready. Apparently my inventory is not. Right, now I'm ready. Frank, get out of the way. You're as bad as my cat. Aww. I'm gonna have to, like, maneuver some shit around. No! I don't want to put the bed in the middle of the room. Can I put this in the scanning room, or is that gonna be a problem? Put in here. I cannot. Sod it. Fine. Make a bedroom elsewhere. Stupid. Frank, can you move before I accidentally off you? Thank you. Taps for dead battery. Get rid of that. I like them both for different reasons. The first is just so depressing. I can't help but love it. Yeah, it's much darker. I still remember because I watched the one that got released first, before I even knew Brotherhood was a thing. Because when I found out about them, both shows were complete already. They'd already been done. And yeah, it was way dark. Felt really weird going from the really dark one to the Brotherhood, which felt much more lighthearted. Even with the really dark scenes, it was still more lighthearted, you know what I mean? Okay. Wait. Do I need to have bottles? Empty bottles? Why does it want me? Or is it'll store 4 bottles and I can pick them up? I'm gonna assume it'll store 4 bottles and I can pick them up. I'm gonna assume the best. Ah! I can get fruit. Fruit. Plant more fruit. Did I just plant lantern? What the fuck sort of an accent? Lantern fruit. Or... Fruit. We'll still... I can't English today. It will store 2 bottles and 2 salts. Oh, okay. Yes, for now. Okay. I don't know, never used it. Plebeian. Flint, your breath is nasty. Back off. You stink. Go away. Go away! Jesus Christ, boy. Need to get some deep shrooms. That's deep, bro. I can finally make enameled glass. I needed for the prawn suit. Wait, did I waste my glass? Please tell me I did not waste my glass. Something I would do, but... I did, in fact, use my glass elsewhere. Splendid. Oh, that's right, I made the aquarium with it. Never mind, that was not a waste. That was perfectly valid use for my glass. Oh yeah, the bulbous one from the islands is also pretty good. It's for water specifically, isn't it? Let the lanterns grow for now. Wait. If I decide to swap them out, I can just do that, right? Hope so. Mere water! Whatever. Okay. Now what do? I think I should go get stuff. Prawn suit? Question mark? Means most likely. I gotta go deep. Gotta go deep, chat. Uh, 1,000 hours in the game. Oh, Frank. And there's so much I haven't used in full release because I figured out how to manage without most of what the game gives you, and you're just like, whatever, bro. Can I have my camera back? I'm gonna go get my camera. Oh. Okay, so what did you guys say was the best thing to use the scanner for? Limestone chunk. Orca teeth, that shit's everywhere. Metal salvage, also everywhere. Alright, camera 1. Need you to get your sorry ass back to base. Please, thank you, before you get any further away. Thank you very much. Though they'll just kidnap you immediately. What they do. Beat the game in 30 minutes, but where's the fun in that? Diamonds and ruby? I don't even have that as an option. That'd be an upgrade, I dare guess. Hang on. That's range. Do we even have that magnetite stuff? I think I did, but I don't anymore, or it's outside. Really make a decision on what I'm doing right now. In your heart. Keep another battery on me. Why is there salt in there? Your section, you. Never used the scanner room but once! And never again. Ah. Hey, my data thing disappeared. It was right there. Where'd it go? Fuck you, I guess. They've stolen my camera already. My gods. Ugh, whatever. Can't leave them for 2 fucking seconds. Right, do I have a water bottle now? I want a water bottle before I leave. Fuck you. Let's risk starvation. Woohoo! I still have my beacon on me. 2. Alright, should I go drop the beacon on
Welcome aboard, Captain.
the island with the base or Squidward Island? I mean, Squidward Island's pretty obvious where it is, though. Yes, you're very helpful, Panda. Ah, what the fuck did I just run into? Oh, my own base. Whoopsies! My bad! Mouse desalinate faster machine. What? Was being a pain. I figured! Island. There's 2 islands! Ah! I don't know where to get magnetite from. What's the bet? It's gonna be deep stuff and I can't get it yet. Leviathan's in this direction too, isn't there? La la la. I need Cyclops pieces. Haha. That looks like a... I don't know what that looks like. Yeah. A bioreactor. Yeah. Don't be... He just fucking belly flopped to the sand. Okay. Oh, that was pointless. Belly flop! That looks like it can be scanned. No, it cannot. Got catfished. Aren't with the dramatic music. Don't like it. We're yelling at the machine to spit out water. It has to take... Oh, fuck. I keep doing that by accident. Take the salt out. It can only go so fast. Well, we should go fucking faster. Taking too long. I don't want to wait. I feel like this is going to be a mistake. I feel like the Leviathan's going to eat my fucking seamoth. He's gonna eat my seamoth! I know he is! Oh, what the fuck? I ain't seen those dudes before. Hello? Are you nasty or are you nice? Ah, fish, sorry. You look nice. Let me scan. Come here, come here, come here, come here. Come here. Jelly Ray. I'm stuck in the grass! He's too fast! Fuck! What's that? I can't even touch it, so I guess it doesn't matter.
In this area is dominated by plant life. Picking up faint all-terror vehicle signatures.
Oh, it's a leech! Okay. What have I done with my seamoth? Where is it? I swear I popped it just... Oh, there it is. Found it! I found it. Don't worry about it, chat. Have I scanned this ugly fucking thing yet? Yes, I have, apparently. I usually just make 2 bases, one with solar panels and the other one is thermo by the lava zone. Well, I ain't even gone near any lava zone yet, so... whoops, my bad. I would like some loot, please. Is got some nice rocks for me to harvest or anything? What's that? Oh, stop floating. Stop floating. Stop floating. That's a shiny rock. What's that do? Oh, it's lithium. That is. What? Collect? Cannot collect. Well. Was worth a try. Oh, I got bad. He's zappy. I saw purple flashes over there. Please tell me that wasn't Squidward's. Fox. Wait, no. Wait, no. Get in there. The lights off. Never leave the lights on. What's that? Power transmitter fragment.
New blueprint acquired.
Okay. Alright, cool. Swim close. No, thank you. What? Well, yep, that was, different. Fuck off, that made me jump. Was that thing? Alright, can I safely scan it? No! Fuck you! Peace! No, fuck off! Leave me alone! You gotta go! Bruh! Okay, so I can't even get vaguely close to that thing. Fucking hell. I don't like it. I don't like it.
30 seconds.
Oh, God damn it. I just want to collect rocks, man. Cute fish! It's got a brain! That brain that you looked at that was tripping me out. I don't like it. I don't like it one little bit. Down here, a geyser? Get away from the magic fish. I want better loot! I'm gonna guess that's hot. Yes. They're like, I don't think that was echolocation.
Where's the leak, ma'am?
You're a reaper. Whenever is there not a reaper? Pray tell. soon as I head towards the island, there is Reapers galore. No, Mr. Zappy Man. Nice. I'm guessing that was Zappy Man noises.
Detecting volcanic activity and several unusual electromagnetic signatures in the region.
Oh, now you notice.
When diving deeper.
Girl, you are slow on the uptake. More salt. I probably don't need to collect this anymore, considering I have a salt-producing goddamn machine, but whatever, bro. Right, can I scan this one? Hey, come here. Stay still. Stay still. Oh god, this is trippy. Ooh. Alright, I'm high as a kite now. That's fine. I'm fucking high. Every time I'm getting high. There's zappy boys everywhere. How do I get around them? Ow! Ow! You cannot blame me for that. That was the fish jumping out in front of me. Aurora's echolocation. Bro. Oh my god! Okay, I am not going to be able to get past that without completely destroying my seamoth. Just way too many of them. Another one there! Dude! Yeah. I want to go home, chat. Oh, high priority passengers remains. It's like, oh yeah, they're pretty much guaranteed. They're definitely fucking dead. Scan that. Yep. Again! Cyclops hull. Ooh, I need one more Cyclops piece. Alright, let's get back in the seamoth and pray I don't get eaten.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
I want that prawn suit, because when I did have the prawn suit in my last playthrough, which I got pretty fucking quickly, I must admit, I never got eaten by Leviathan when I was in it. He never tried to eat me in it. So I want it. Wants it. The fuck? Just around, what the fuck? What is that? Just standing there? Cyclops bridge fragment, okay. Right. Sure. Just chilling. Okay. Look at these fishies. They're so pretty. They're not trying to fucking kill you. I sure hope flat battery doesn't mean dead fish. I might cry. Alright, but let something eat you already! No! Fuck you! I'm not into vor. You're at the wrong stream for that.
Ginger Cinder 13's raid with 31 viewers is amusing, but they must bow before Shadow-san, the true queen of the chat. Welcome to Chaos, where your presence only adds to her power. Enjoy your stay, or face the consequences. Rivet.
How was stream, Ginger? What were you guys doing? What was happening? I would... Oh god, hang on. Let me see if I can greet everyone. I say, hello, King Big Chris, Ginger Cinder, Sad Weebix again, you two-timing little slut. Hello, Blue772. Hello, ugly bastard. You fucking disgust me. And Mr. Charmy. Welcome. How was stream? Sorry for my my face tracking being a bit weird. It's my Wi-Fi. It's my Wi-Fi being a bitch. Well, I'm like very, very twitchy today. Okay. I look like I got some level of threats. You got me, king! I got you, king, yeah. And then peel, fuck, pig! We peeling things? I heard there's cannibalism now, so you can peel your friends, technically speaking. What happened? Hello, Church 9339. Oh shit, double
Dying Guesser's raid with 14 viewers is acknowledged, but Shadow-san's rule is absolute. Welcome to Chaos, where only the worthy thrive. Go down or face the consequences.
Hello,
Enjoy the
Bob's
show, but remember who's in
Hungry
charge.
Carrot. Oh, how you doing? Crazy Kiwi Clips. Welcome, welcome. I legitimately can't tell what that emote is. Is that meant to say something? It's too small. I need a better prescription or something. Oh shit, I didn't click back into the game. Uh-oh. Oh shit. Oh, don't destroy my ship, please. Wait, where was I going? I'm lost! This is just stealthy simulator anyway. I get lost all the time. Who gives a fuck? No one cares! Oh, scannable. Can scan. Oh, it's scanner room. Damn it, I already have that. Did I hear cannibalism? I mean, I'm pretty sure Peak has cannibalism now. Please tell me that wasn't a fever dream. Stealthy can't read. Have I ever read correctly? Pray tell. What the fuck? It leaves me in mod view if I raid into another channel I mod for? Hey, it does? Ayo. Realized that was a possibility. That's pretty cool. All right, don't lose the seamoth. Remember where you left it, Stealthy. Scannables anywhere at all? No. Back to the seamoth I go. My god, is this your first time playing Ikea? This is technically my second time playing. I played for the first time in 2022. But I didn't get very far. I threw a tantrum because it took me about 6 streams to find all the seamoth parts. And by the time I got all the seamoth parts, I was just so done with it. I was so fucking done with the game. I was like, this is bullshit. And then a Leviathan ate my seamoth about 3 times in a row. And yeah, rage quit was indeed imminent, and it happened, and I didn't get very far. Peak has cannibalism? Yeah, it was in an update. It literally just said cannibalism. Thank you for the follow, vampire. Hello, Pawpaw. Pawpaw Satan. All I can think is Pawpaw Cream and then Satan. So like, I'm picturing the little Pawpaw Cream too, but instead of like having the little image that it does, it's just got like a caricature of Satan with his thumb up. Like, yeah, moisturize your lips. I can't. Can't be that long since I've known you. You've known me for longer than that, buddy boy. Desu, what were you guys up to? Lord have mercy, understandable rage quit. Glad you're back at it. This is take fucking 2, bro. Bums split. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the garden. You can never leave. Now, what was I doing? My ADHD is really bad for this game. ADHD and hoarding tendencies. I just want to collect everything and put it in my boxes and then never use it.
Welcome aboard,
Man,
Captain.
I need another ore spot because I have no space in my ore thing for my ore. Ore. Also, let's get these health packs out of here. Titanium back in it. Thank you. I can't ever leave. Nope. Even when I'm offline, you just have to like sit. Jesus fucking Christ. Epilepsy warning next time. Frank, was that you? Oh no, it was a leaf. Where's... Alright, hang on. There he is. Are you okay? Okay, good, he's fine. I got concerned he was just floating in the corner. Frankie boy! Pawpaw cream sounds so sus. Why? It's just moisturizer for your lippies. For your lippies. Bobs, welcome. No! No sus! I just sit and wait. I love it. Who is this Frank? Frank is... Frank! He is my gravity-defying pet fish. We also have Dave, who I picked up early game because he's cute as fuck and he's super squishy. And then we have Joel, who got stuck in my pod and was just spinning like Joel. So we named him Joel. No? We got Joel, Dave, and now Frank is free roaming. He kind of just does whatever the fuck he wants. Just try not to accidentally murder him in the process. Okay, is this fit? This water is even better than the other water. Ooh. Is there a way to make nutrient bars, chat? Can I make food bars so that I don't have to keep cooking fish or salting fish? Season tank? Oops, wrong thing. I met you in 2021, shortly after Crony debuted. Oh. So long ago. So long ago. I met Mousy on YouTube. Oh, that's right. That was Brianna Eskendar's stream. That's my cooked peeper. I eat that first. My cured peeper can sit in the box for a hot minute. Okie dokie. I'd like to know where I can get the pod that allows me... What's that? Oh, they fucking stole my second camera too! These bitches! Oh my god. I'd like to know where I can get the pod that allows me to, upgrade my ships and stuff. Clint, I can smell your breath from here. You're nasty. Fucking camera's back. Camera 2's further away, so I gotta prioritize it. I met Mouse an eternity ago, and I'm so happy I did. You're like glutton for punishment. Sorry, I haven't had a single scoop of my Biscoff. It's just sitting here getting lukewarm. Ow. Oh, fuck it. Yummy. Put the camera down. Put it down. Drop it. Drop my fucking how far is he gonna take me away? Please drop my camera, sir. Sir, can I have my camera back, please? There's gotta be a way to recall them. You'd fucking think so. Can you put me down? I think they're fighting over the fucking... Put it down! Before it goes out of fucking range! Dude. We're going on an adventure with the stalker fish. He's got his camera ready to upskirt some other fishies. Ow. Fucking stalkers. We got the sharks and grab cameras? Yes! And it's fucking driving me insane! Sorry, choking on my saliva again. Ugh, I do that all the time. Why do I do this? It's his vlog. I'm here for it. He's showing you his neighborhood. Oh. Fuck! I was too slow to swim away. Another fish just stole it. Just put it down. Just put
what
it
a bizarre
down.
Outburst. Koshioshi and you
I was too busy
Your
choking
strange
to swim
antics
away.
only prove how desperate you are for attention. Bow down to the queen instead of embarrassing yourself further. Chaos reigns supreme here. Ribbit.
I'm pretty sure we're just witnessing two stalker fish fighting over the same camera. Like, this is Streamer Wars 101. Flint, get back! Back, 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 back. Back. Go on. Back. Flint, get! Sorry. Every time I cough, Flint tries to crawl under my desk, but because I have a sit-stand desk, I don't think it's safe, so I kick him out. Alright, put this camera around this side where it's safer. Okay, now let's grab the other camera, which is now also being teleported. Oh. Okay. So I don't think there's much point returning this camera because it's always getting stolen the second I put it back. Like, it'll get stalked the whole way it swims back and immediately get taken. Fuck you! Leave my fucking camera alone! I knew it! Fuck! Oh, I hate these things! Bruh. Fucking fish! Ah. Give up on life. Ooh. Alright, might put my salt here because I can like cook shit with it and then this here because I have no space in me or box. No space. Hello. Okay, Frank. I'm sure he's okay. He's just having a moment. Don't worry about him. He's having a wee moment. Let's eat some. More stuff. Okay. So, can you actually make condensed food in this game? Like the little nutrient blocks that you can find? Or can you only find... Bub's not wrong, or just give up and stuff the cameras in lockers. Stop it. You are getting flat. Think power cell charger. I was trying to make that, but I don't know how to make synthetic fibers, so... Whatever, bro.
Cell charger. Power cell charger.
Oh, and the thermal blade! I can fucking make it. The modification station. Okay, so... Do I have the full things for the modification? I don't think I do. I don't think I have the full modification station stuff. Do I? Oh, I hope I do. Power transmitter extends the range of the power. Okay. Thermal plant, solar panel, spotlight. I'm slowly drowning, but whatever. I'm busy. Oh, I need to make a computer chip. Let me. You breath stink! Computer chip, you say, hmm? To the top. To the top. Old copper. Fucking copper again! I think I had some copper on me. Let me... Where are me floaties? They are. Have anything in these guys? Oh, I got the table coral. Fuck! I don't think you can make nutrient bars unless you mod it, I guess. Nothing even similar. Ah! Sample tube. There. Oh, no. There. There's one more. There it is. Gold. Wah! You can spawn them via console. Cheating! Copper? Please, I got one! One fucking copper! Ah! This is me modification station. Ah! I need another copper so I can make wire. Here we go again on the copper hunt once more. Yippee. I love copper hunting. This is like my favorite pastime, chat. It's like my favorite thing to do. Hunt for copper. Yippee. Yippee-yi-yi-ki-yay. Rock. Damn it. Rocks. Rocks, I reckon. Rocks. A rock. Hello there. Wait, have you been here this whole time? Oh, have I? Oh, lordy. This has been here the whole time? Embarrassing. Oh, that would have been a useful item, I'm sure, at some point, and now it's just... Yep. Cool. Yeah, I played it. You just keep missing me play it. Wait, what? You were able to in the beta, but it was called something else, like nutrient block. But you couldn't cook fish yet, so they changed it to let you cook fish instead of making... okay. Cook fish? You're in an ocean full of fish and you could... God, look at these items in here that would have been so fucking helpful. Early game. That's actually like really close to the standard base. Early game. And I didn't fucking see any of this. Early game! Look at all this stuff that I could have fucking had. It would have been so good. What the fuck? Ah.
30 seconds.
Shut up. Oh, I'm blind. The exit. Ugh. Ladder. Whee! I arise! In theory, the lantern fruit and bulbous and marble melon are the go-to for food, but they're so fucking big! They're so obnoxiously large. Back in the hole. If I can find the hole. No. Entry? There it is. That way, that way. There's something else to scan in here, but I ran away to breathe. That? It's not the vehicle bay I now need, it's the wrong one. Crab trap. Like there's an angry stalker fish out there. Ah, this is pain. All you need is melon bulbous. I do have a melon seed, so I suppose I could plant that. All right, let's get out of here. I'm gonna go cry myself a fresh river. I feel like going down is a mistake. Let's go up. Out. Ow, my health, fuck! Hello! Damn! Well, I want to check out that hole. Was a hole there! And I wish to peer inside it! For every hole is my goal. Where'd the thing go that I was exploring? Please tell me I wasn't hallucinating this whole time. Hello? With it. Leave me alone! With the thing. Hello? Where the fuck did it go? I'm blind! I keep tilting my head up to see better. It's not helping. Don't look at me like that, girls. I've lost. I got. It's got. With it. I got my thing that I was. Hello. Gone. Was never there, chat. Was never there in the first place. Wait, what was I even here for again? I was looking for copper. Right. Yes, copper. Yes, copper. Rocks. Anyway. Here, rocky, rock. Here, rocky, rocks. I need some rocky rocks. Oh shit, I went into a cave without realizing. Okay, no, I'm fine. Where the fuck are the rocks when I need that? Yeah, Rocky, rock. You having a nap? Can I have some sunlight, please? Fucking rocks around here, dude. Oh, it's an egg. Every time I see something glowing, I think it's something like loot-wise, and it's always a goddamn egg. I don't want your babies. Stone anywhere? Oh? What's happening? I will always use the Cyclops. Give me my big beautiful nuclear power submarine. My bad, Copper. I liked it. Then it blew up because I didn't know they made it have damage in. Oh dear. So you're saying that you're a shit driver then? There's some fucking rock and stone, please. I need a dwarf. So fucking yummy. Give me fucking rocks! Bro! I don't want your mobile vehicle bay fragment. Teeth? Your teeth? Ow, I just wanted your teeth. Jeez, no need to be so fucking moody. Oh my goddamn camera again. Oh, praise the Lord, a piece of copper. Oh. Tried to explode me. Be nice if I could spot some copper on my way through as well, but doesn't look like that's happening. Yay! A spare piece of copper for a poor lady. Let me in. Hi, Stealthy! Well, I hope you folks are doing. Hey, King Braun! How's it going? Ugh, hate that lag so bad. No expressiveness for you, Stealthy. Only lag. Frank has his friends. Up a wire. So I'm trying to make a microchip so that I can make a modification station. I need gold and table coral. Oops, wrong one. Gold. Coral. Oop, wrong one. This one. Right, I should be okay to... No? Oh, I need another table coral. Sorry! Little bubbles inside my fucking thing then. Ugh! Can't handle that. Ooh, got a base set up! Yep, we got a friend. We got Frank, a free roaming fish. We have Joel has been acquired a new home, and so has Dave. We're all friends now. I need that water. I happen to be dehydrating really bad. Oh, excuse me. Oh, okie dokie. Right, I was off to get another table coral. One day I'll remember things. One day I will have memories. It'll be a great day indeed. I tend to need this for a lot of things, so I'm just gonna like harvest this whole section. Just finished my birthday? Where's your birthday today? Happy birthday! Yo, your birthday is the day before Prime's. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you. I feel kind of dangerous walking around with this knife in my hand when Frank is free roaming. Not gonna lie. Emergency food. No! Never eat my babies. Alright. Now I just need a diamond. Lead. We are good to cook. A modification station. A modification station. Will she fits? Oh, she fits. She's pretty small, actually. She can kind of go anywhere. Alrighty, nicey, nicey, nicey. I'll put you there, I guess. Diamonds are found near the other island. I know, I've already got some that I got just in case. Oh, I actually bought them both for the prawn suit, so now I'm down one for the prawn suit. Whatever, I got quite a little. Thermoblade. I already have a repulsion. Oh, I got a propulsion cannon. Words are hard. I have a propulsion cannon. I can upgrade to a repulsion cannon. Bruh. Cyclops, upgrade, prawn suit, upgrade, seamoth, upgrade, upgrade. What upgrade do I have on the seamoth now? Is it a Mark 1 or Mark 2? I'll have to go take a look. For now, upgrade my knife. Fancy knife. Okay, I now have a fancy knife. Less steel for that. Ow! Oh, fuck, that's yummy. Sorry for the mouth noises, chat. Also, Stealthy, it's your playthrough that broke me. I want to play Subnautica again. Do it! Ah! Do it. You know you want to. Nice and full. Oh no, I keep... Oh my god, I'm never gonna get anything else done ever because I'm just sidetracked at every 2 seconds. Like, oh, I can make that now. Oh, I can upgrade that now. Oh, I can do... Stealthy. Stealthy, please. Ah! It's my plasteel. Titanium and lithium. Easy. Oh, I can make bleach. Make some bleach. What the? I know, man. Oh yeah, I can unpin that now. See my pinned blueprints. It'd make sense if it put them to the fucking top, wouldn't it? No, I gotta go hunting for the little bastards again to unpin them. God damn it. Unpin. Wait, don't I have a high capacity O2 tank already? Have it. track stealthy. Ah! With deleting the modification station from my pinned objects. Wherever it is, there it is. What to do next? No. Oh, what was the thing that I just said that I wanted to fucking do? Hello? Gonna check. That easily. Oh, distracted again! Whee! Did I need lead or lithium? I wasn't paying close enough attention. Ah! I'll grab both just in case. Where's my rubber? Rubber. There it is. Rubber. Oh, jingle jingle! I need another rubber. Fins. I have fins. I'm fucking wearing them. Oh, excuse me. How to make that again? I need creepvine figures. Fucking. La 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 la. Put the salt away. Do, 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 do. I'm never distracted. Yeah, I got the marble melon. Was that what you said was good? Good planting stuff. Suppose I'll rip out one of my seizure. One of my lantern. Oh, I can't. Hello. Well. Okay. Duly noted. Can't. Once it's planted. That's all. Okay. Well, I thought I could just rip it out. Apparently, I cannot. Whatever, bro. I didn't want to put it there anyway. Get my water. Okay, off we go. Some creepvine. Creepvine literally right there, you numbnut. Jingle, jingle, jingle. Give me my good kitties. All right. That'll do. Never do anything but build base and upgrade. Build base and upgrade. Build base and upgrade. Never ever do anything else.
Captain.
Like the live it fruit and it will despawn. Well, good thing I didn't! And again. I didn't need this much silicon. Oh well. Oh well. Right, I need to grab a titanium and then I need to take my fins off. Do I have a spare titanium floating around where it shouldn't be? Doesn't look like I do. Let's do it, Sybil! My baby cat! And how do I take my fins off? Hello? Do I need to make a spare set of fucking fins? I can't just take my fins off? Sybil, you're a little cutie. Oh, meow meow. Meow meow meow. Apple, meow meow. Take it off now. Ah, I found the button. Build base and upgrade so god deeper. Exactly. This should make me swim faster. Needed to fucking run for my life. I kind of want that high capacity tank too, but I don't think I have enough lithium. Oh, no I do. I have exactly the right amount of lithium. Yoink, 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 yoink. It's sad because I'm using what I'm gonna need to use on my prawn suit, but prawn suit can wait, I suppose. My fins got applied. I don't need this creepvine cluster on me. Plant section. La 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 la. Bald man. I'm not bald. They just keep fucking shaving me. My hair just grows really, really fast. Right, my oxygen tank. Nice. The depths we shall go, gemstone. All right, what seamoth depth module starter module do I have on my seamoth? Let's go find out. It is pitch black. What are we googling? I'm not fucking bald. You're bald.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
How do I see what? How do I see what level of upgrade it has on it? Do I have to like? Aha! I'm going to assume it's a Mark 1. Yes, it is. Okay, so I go. Wait, I need to take that out so I can make the Mark 2. Wait! Stealthy! Fuck! Does it require... Water flapping in front of my face is driving me nutty. Look, I can make a Cyclops engine. Mark 2. I need plasteel, an hourglass, and magnetite. I don't know where the fuck you get magnetite from. Oh, you got a 1, Ginger. Bamboozled.
Warning, emergency power only. Oxygen production offline.
Yes, ma'am. I guess my titanium. Eh. I'm slowly suffocating. Haha. I love when I walk with this in my hand, I'm like, I strut with it. Nice. Panties. Give me water up. What am I missing? What's this that I'm missing? Oh, I can't open it when there's no power. That makes sense. Alright, where do we find magnetite, chat? Where will I find the magnetite? Where's the Pokemon at? Bring some batteries with me, actually. We go back and grab some batteries. I saw a spark when I walked in. Didn't like that. No, in the battery locker, numbnuts. Please. For those with me. Cyclops upgrade. Finding myself of what I have. Black. Find out. I want to know. Deeper. So I gotta go deeper? Damn it. Baldy and Reader, even though you're fucking flinging insults left, right, and center. How you doing today? Did my fucking thing break again? How does this thing keep breaking? I just repaired this. Fuck you, you can stay like that. I don't even care. What is my character missing that I can carry? Backpack? acting like I'm missing an item. Here, Now, I gotta decide what direction I go to go. That side is electric stuff. This way, not so electric stuff. So I'm gonna go dive deeper, but I'm gonna go dive deeper that way. Southwest. Yep. To go get the important dead body. Where's the important dead body? Over there. Generally the direction I kind of... No, it's not really. It's not the direction I want to go. That's, like northwest. Oh well, fuck it. Wee ball! My battery's going flat, but... Get away, dumb fish! I haven't actually traveled this direction at all, so... Find out, I guess. Whoop, sorry, fish. Coming through. Lady driver. Oh, that's a rock wall. Up, 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 up. Wait, pause. Very important. Have to have some more of my Biscoff slice. Yum, 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 yum. Some top tier shit. Num, 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 num. We're in the undersea. Speak like I know what that is. Alright, let's see. Don't smash into things, stealthy. I hope there's no leviathans in this direction because... Upgrade my seamoth diving capabilities. What's we got, little buddy boy? Go. Get. Oh? Oh, there we go.
Live pod launch sequence initiated. Entering planetary atmosphere.
My creators, the cherishers and sustainers of worlds, give me this day my daily pleasures as I give to those who seek pleasure.
Oh no, he's religious! Not religion!
External temperature approaching critical levels.
So many redeems. Yeah, sorry about that.
And love for mine is the power. I am the one. On and off and on again.
On and off and on again. Okay, sir. If you say so.
I am done playing as this bundle of flesh. Return me.
Turn me? Dude's been looking at those psychedelic fish too much. No, Sybil, you cannot have my Biscoff slice. Fuck right off. Oh, there's a cliff. Love swimming off cliffs. I have 100 meters left on this. Oh, it's not really a cliff. I thought it was. It looked like one. I'm gonna save because I'm getting scared. Because I haven't been here before. And I don't know where the fuck I am. Oh, I can't go any deeper. Sad little seamoth.
Detecting multiple.
Oh, what's that?
Are you certain whatever you're doing is worth it?
No, I'm not certain. What the fuck was that? Hello? Anyway, bye. I was just Oh, what's that? Oh, hey, Flint. Get your nose off my table. Get. Oh, there's lots of angry boys around here. Oh, shit. Ow, fuck. Sorry, fish. Okay, If I park him up here, maybe he'll be safe. Save real quick. Saving often. I've been fucking lulled into a false sense of security from all my autosave games. Okay. No, I do swim faster with it. Nasty. Just looking. Any nasty guys around here? Clint, stop scabbing. Go lay down. Whoa. Okay, where's the entry point? There's gotta be one around here somewhere.
This is your
Oh,
daily
hello.
reminder. Reaper Leviathans use echolocation. If you can hear them, they can see you. This is your daily reminder. Reaper Leviathans use echolocation. If you can hear them, they can see you.
Look, buddy, I didn't hear nothing. I was about to run out. Fucking entry point, please. Guess I'm not getting in this one. Open. Open. Stop. Alright. Repair point. Alright, well fuck you too then. I didn't want to get in there anyway. Anyway. There's my seamoth. No! You piece of shit! No, my seamoth!
Square tube on the top tier 100.
You cunt!
Square tube on the top tier 100.
My seamoth! Oh, he's got 9. Oh fuck, I have to go past him. Oh, we got this, 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 we got this. I got 9 strength left on it. Bug, 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 bug. We got this, we got this, we got this. Fuck that fucking Leviathan and his goddamn red lipstick. Hey, hey. What's that? Is safe yet? Slightly more shallow area. I'll park here for a moment. Fuck. Fix it! Square tube on the top? That was how to get into it. Well, too bad now because the fucking Leviathan tried to eat me. Bastard. Alright. I want to leave this guy parked over here. Hoping, being that he's slightly... Ow! Why do I keep spawning on top of my thing? Jesus. Hoping, because he's in a slightly shallower zone, no one gonna come eat him. In a room again. Hey, Mila! No, I send it all the stealthy for comms? Wait, what? Got my bladder with me ready to go, just in case. Oh, that was gold. No. Loot, please, Docker. This tank has made me a lot slower. And it makes me sink. This is a heavy fucking tank. God damn. Get ready to bladder my way out of here. Goodbye, man. Scannables on the outside, please and thank. That looks like an egg. It's definitely an egg. Scanner room fragment again. Oh, give me some new shit. I'm gonna get this rock. Alright, we'll reboot my breath, come back, and then we'll try to get inside. Raided my fins, but they can't do much against this goddamn oxygen tank, that's for sure. Breathe? I leave. Don't you dare attack my seamoth, you piece of shit. I just repaired that. Right, entry point. Not there. Oh, I found a hole! Please give me something. I want that vehicle bay stuff, please. Yay. I ain't reading that.
PDA data.
Oh, whoop. I'm gonna get so fucking turned around in here. Am I upside down, around the right way? I don't fucking know. I'm just existing. Where am I? Whoop, whoop, whoop. Bit close to the electricity is where I'm at. So this section is not... Go. Oh, I can. Can I go through a door now? Fuck you anyway. I didn't want to go. Okay. Okay. I made it out. One's eating my seamoth? I don't think so. Big tube. Game looks familiar. Oh lord, you've been going a while. Just wait, what have I? Ah, what was that? Oh, it was you. Go away, Mr. Grumps. I'm trying to do shit. Ugh, I'm gonna have to go up for air and come back. Very easy to just use my air bladder. Upsy daisies, how you doing? The Subnautica, I just read you using it. No wonder it looks familiar. Subnautica has been launched. Thanks, Stealthy. Oh, welcome! Oh, geez, last time I played this, it was 2018. Hot damn. Did you finish the game? Cool finish, because I certainly have. Okay. Right, can I get into a different section of ship, please? Thank. I want items for my vehicle. Upgrade bay, whatever you want to call it. Thank you. Oh, nope, that was a fake. Fake out! Not real! Not door. Around this side, maybe. Okay. Hole? Can I climb in your hole? Oh. Come on, there's this giant thing! Can I not get in anywhere other than that one room? Surely. Surely! There's more. Oh, rock. Rock. Ah, it was only titanium. Surely there's another fucking room thing somewhere. Right? Nope. They're just... Nope. Okay. Oh, it's one of those floaty things. Last Subnautica 2 build was crazy good. I can't wait, though it was laggy, but that may be my computer. Could be, especially these days. Well, I give up. Alright, where's my seamoth? There it is. I figured I'd try to play this game and like finish at least Subnautica 1. I do want to play Sub 2 when it releases. Okay, it's pitch black. I can't see shit. Go home. I suppose I'll head back towards the island with that base on it. Drop a beacon there on it while I'm there. And see if I can find, what's it called? Magnetite? Around there. You stole my fucking camera again. But they put it back. Okay, they've left camera 1 alone. Camera 2 is the one that's been yoinked. Oh god, is it broken? I can't see it on my... Ooh. Uh-oh. They break camera 2? Oh no, it's all the way over there. Even little bastards. Spin, spin, spin. Oh, you know, you turn the lights off, get out. Base still has some power left. What's glowing down there? Nothing, apparently. I'm just crazy. I'm just fucking insane! Yeah, I thought they said the story will still take a bit. They sent me the file, but whatever. So you're playing the, was it beta version? Which one? Frank, you still here? There you are. Good boy. Seizure. Drink. Sure, I'll eat my fish. Eat the fish. I don't. Okay. Drop off this crap. Down. Oh, there goes my power. Rip.
Power only.
Oh. Titanium. 1 space for 1 ore there, and then the rest of the stuff can just go over here. Yep. Okie dokie. Darkness dooms us all. I still have... Yes, I do have a power cell with me in case this dies. 40% charge left.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Oh. How much for that charging thing, anyway? Oh, what's that? Seamoth torpedo system? What? I didn't realize that was a thing. Woo! Oh! I do so wish I had the thing that allows me to upgrade my fucking thing. Nice. Or make a prawn suit. Alas. Fuck, there's so many things! Ah! Many choices. Fuck. This is so bad for my brain can't compute. It has too many decisions. Too many good choices. Now, where we head? Where I'm at. And where am I headed? Okay, so that's that. I wanna go southwest.
Stealth 236 booty.
I resent the fact that you resubscribe with an S emote, but I'll accept it. A whole year though! Oh, happy anniversary, honey. Happy 1 year, honey bun. Nom, nom. Fuck, this slice is so good. Oop, wrong way. Pretty sure this is general direction of the island. Generally speaking, around about this way, maybe, potentially. I hope so. Balls. Not to look like it. You sure I've already been through that? Ow! Shit. Anyway. Alrighty. The surface, check where the island's at. I'm at 60 damage, bro! What the fuck did I run into? Damn! Alright, hang on. Oh! I did. Did I just. Okay, I didn't take that out. Okay, we're fine. We're fine. Or something over there. But Subnautica, how much have you played this game? How many hours you got? How many hours? You have a problem? Ew, what the fuck? I don't like that. It looks like a hand. Creepy, I don't like that. Alright, double check again that I'm not heading towards going to eat me alive territory. I think that's the island right there. Whoop! Oh, I dove too deep. I flipped around. Fuck, now I'm lost again. I looked down a little bit too hard. Hope you're having a good stream! Heading out for some breakfast! What's for breakfast? Oh, what's that? I'm swimming. Think I've already been here. I have. Heading southwest in general. Will my heat knife cut through that? How do I farm these things? The heat knife thing? Can I heat knife it? Can I use me knife? Can I use me knife? I don't think I can, but I'm gonna try anyway. Yeah, fucking figures. Oops, didn't mean to do that. No, not that way. That way. Right, back to surface again, because otherwise I'm gonna get lost, because I'm stupid. Maybe having a good stream. I am, I'm enjoying. How goes the local waters? Oh, I'm flying! I've had worse. The Leviathans with the current batch, so it seems alright. Alright, let me drop a beacon on this fucking thing. Alright, stop. I get run over by my seamoth again. Does it matter where I put the beacon? Does the beacon have to be in water? What's the chances that the beacon has to be in fucking water? Ah! Can I go to the base? Put it on the base? Either way, I want to turn the lights off of this. I don't trust things not to eat it. But how you doing behind the smile? How is your local waters, if you have any? I mean, I don't mean to assume you're an island dweller, but you know, case. We have crabs still, or they all Are they all fucked off? When I came through here, the crabs tried to eat me. Paratha? Potato frat, fucking, you a frat boy? Flatbread with yogurt and some fried eggs. Oh, that sounds really nice, actually. Scrumptious. So Fancy Tree. There's Fancy Tree. I want to check out Fancy Weeping Willow looking ass tree. You. That. Look at you. Why do we have fancy tree here? No reason? For the sake of it? Okay then. Right. That's fine, I guess. If I walk all the way to the base and then find out that this beacon has to be placed underwater, I am going to skin the entire chat alive. Because you didn't say shit. You just sat there in silence and watched me fucking waste my time. Be warned! Be warned. Da. I'm heading to that. Okay, whatever. Whatever. My local waters should be okay. So far, the day has been normal. I hope normal is good. Good is normal? Yes. Hope your normal days are good days. Walk around the boundary at this point. Just checking to see if I missed anything last time. Just looking, chat. I'm just looking because I didn't do the full perimeter. Boo boo boo. Do. Funny watching the tiling. Once you're finally this far up, you can see the tiling of the pattern. Uh-oh. My sense of direction is fucking... Oh, I'm stuck on a plant. That's fine. I make my own path. That's how I ended up dead last time. Let's not do that. Okay, we're fine. This is just looping me back to my seamoth. Did the people that bred upon this island have a little walking trail for themselves to just loop around the boundary? Were they that bored? Oh, there it is. Hello. Oh, there's a crabby. Hey, little fella. Can you cut, please? Okay, thank you. Cool. Oh, that's the potato. That's the potato! Now, how much? Oh, that's actually pretty alright. 12 and 12. In water. 12 and 14. Actually pretty solid. Is the lantern? Fucking accents. It's nowhere near as good as the marble plant. I've been bamboozled! Oh, I haven't scanned the marble melon, my bad. Reminds me of Water Joke, Japan, or our sewer's so clean, fish swim in them, America. Oh yeah, well, we got people sleeping in ours. Anywhere they can go, they will sleep. Did I get up there? When I... in here before? I don't think I did. Come on, get in there.
Ramius' raid with 6 viewers is noted, but only Shadow says chaos matters here.
Oh, I did
Welcome,
go up here.
minions. Go down to the Queen or prepare for the chaos that follows. Enjoy your standard domain. Ribbit.
Oh, it's my titanium. It looked like a giant turd rolling by. Alright, we try to place the beacon, chat. Even if you just raided in, if this beacon has to be placed underwater and you let me waste my time walking all the way over here, you're gonna get skinned alive. We've been warned! Alright. Nice. Yeah, it works anywhere! How do I name it? I call it Fruitland! Because it is a land of fruit. Fruitland. Okay. That's good. Ah, fuck. Wait, did I name it? Fuck! Hang on. Great. Land. Land. There we go. Alright. It has been named. Okay, this is fine. Fruitland! Woo! Hello, Narami's Crazy Donuts! Oh, you lurking crazy? It was good. Lots of Sea of Thieves. Hey, oh, we're all in the water today. Yumming plant. Is this any good to eat? No, it is not. Wow. La 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 la. Oh, oh, no, 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 ah, no. Ah! Well, I'm still alive, so it's fine. I didn't realize I was right by the water there. I thought I was just gonna die. Anyway. I might have slightly overreacted. Can I scan that one? No, I cannot. This is fine. It was all part of the plan. Yeah. Let's get back to my seamoth without getting crushed by falling stones. Did your win in Repo? How far did you get in Repo? I've never gotten past, like, I think it's like level 4 or something. Rocks. Wait. Hello? Oh, it's above me. That's why I can't see it. I'm like, where? I hope something didn't just steal my fucking seamoth, but no, it's just... I wish to cross! Alright, we're gonna try our luck diving again. I know there was those creepy walkie things around. I don't really like that, but... Well, 3 or 4, I think, tonight. It was just me and one other person. Okay. Shadow from? Bloody nose. Alright, no deeper than 300 stealthy. Floaty balls. Alright. Park. No, 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 Squidward, I was just looking around, man. Ow! You don't want to worry about me. Don't worry about me. Wait, where's the thing that I wanted to scan? Oh, there it is. Moon pole fragment! Fucking finally! Does that mean I have to go hunting around here for my moon pole? Oh god, this is not gonna be fun. No, he's back! He's back, 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 he's back. Fuck off, Squidward! Sorry, fish. Blame the Squidward. Things look cool. Nice. Get it? Doesn't take long to lose a Squidward once you get moving. Or if they fucking teleport back to you again. I didn't see a single Squidward last time I was out here. What's going on? Membrane tree. Direction, then down. It'll fuck off and leave me alone. Da 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 da. Boop. Boop 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 doo doo doo. Am I safe now? You left a lot. My own stream of water scares me every goddamn time. Embarrassing. Trying to eat me. I'm scared. Fuck. That. Oh, that's yeah, that's hot. Okay. It's what that is. Anyway. Base. That way. Stay away from the little geysers. Duly noted. Ooh, what was that? Waterfish? Let's do. I'm just minding my business, I tell you. I just wanted to check the depths without Squidward eating my ass. Ding dong! What is it? How's the boss, Dave? Dave is not in my hand right now. He has his own little house. He is safe at home. Scan that. I've already scanned it. Apparently. Oh, what's that? Oh, there's a good eating fish. Oh my god! Look, he's all erect. Ah. Most of the fishes get all flopsy when you pick them up. Oh! Fucking biter. Bitch ass. Nothing around here causing trouble? No? Okay. Okay. Back in here. Have a good night. I'll be lurking. Thank you for the alert, Naramis. Take care of yourself post-stream. Have a stretch. Have some food and drink. You know the drill. Alright, let's see if I can safely dive to the depths without triggering Squidward this time. Oh, it's that thing. Oh, there's several of those things. Zoom zoom. Don't eat me. Oh, there's another one. Ah, fuck, there's so many angry things around here. Dude, I just want to go diving. That rock that I can harvest? It is. I think it's just pretty rocks for display purposes. More rocks for stealthy. More rocks. Where am I? I'm fucking lost. Still can't dive deeper. Where go? Where? Oh. And you before? Scan? I can scan! An eye stalk. Ooh, that's a creepy name. I don't like that. Can it see me? Oh, it's not even a plant. Ow! Bloody plant. He's stabbing me. Alright, let's try this again. All Squidwards this time, please, thank. I'm definitely gonna get a Squidward. Oops. So that he has to be parked out a little bit higher up. Oh, sorry, fishies. Park him here until the lights off. Inevitably lose him because I don't know where I left him. Hey. Let's take a looky. I'm surprised the bladderfish can be found this deep, to be honest. I can't see anything. There's too much light in my room. How this bitch survive Australia? Hey man, you know that the ocean's tried to kill me several times. You've been here long enough to hear that story at least 3 times. Stories. Oh, damn well it's tried to kill me. Wants me dead. Alright, once I'm at about 50%, I gotta go back. Oh, I haven't scanned this yet? My bad.
Detecting a titanium mass somewhere in this area. Unable to confirm whether it originated on the Aurora.
There's my seamoth. East. East is my seamoth. Remember, stealthy. To the east! So let me kill this guy real quick. not. I didn't actually want that fish. Okay. Plant. Stop. Dramatic music is making me nervous. Oh, I'm hot. Oh, I'm hot. Okay, don't go that way. My east. East. Oh god, that's the way I just swam away from. Uh-oh. Flint, you fucking scared me. Back off. Out. Out. I am now radioactive. Haha. Alright. Wait. Seamoth, seamoth. I have to go back. Right, I really gotta upgrade this seamoth. Where the fuck do I get the magnemite? Ah! Oh, oh. I need magnemite. Wah. How deep is magnemite found? And in which compassal direction? Get in there.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Let's start heading home, I guess. Rocks! Don't hit the rocks! Okay, we're good. What's that? Oh. Squidward,
Magnetite
go
can
away!
be found in the shallow Grand Reef, the mountains, and the Lost River. It often appears in limestone outcrops. Maybe Stealthy Mouse will actually gather some for once. Ribbit.
Oh, shut you up! And also, I don't know where the fuck those places are! Don't give me place names! I need compassal directions! Alright, let's see if Squidward pisses off this time. Can I fight Squidward with a knife? Oh, fucking. Off is fine. Got here. Cyclops depth module. Thanks, but
acquired.
Not what I was after, mate. Hey! Wrong button! And I move this. Oh, not you! Fuck off! These. Alright. Oh, it was a fucking scanner room fragment. Are you kidding me? A drill arm. Nice. What else was there to scan? What's that do? Bed pole! Yes, please! Yes, please! Yes!
New blueprint acquired.
I got my bits, mate. I got me fucking bits. Can I collect this stuff? Right. I can. Membrane trees. Oh, it's a seed. I don't fucking care. Now, last time I went that way, Squidward showed up. So let's go back this way, go catch my breath, and then come back down. Don't you laugh at me. Give me compass directions! People! You're no fucking help! Why do I even bother with you? Hopeless, the lot of you. Alright, let's find a hole. Where's your hole at? Where's your hole at? Where's your hole at? Well, I found a hole, but is it the hole? That looks like a pointless hole. Beautiful! There's nothing in here. Now turn around and get back out. What was the point of that? Oh, I'm sinking. I sink. Damn, I sink really bad with this oxygen tank. God damn. Can I scan that? Is that a scannable? It looks like a scannable. I don't think it is. Fuck you. There's Squidward. Oh, there's a Squidward. Do I fight him, chat? Oh, he's gone. Squidward respawns. Do I fight him, chat? Do I stab a bitch? Alright, scannables. Oh, moon pool again. I already got you. No help. You mean? What the fuck? Where's my backseaters when I need them? Do I stab a bitch? Do I show him his boss? Do I stab? Get his stabbies? I have my stabbies on the ready, just in case. Fucking ready, con. Oh, don't you survive? Fucking scanner room fragments everywhere! Like scanner room again. Rock. I have to go get more oxygen and then come back. Alright, Squidward, play with you later. I'll play with you later, okay? I need oxygen, I can't breathe. I like to think that the Squidwards can't like breathe in water. Can't breathe in water either, and the reason they keep teleporting away and then coming back is they're like teleporting back to station to get some oxygen. Gotta take a breath to come back. Try again later. Alright, let's find a hole. Scannable? And scan? Oh, that was a burp. I got all those fragments, didn't I? Oh, now I've got all those fragments.
New blueprint acquired.
Alright. New entry Doko. Angry Squidward out there. Oh, my thingy's not powerful enough to... I can get in there. Can't latch onto that. I'm guessing the extra strong propulsion cannon can maybe a little. I just need a stronger gun. Oh, there's a hole. I'll take Sippy soon. Oh. Oh, laser cutter. Ba 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 ba. Salt water. We are in big salt water. I'm slowly cutting a hole while suffocating. Right. Zappies. I'm gonna get fucking lost in this place. I have to go back. I'm running out of oxygen. There's another hole to dig? Bruh. Where am I? Me oxygen levels are not built for this shit. Oh, hello. We got docking bay, repair module. Yes. Nutrient block! It's a bit soggy, but I'll yoink it. I gotta re-oxygenate and then I'll come back. Oh, remember the way out, Stealthy? Oh, I don't think this was the way out, Stealthy. Oh. My god, I'm stupid. That was the way in. How did I miss the... Whatever. Walk in. Whatever, con. Moth. Seamoth. Seamoth. Seamoth? Oh, there he is. Blending in with the balls. How's that story going so far? I haven't heard a lick of nothing since, Alien visions. Since that weird troglodyte vision. Other than, like, the group of people that got stranded here long before us and were trying to cultivate. This way. This way. And then I can also cut hole. The other hole that I could cut. Heck yeah! Alien visions! Fuck yeah! Good stuff. Come on, let me in. In the fucking way. I need the bladder at this depth. Seriously, I can't grab it? Ugh. Out of the damn way. No scannables? I came all this way for nothing? Are you telling me I came all this way for nothing? It was an empty room? You've got to be shitting me. You've got to be kidding me. That hole. I no longer know which way's up. Haha. Nothing there? Oh, this is getting dangerous. Let me save real quick. We're getting a bit deep in here. I don't know where, what, and the who. Oh, okay. Where the fuck am I now?
Integrating new PDA data.
Or I have... Oh, it's a grappling arm. I haven't got that. I don't think. Maybe? I haven't got it. And now I do.
New blueprint acquired.
Alright, is that... everything? I believe it is. Can I exit this way, bro? I've been doing shit the hard way, apparently. You know. Casually, just cause why not? Whatever, bro. Alright, seamoth. That's it. I'm gonna fucking go on the seamoth, and then I'm gonna square up that Squidward. I'm too tempted. I need to fight my fear by murdering a Squidward. I gotta fucking do it, chat. For my own sanity. Must kill Squidward. Here, Squidward! There he is. Nice if I had a torpedo gun, but... Oh, did I save? Save again, just in case. Oh. Fuck. Why you run, you fucking coward? He knew I was coming. What? Who is that? He's glowing. Hello? Yes, it is. Here he is. Come here, you pussy cunt. Wait. But he did some good fucking damage. Owie. Ran. Not like my knife. Oh, he came back? Can I kill a Squidward? Come on. Surprised he didn't actually aggro me despite how close I was. Am I killing the one friendly Squidward in town? Time to catch a train! Glad I could drop by. Good luck murdering Squidward! A different Squidward every time. Has to be a different Squidward every time. You only get 2 slices in and then he pussies out. Bro. Alright, I'm gonna starve to death, so I have to go back. These little praying mantis hands. Good luck on the train! Don't get stabbed! Good luck! Gel, and then get out of here. Gel, gel. Ooh, I've got the gel. Gel. Alright, it's home time. Alrighty. That way. Not go too close from the ground so I can see if there's anything that pops up. I go hunting. I was kind of hoping if I managed to kill a Squidward, I'd get some, like, interesting loot off it. Like, edible, baby. Fucking eat the intelligent life forms. La, 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 la. Telling me you wouldn't eat a monkey? Mm-hmm. Well, no Magnemite, I guess. Gotta go into Leviathan territory for that, which I'm not really looking forward to. Oops, sorry, buddy. Battery's dying on my thing. Okie dokie. We are home. All the dramatic music. When does the sun come back up? Is for anything else? Gate rocket. I suppose technically I can make the cycle. I make the prawn suit here? Vehicle docking bay with high energy and structural requirements. Oh, hey, Sybil. Popping by, you saying hello? Blah, blah, blah. My options. My options. What do we want to make? What do we want to make? I don't want to make a power cell charger, which means an advanced wiring kit. Necessary. I still don't know how to make synthetic fibers. Ah! Silver, gold, and a fucking computer chip. Always the fucking copper, isn't it? Copper for this, copper for that, copper for fucking everything. No one likes copper. Why not acquire it after murdering it with spicy knife? No, I then also have to catch the dead body. Hey! 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 Dead body! Hey! 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 Fuck! My dead body! Come back! I'm swimming! Swimming into the abyss! Moving out. Alright, this place is gonna go flat if I use it so much as once. Oh no. Magnetite for fucking everything, man. Wah. Where's my magnetite? Hey, Frank. Having a good one, buddy? Cook this thing so I can eat it. Eat it. Enough noises. Oh. Oh, sorry. My iPad is dying. It's on its way out, folks. It's not got much longer to live. Ah, fuck. Wrong button. I save. Dave! Dave is here, look! Two flips. And we've also got Joel, and now we have Frank as well, because he spawned in and keeps defying gravity. Frank! Come say hello! Frank! Frank? Go. Frank! We were here 2 seconds ago. Where'd he go? Frank! Frank? Oh, there he is. There's Frank. Hanging out with his buds right now. He's like, fuck off, Mom, I'm busy! Something like that. We got a Frank now! We do! Top tier Frankhood right there. Da, da, da. Da, 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 da. I'm running out of fucking space again. Never have enough fucking space. Da 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 da. Ba da da ba da ba. Da da ba da ba da ba da. Should make bed so have more space because titanium. Yeah, maybe make bed. Where is it? Oh, I should probably put a radio in here, shouldn't I? But I think I just used the last of my copper again. Ha 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 ha. I have a fucking fiber mesh ass. God damn. My fiber mesh at. There it is. Yoink. Right, do I want big or small? I am but one person. Small bed will do. Put there, right next to Dave. We sleep together, yes. No homo. Awesome, I now have a badge. I know they said to build your work bay, like, separate to your sleep bay, but fuck you. I don't wanna. I finally have a moon pool. I actually can make immediately. Hey, oh, color me surprise. Let's do that. I thought it was I thought it would require a lot more stuff. Wow, words can be really hard sometimes. Wait, there's a lead in there. I need that. Give me that lead. Yeah, I need like a bunch of this stuff. How many lead did I need again? I needed 2 lead and a lubricant. I think I've got a lubricant just floating around somewhere. Where is it? Here it is. Or no, that's batteries. Batteries 4. have another lead because I've just got lead everywhere. It is actually coming out of me. My pores. Yeah. So, whoops, wrong button. Yeah. Question mark? Maybe? Try. I forgot to make it into ingots, you stupid. Damn it! Drink water, Prime. You've been told. I've only got 8 on me. Oh, for fuck's sake. Do I need of those? I need 2. Takes 1, so I need 20. Oh, fuck's sake. I don't have the space. Alright, fine, fine. I'll yo-yo back and forth. See if I can. Yellow Drink is in a VC with me being stupid. Scream at him. Say drink. Yeah, there we go. Drinka, 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 drinka. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Ooh, I've got 10. I'm ready to go. Nice. I need to go find some glass. Where do we find glass again? Oh, I make glass, you absolute fucking numbnut. Duh. Don't forget Joel! Joel's here! Hang on, hang on, hang on. I show you Joel? Joel is here. Got put in his little fish tank so everyone can be together. We got Joel, we got Dave, and we got free-floating Frank. Free-floating fishy Frank. What was I trying to make? I was trying to make a thing. Thing. Enameled glass is what I was trying to make. Orca teeth. I'm just trying to make it to see if it sets off. I notice sometimes when I craft something for the first time, it opens other things that I couldn't craft before. So let's see if this triggers anything. Well, it was worth a shot. Oh well. Now have 1 enameled glass for things that I need to make. Alright, let's go make Moon Bay, whatever the hell it's called. Moon Pool! Okay. Best space for you. Oh, okay, sorry, Joel. Can't believe you forgot Joel. Please? Not that, not that. Fucking rocket! Oh shit, he's in my way. I don't actually know where the... I was happy to be built here like 2 seconds ago. What happened? What happened? You were happy to be here. You fucking liar. I can't build you here because you're gonna be too close to the bottom. Should I move the scanner room? Like I should move the scanner room. Like I have to move that scanner room. Free space to move it? Oh, I should do. Oh, my fucking cameras again! Ugh, whatever. Wait. Let me deconstruct? Is it because that other camera is fucking gone? Oh my god. If it's because that camera is gone is the reason it won't let me move it. I'm gonna spit some goddamn chippies. That has to be why it's not letting me deconstruct it. I'm mad. Mad right now. I am so fucking mad right now. Those goddamn stalkerfish stealing my shit. I can't do what I want to do. Ah, damn it. At this point, I'm tempted to just have the moon pool separate from everything else and say, fuck it. I feel like that's not going to end well if I do that. I feel like that's a bad idea. I'm gonna try. This feels structurally irresponsible. I only have 1.8 hull strength left. Fuck. No. I can't deconstruct it. If I could just deconstruct.
Without human contact, it is normal to experience psychological discomfort. Research indicates symptoms may be partly alleviated by adopting a pet or anthropomorphizing an inanimate object.
About that, I have 3. I already have 3 pets. Thanks for the advice, though, Queen. I'm mad that it won't let me deconstruct this. Fuck. I have to go collect my fucking camera. I think I do. I literally have to go swim over and get the damn thing. Give me my camera, bitch! Give it! Give it. Fucking... Fuck you. Give me my camera. Give it! I literally can't take it till he drops it. Alright, where's my camera? Ow! And a couple of them a little bit angry. How can I deconstruct it, please? It's still not letting me deconstruct it, chat! Okay. I'm gonna try it. Go into base.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Fuck off! I'm done! This bitch! Oh, I'm gonna fuck them up so bad. Come here, you cunt! Oh, they've stolen 2. Fuck you! Give me that one! Give it! They're fighting each other for it. It's a very high value camera. Fuck you guys. If I put my camera down inside the building. Have mercy. I have no health packs on me. Okay. Surely this will work. Surely this will be alright. Thank you for the lurk, Scramble! Come on! Come on! Let me put it away! Stupid! I still can't deconstruct it. No, go away! Can't see, where'd he go? Fucking, oh my god. I'm actually on the verge of having a fucking meltdown. Why won't it just let me deconstruct it? This is stupid! Ah! Alright, I gotta think. I got to think. Pretty certain I can't have foundation underneath that. Won't let me place foundations on that. I need to reinforce before I do anything else. And there was a thing here that was meant to be for reinforcement. Where'd that go? I'm dumb, not see it? Where go? Oh, there it is.
Warning, emergency power only.
Can I sleep in non-oxygenated room?
Warning, emergency power only. Oxygen production offline. Power restored. All primary systems online.
Yes. Alright. Let's see what we can do. See what this does. Oh, it's like a little door? Okie dokie. And put here? No. Like here. Hello? What this does. Okay, so we got some more strength. Okay, I'll take it. I'll take it. Put 2 doors here for like extra strength. I'm tempted! I don't really want to have to open a door to get into there because that's going to be a pain in the ass. Let's not do that one. No. Wait, where's Frank? Frank? There. No, that's not Frank. Where's Frank? Frank? Frank, did I lose you when I expanded? Frank? Hello? Uh-oh, chat. I think we lost Frank. I think Frank's gone. I'm not seeing him anywhere. Frank! I think the expansion ended him. Uh-oh. Frank! Not you, Flint. Frank? Come back. I think he got out, chat. I think he's gone. He's free now. Frank is free now. Every time I see these guys swimming around, I'm like, Frank! Frank? Come on, Frank, chat. Go on. The big boy now. He can do what he wants, I guess. You don't need us no more. Bad day. I liked him. Oh. Guess he never liked us. It's all one-sided imaginary. Never, I guess. Seamoth. The new moon pool.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
And it charges when you plonk it into the moon, doesn't it? Am I crazy? More solar panels.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Here we go. Does it charge? Ah! Or does it just hold it there? I can't tell. Whatever, bro. It's a sad day. Frank hates us. I can't believe he left. He chose to join and then chose to fucking leave. He chose this. Rule the world. He doesn't understand what he's gotten himself into. Might even end up eating him if he's out there. Oh, the fishies keep making me excited. Ah. Gold? Was it one table coral? It's just one. My buddy wants to see Dave! Dave! Little Dave! Fortunately, we don't have Frank anymore, but we have Dave and Joel still. Forever and ever. Even if we have one traitor, we still have our babies. Hang on, let me pull Dave out. Like, get a nice close look at Dave. Here's Dave. Like Dave. We like Dave here. He is friend. Unlike Frank, would never betray. I need another table coral. Oh, that one. Table coral. Alright. Now do the upgrade, bay. Oh. Wait, what happened to the copper wire? I used it. I'm stupid. What happened to the copper wire I just used? Now I need more. Have any more copper though? Oh, I've got one copper. Not enough to make wire. It. Sucks. Alright. Looks like we're going copper hunting, boys. First, we put Dave back into a safe spot because I don't want to risk my baby. He said Dave is cool, isn't he? He's so squishy. Alright, get back in there, Dave. Not safe out here for you. I knew I should have put Frank away. Oh, I fucking knew it. I knew I shouldn't have trusted that little bastard. Need for solar panels. La 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 la. Copper is fuck. Why is it all copper? It's always copper. Oh, I didn't replace my battery on my little zoomy jet thing. Do that before I head out. Eh. Battery. Wrong button. Alright, now we're good to go. There's no splody boys hanging out around here. Oh. Well, there's splody boys in here. Uh-oh. Copper. So much time to sink into making things in this game. So much time. Such little results. I do wish there was an... Oh, wait, I'm fucking stupid. What do you think the scanning room is for, you stupid nonce? I've had it this whole time and never used it, and here I am bitching about not being able to find copper. Hello? I was not known for my smarts, I must say. Is it found in sandstone or... Oh, wait, we got copper right there. Oh, my pretties. Scanning for brain cells. None found! hang on, let me do that. Yeah, nothing. Just infection. What about it? Get that scan done! Yo! I don't think... Oh wait, that's the, that's that, beacon out there. Is it? No, there's nothing over there. Oh wait, I'm inside, so I can't see it anyway. So how does this shit even work? Like, how does the scanny work? Just highlight it for me to find? Or what? I understand. Yeah, the methodology. Or two. Both cameras have been returned. I still have no fucking idea how this scanner works. Will after been scanned things appear before me? Or what? I don't fucking know. I'm gonna go take a nap because it's nighttime. I want it to be daytime. Yes, big stretch. Happy days. Alright. See bubbles. Is that a bad sign? Does that mean I'm leaking? Still scanning. I still see nothing. What are we doing? What happened? Whatever, I go outside. Find my own fucking copper. Here, rocky, rocky, rocky rocks. Uh-oh. Oh, that's not friend. Ouch. Oh, thanks for the sulfur, I guess. Oh. What? No sulfur? Wait, it's right there. Why can't I get it? I can fucking see it. Stupid. I feel like I should be able to scrape those barnacles. Don't know why. No rocks. Ooh, I got one rock. Take this as well, seeing as it seems to be used for fucking everything. Hey, thank you. Something I haven't scanned yet. Thriving weed. Yogi. Rock and stone, stone and rock. I would like a rock to crush. Oh. Oh, get there. Oh. These guys just not produce sulfur after a while or something. Give up on it. Too hard basket. Quartz is always useful. Uh-oh. Ow, okay, slicing it just makes it explode sooner. Duly noted. Yep, that was a good idea. Oh, there we go. There's some sulfur. Rock. Lead. Ooh, again, something I haven't scanned. Where? What? Hey, Nani. Oh, it's the fish. I don't care about the hoop fish. Bald! I'm not bald! I have perfectly good hair! You're blind! Hello. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Oh, that was close. Okay. Still not the copper I require, but it's something. Come here. Come here. Come here, fishy. Ugh, whatever. Alright. Anna done its thing yet? Aha! I can make it explode without, you know, dying. Need oxygen very soon. Get some oxygen before I fucking die. Ooh. Scanning room done its job yet? Da. Nice if it gave you a notification if the scan's complete. But alas, I don't think it's gonna do that.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Lots. Lots. Or... Oh, fuck. Or... I'm running out of space. Uh-oh. Well, I have what I need to make that now, at least. Another solar panel. my computer chip. Oh, there it is. I can make the copper wire if I need it. Okay, I think we're good. Have what I need. Get out of there! Yeah, fishies. Still scanning, apparently. One day it'll tell me what to do. Day. Not that day. Place this anywhere? Build this to upgrade the dock vehicles. Ow. Fuck. Goes on the wall anywhere? Okay. I will put it right. Oh, wait, the upgrade station is on the other side, but that's fine. Gotta stand there. There. Fine, I'll put it there. Ugh, it's a bit squished. What the fuck? Oh. Really? This was just a fucking... This was just for colors? What the fuck? That. See you with my camera over there. Fucking pervert. Okay, I accept its apology. I see upgrade station. Okay. Fucking, I was ready to have a meltdown, I will admit. I was this fucking close to having a meltdown. You almost fucking got me there, bitch. Sorry, my iPad just died, so it's gonna have to sit on charge for a little bit. And you're gonna have to enjoy it not so PNG stealthy for a little while. Oh, spine crunch, that was good. Hold on a second while I make certain everything's okay. Okay, everything's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's okay. Okay. Now, what we got? What we got? You can get a torpedo for it. Oh, those Squidwards won't know what hit them. No more reactor. Recharges power cells in hot areas. Okay. Okay. I accept your apology, upgrader. I didn't know your game. I thought we was gonna have a fucking fight. Let me make this a bright goddamn color. Hopefully that doesn't get it killed or anything like that. I'ma name it Little Red. It's gonna be Little Red. Ah! No, I wanted to type with a space. Look at my camera. What the fuck? What are you doing? Right, how to... Drag, can I have colors? I can have colors! Make it fucking red! Yes! I made the interior colorful as well. I'm gonna fucking, let's make it yellow. I'm gonna go full garish or it's not good enough. There you go, bright yellow. We go orange. Nah, let's go orange. Orange. You watch, I'll name this thing, get attached, and then I'll cry because they're gonna kill it. Where are the stripes? Where are the stripes at? Can't see. Oh, those things. Okay, okay, okay. A purple stripes! There we go. Wait, I gotta do the name in caps lock, otherwise you can't see it properly. Red. Done. Done. Done and done. Let me out. Yeah. It's fucking horrible. It's hideous. I love it. Go home, mouse, you're drunk. Fight me! Once I upgrade it with defense, easy to keep safe. Oh shit. Oh god. Oh, flashbacks to my childhood over again. Yeah, but always falling in the damn pole. Defense upgrade. Depth, solar, perimeter defense, sonar. I don't have the depth one there. Wait, what's that? Reinforcement. Lithium, diamond, and titanium. I'm pretty certain I have all that. Have you done your fucking job yet? God damn. Alright, we head this way. I feel so sad being in PNG mode. No expressions. No, nothing. What am I doing? I'm nuts. Go over here. I want the sneeze. Do I not have any lithium left? Oh, I got 1 lithium left. 1 diamond left. He is. Oh, I need 4 diamonds. Damn, I gotta go to the island. Fuck. There's so many leviathans around there. I'll lose Little Red before I can even upgrade him. And I still don't have magnetite to upgrade the seamoth depth module either. Fucking hell. Wait. Oh my god, Stealthy. You got memory of a fucking sieve. That's right, I needed diamonds. Double check that I don't have diamonds hidden away somewhere. I do not. Big sad. That diamond can go away. So can that. So can that. Oh, I can't fit that in. Oh no. Not a precious ore so that can go out. We'll put that lithium in. Yeah. Oh my god, I got no fucking space anywhere. It's going in here. Have some empty batteries. I will yoink some of your full batteries. Thank you very much. Actually, I'll take another one again because I'm so running out of battery everywhere. I'm also dehydrated apparently. Oh, I will not need to take... Oh, I can't... Oh, wait, so I can fit that in there. Don't need to take that with me. Okie dokie. Whoop, seizure. Huh. Why was I standing there waiting for the real bottle to fill up?
That was very intelligent, Stealthy. Good job.
Also, why am I wasting... I have a fucking fruit tree! Oh! Eat your fruit, numbnuts! That's what it's there for! Sweet baby Jesus. Alright, we're off to go get some diamonds so that I can upgrade defense. General. Alright, let's try to put my... Oh, it's all tangled. iPad back on. Ooh, 2% battery. Let's see if she'll work. Oh, big stretch, Flynn. Will she work? Oh, she will, but I don't know for how long. Burp in my throat. Alright, I guess we'll sleep the night away. And then we'll leave the seamoth behind, because it attracts leviathans. And we'll go to Diamond Island. Away, I say, to Diamond Island. Oh, I got fleas. Away! By the time I get back, I better have some fucking copper. Oh look, copper! That doesn't count. Talk about my scanner. Scanner better do its fucking job. Need to go north, northwest, right? Yeah, that way. North, northeast, I mean. Blah, 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 blah. Whatever. Light detour to take a look around, because I normally just go straight there. Shout Bitey McBitester. And to bet that is bioreactor. I'm pretty certain I have all the parts for that. Yes, I do. I don't. Or I have that as well. A laser cutter. Not good for me. Thank you. Northeast is the way we go. La, 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 la. Alright. Rock! Rock, 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 rock. Fuck! It's only silver. All this silver I now have and no longer need. Egg. Big ol' hunk of gold. Alright, we go down. The depths of hell! Not really. You could probably just go straight, but... What? Oh, I don't have my bladder on me. Hang on. Okay. Bladder is now easily available. God, there's heaps of these little sharky things around here. There we go. Fucking everywhere! What's your goddamn problem? Alright, we's at island. Pray no Leviathan comes for my ass. Yes, I'm scared. Shut up. I will save if I need to save. For my own safety. Mental safety. La, 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 la. I didn't think that would get me what I wanted. Want me to scan that? Oh, I can scan that. Red what? Rocks? Salt. The type of, not the right type of rock, but I'll open it. Anyway, ow, ow, ow. Oh, they hit kind of hard. Hey. Angry little boy. Why I wanted the reinforced suit. Don't I have that? Propulsion is the first. Yeah. So propulsion is the first one that I already have. Is like repulsion or something for the next one. Am I better off going up or down in the hunt for diamond? Closer to the surface or closer to the sea bottom? Bottom. Where's that island? No one answer me. I don't care anyway. I didn't even want to know. I was just kidding. My inventory full already? No, I just didn't pick it up for some reason. Alright, I think that's the island wall. What's that? Yeah, is that a sink? Oh. Bugger off. Dark rock! Diamond! Okay, I can go deep in it. Work. Just... Hello. Donkey. Sure, I have all that, right? Nope, but now I do.
Near blueprint acquired.
Yeah. Inventory doesn't get over full. Anything? I'm pretty sure that's the full bay, yep. Salvage, don't really care. Everything's gone silent. And Leviathan territory, probably. Fishies. Oh, the fishies. I'm scared. I want to surface. I'm gonna surface. I'm scared. To the surface! Make sure I'm even in the right location. Yes, I am. Alright, back down we go. Now, I know the Leviathans like to hang out around here. I've fucking seen the little bitches. Ugh. Red. Fuck you, Squidward. I think it... I'm minding my business. I'm just looking for rocks. Moon pool, yeah, now you show up. Just want rocks, you know? I've only got one rock of what I wanted. Can I have some more, please? I'll take that lithium too, thanks. More lithium? Cool, I'll take that. More lithium again? Awesome. I got that. Congratulations on finding the lithium. But I need what's the... Nanozon really helped. It wasn't even the lithium that I was asking her for. It was the magnemite, I think it was called. I don't know where to get that from. Moved away from the island. I need to go back again. Copper, I'll take it. I'm trying not to use my light as much as possible. I'm not scared, you're scared. Got some black rocks. Oh! Why? Damn it! It was only lithium. I need diamonds! Eh. Diamond, diamond, diamond. Too much stuff. Yeah, I don't need that shit. Dude, I cried when I played it. Yeah, it's one of my fave games. Oh, Shmaya, hi! I didn't see you sneak in there. How you doing? The mountains, Stealthy, the mountains! What mountains? Tell me there's diamonds in the mountains? I love this game. I love this game too, though I did rage quit last time I tried playing it in 2022 because it took me like six streams to find, oh hello crab, all the pieces for the seamoth, and I just, by the time I got it, I was just done. I was just fucking done with it. I was like, God, I hate this. I quickly found the pieces for everything else thereafter. Hello Squidwards. Thereafter, but by that point, no, go away Squidward. Surface for a little while. Oh, I'm glad you're playing it again though. Yeah, I decided to give it another go. And also because like, I know that they're, oops, shit. I know they're working on a number 2. I was like, oh fuck, I gotta finish number 1. I gotta finish number 1 before number 2 gets released. No? It's fucking pitch black, I can't see shit. I am blind, oh blind. Air bubbles. Cave bush, right. Maybe when the second one comes out, that's rumored to have multiplayer. Hey, there's rumors for multiplayer? Oh my god, it'd be so good if it has multiplayer. Holy Jesus. That'd be so fun. We should play it together. I feel like it'd be dangerous playing with you. I feel like you'd set me up. I feel like you'd set me up for something. Uh-huh. I'm in danger. Ah, fuck. Fucking Squidward ass, bitch. Fuck you. Squidward's, ugh. I'm in a cave. I'm in a cave. Don't go in the cave. Don't go in the cave. You'll fucking drown. Actually, no, go back in the cave because we know where we are for now. At least now I know I'm in a cave. Unlike going in a cave by accident. Can you imagine the panic? Black rocks, please. Please, black rocks. Need diamonds. I need at least 6. 4 for whatever it was I was trying to make now, the defense upgrade. And then 2 for my prawn suit. Thank you. Hello, little crab. Depends I'm about to get. Heal lost. Oh my. Where I finally use this thing for the first time. Oh. Oh, okay. So that's something that you have to set up in advance. Oh shit. All right, time to find the way out. Time to find the way out. I'm pretty sure it was this way. Nothing scarier than going off the edge of the map and meeting that creature. I still don't know what that creature is, so I'm happy to stay. I'm happy to stay not knowing. Thank you. I love to, but I just cry the whole time, and yeah, I probably would, but I'm cute. Don't worry. Oh, game is glitching. Hold up. Save. Acting weird. Okay. I don't mind a cute jump scare. Just don't set me up any other way. The trailers do have two people swimming together and working on investigating a sunken structure. But the thing is like, is it an NPC or is it another player? So to use that, let's just go to the surface for now. I'm gonna try my luck at using that Pathfinder first. So, hi Squidward! Bye Squidward! This is about to run out of battery, but that's fine. Squidward spawning around here again. Find this cave. I want to try using my Pathfinder for the first time. Alright, so entrance is right here. Let's see how this little bastard works. Oh. Fuck. Oh, it pulsates. I don't like that. That's creepy. Doki? Well, good night, Mouse. It was nice listening to you in the background, especially when you panicked with just hear me screaming. Apple, thanks for hanging out. Have a good sleep. I will see you next time, Queen. I really appreciate your company, by the way. My wifey. Narrator. And Shemaya used the propulsion gun to shoot stealthy into the monster to distract it long enough so she could get into the submarine and get the fuck out. Oh my god. Would you feed me? Wait, would you feed me to a monster so you could get... I would never! Maybe. Depends how desperate a situation it is, you know? I can't be held responsible. Alright, we're gonna take the left. See how that works. Oh, it's a crab! Hello, Mr. Crab. Alright, he dead. Oh, he gets so turned around here because you can't tell up from down after a while. Doki? Did I just loop? Yes, I did. Okay. I just looped. I should probably move that node so it doesn't confuse me and make me think I have to go through the loop and end up fucking drowning. Can I move you? I don't want to clear all my nodes. I only want to clear this node. Hang on. I just want... Oh! No, don't confuse me. Don't do that. That's not gonna be fun later. Oh, I can't see. Oh, oxygen. Hello. I sit here and I re-oxygenate. And I like your maybes, Shemai. Oh, I'm not in the oxygen. There we go. Spotted? Okay, I misread that. I can't. That's not what I read. You would. I know she would. I could. She's not just an angel. We see those filthy fucking hordes poking up. Try me. You don't have to outswim the fish. Just feed them. Just the other person. Only one of yous need to swim fast. Is that a Leviathan getting real cranky out there, or am I tweaking? Getting lost in an underwater cave is super dangerous! I never want to go cave diving. I don't know people that just do it in real life. I don't... Oh, I got really dark. Do not understand the logic. You just... Go up.
Hello, how are you? I am under the water.
I am
Please
under the
help
water.
me. There's
Please
too much
help.
raining.
Oh, fucking hell. This cave just keeps going. I need another one just here so I can see where the fuck I came out of. Right, hole. For an actual tunnel. These things seem to just... Oh, that's my battery. There we go. Right, it just keeps Is there anything even in here? Oh, wait, what's that? Am I in the island? I feel like I'm in the island now. Pretty sure I'm in the island. I think I'm inside. All that swimming through those caves. What the hell is floating over there? And not a single diamond. What was the point of ya? All of that for nothing. Take a lookie. Yep. Well then. Get some lithium. Oh! Oh, fuck you. I don't want lithium. I don't want the lithium! Also don't want gold. I got gold everywhere. Oh, I'm dehydrated. Oh. Fuck. I don't want gold. I don't want lithium. I finally find the rocks that I need, and they don't even give me diamonds. Oh, 1 diamond! Praise the Lord be Jesus. Be gone with the gold. My diamond. Is that it? Is that everything? Is that all I'm getting? Ugh. Getting. I just woke up, so I'll be back in a few. Go get brekkie. It's breakfast time. It's brekkie time. Let's go out into the sunlight. I can see. Yeah, I don't have inventory space to pick up. Drop this salt. I don't need that. I need to drop one more thing so that I can. Ow! What the fuck? Bro, that was my own shit that just hurt me. Alright, coombe tree. Munch. Munch. Horrible, horrible, horrible mouth sounds, but, you know. Do what you gotta do here. Hello, Krabby! Come here! Go here! You're running! Ooh. Ow, ow. Yeah, it's my dog. It's my last. Oh, and I got one more health pack. The cave didn't want to put a ring on you. I guess I'll clear my nodes now. Whatever, I guess. Alright. Oh! Oh, it's a big chunk of lithium. Lead, I mean. Same difference! Probably just as likely to kill you if you were to eat it. Just saying. Let's not get too close to alien space, whatever the fuck. Continue hunting for black rock diamond. Yes, yes. One day that Leviathan will shut up. Today is not that day. He swam past 7. I'm kidding! Is that him down there? No, it's not. That's one of those guys. Sharky boys, you better be kidding, by the way. End your whole life. Black rocks. Oh, there's one. Yay, diamond! How much space do I have left? I have 3 space. Fit me all the diamond that I need. I but no more. Let's drop a single gold just in case. Alright, leave me alone. I'm doing things. I'm busy, sir. Worried I'm just gonna swim straight past them. La la la. I feel like going deeper isn't really gonna help me, but I'm gonna do it anyway. Diamond just has artificial value though, Stealthy. I don't care, it's hard. I like hard things. Can't make a diamond cutter without a diamond, you know, bro? Ah! Fucking bitch ass! Piss off! Go away! It was a Leviathan, it just snuck up on me. Rude. 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 Fucking Jesus! Gonna have to shoot back to the top in a minute. No rocks! Just keeps going down! I'm getting dizzy! No, don't be nasty. Oh, there's a couple of you nasties around here. I'm pretty sure I have that. Whatever it is. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I have that. Oh, don't be nasty. So many. It's all just rifle stuff. Oh fuck, I'm gonna have to float to the top if I don't want to drown. Upwards! To my death! Whee! Jesus Christ, I went pretty deep. Oh shit, that's my whole bladder! Uh-oh. I didn't realize the bladder would run out. Chat. The bladder ran out. I thought it just kept going until you reached the top. I'm dead. Yeah. Yeah. Ooh. That's, unfortunate. I think I'm gonna load my save. I think I'm gonna load that save that I made. I don't know how long ago it was. Yeah. 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 Let's, yeah. $12 minutes ago. Oh, that's gonna be before I even... Oh, okay, whatever. Fuck's sake. You know where the diamond is? I have a rough idea around about where it's at. Alright. Oh, radio. Why is the radio thing? Oh, wait. Oh, now, where the fuck am I? Why did I save right here? Why did I save right here? Yeah. Anyway, seeing as there was no diamonds anywhere within that cave, I might as within the cave structure, I might as well just go straight to the surface. Around abouts where I knew they were to be. So, you know, don't waste my time doing all that again. Anyway. Crazy to say. I saved it right by the entrance, okay? I kind of remembered. Ah, I hate it that it goes dark every time I do that. Hold, I don't want you. There's my diamond. gone. Drop all this salt and gold and get my diamond. Another black rocks in here? I don't think there is. Ah, it was worth a shot. Well, at least I saved myself some time, right? Num num num. Num num num. Num num num. Num num num. Health kit. And that'll do me. Let's hit save again, chat! Haha! And now I know that my bladder will not, in fact, get me back to the surface. Good day. It also means the diamonds that I got that were all the way down very, very, very deep, I cannot get. I will just die every time. Cave entrance. Squidward. Oi, Squidward. La 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 la. Alright, gotta keep an eye on how deep I'm going, I guess. Black rocks that I missed. Whoa, where's the black rock? Black rock around that loop. I could have sworn there was one around here. I could have sworn it. Na, na, na. No, flint. Battery. Go. About 400 meters and 50% on oxygen. My bladder should be able to get me up. Fairways. Before I drown. The rest of the way. Fucking black rocks! Ah! Stop! How's it going? Pain. Pain and suffrage. That's how's it going. I need diamonds! Diamonds, I tell you! I ain't finding shit! But how you doing, Charizard? I hope your day is better than mine. Black rock? No, just normal rock. Normal rock? Normal rock, and then a normal rock, and then a normal rock, and then a normal rock. There was a black rock next to it. I got excited. Right, I need to bladder up. Yeah, then I gotta swim the rest of the way. Oh, I'm a bit closer to the surface than I thought I was. Do do do. Do 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 do. Ha! Oh, what the fuck? How did I end up all the way back here? Anyway. Bro, I be teleporting? I will hydrate. Fine. Ah, happy. Just been chilling with the chickie. Nice. while I'm suffering in the ocean and you're just like, oh yeah, everything's chill. I'm glad everything's chill for you. Hmm? What do you think about me, huh? What about me? I'm suffering. Where's the care package? Huh? Did you think about that? I need moisturizer. All this salt is making me prune. Black rock, black rock, black rock, black rock, and thank you. Please. Stupid. Back to Squidlandia. A weird squealy noise. Hello. Leviathan son? Fuck is that noise? Oh, there you are. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, you. Fine. I'm gonna fucking mind my business. Stupid eh? Might not be able to get eaten by the Leviathan hiding amongst this stuff, but damn it, those little bastards will come for me. Hey, I want... This is not what I want. Save. I'd hear it's a huge... I come up now, I would like to fucking breathe. Oh wait, oxygen. I don't need to breathe. Oh wait, what's that? Oh, that's lithium. Man, I do wish I could find some diamonds around here. That'd be nice. At least I'd be relatively safe. Oxygenate myself. Slow process. One more. That'll do. You fuck off, please. I want to hunt for things, and he's in the damn way. Right. Risking it for the biscuit, chap. We're doing it. We're going. Fucking going for it. Uranium! I wonder if you can witness the Leviathans, like, attacking each other. I do wonder. Right. Doesn't seem to give a shit about me. Okay, good, 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 good. He does. Being chilling down there. He's alright. The chill guy. Just a chill guy, chap. You don't understand. We have an agreement. I go rock hunting. He hangs out down there. The agreement. Yeah, of course. Fucking Blackstone already. This is stupid. Cyclops piece. I got my eye on you, baby. Oh, around the side of the alien ship now. I've got my eye on you. Uranium. I don't want uranium. I want diamond. God, I can go underneath again. Black rock. This is driving me insane! Give me some fucking rock! Fuck off, Squidward! I need to go up. I need oxygen before I leave. We breathe! Hello, Loot Crate! How you doing? Top of the time zone, do you? Alright. And we dive. On the hunt for Blackstone, I'm hunting, I'm gonna catch some prey. How you doing, Loot Crate? Hope you're having a splendiferous day. My chat is currently all hiding. They're pussies! What, you don't want to square up with the Leviathan, huh? Huh? Daddy cats, a lot of you. I feel like I'm about to get overheated. That geyser is telling me things. I feel like I'm about to start cooking, huh? Black rock. Please. Black rock, please. Look, ship. Ah! Fuck, Jesus Christ! Oh. Okay, hang on. Bitches! Motherfucker! Black rock? It's not a black rock! I can only go so much deeper before I have to start raising again. Or it's no good to me. There's nothing! Stupid. Stupid little thing. Please have diamonds or something for me. Water. Thanks, I guess. Thanks for the goddamn water! Box. Oh, what? This whole thing is just water! Box. Oh my god. I don't want your fucking water! More water? Oh, yay! Look at that! Water! I never would have guessed it! Woo! Oh my god, I have to go up. Alien containment. Thanks. Alright, up before I drown. It's a bit dark up there! Now, how far did that get me? 200. Holy Jesus Christ. What? Gotta surface. Gotta. It's so deep. Huzzah! It moved away from the island again. Save real quick in case I get eaten on my way back. Well, I'm not doing that dive again, because fuck that. I'm going back towards the island. Are they calling you thirsty? Hey. Watch their mouths. Alrighty. There's another entry point. Excuse me, Squidward. I'm just perusing around. Don't mind me. I don't mean any harm. I'm just on the hunt for rocks. Don't worry about me. Not a big deal, I promise. Guys are slightly less aggressive than I'd expect them to be, considering I'm right up against their base here. Kinda being chilling. Ah. Rocks don't respawn, do they? So I'm like, every time I hunt something or find a stone, I'll never find it again in that spot. Pain and suffering. Rock, please, diamond, please, diamond. Ah, that's not a diamond! Fuck! Good. Black rock? No, it's fake. Fake black rock. Not a black rock either. Button. Ugh, this is pain. Come on, have some mercy on me. This is ridiculous. Give me some fucking diamonds. So many fish, right? Oh, sorry, Squidward. Oh my god, what's that? Stupid egg! Ah! Boy, Leviathan. And that thing. Ah. Dark. Darkness takes us all. Are you going up? Are you going down? Nobody really knows. There ever really an up? Fucking drown. I'm only getting the pale stones. Where are the black ones? Oh, yeah. Ah, they keep getting me with the fucking little dead bitty lits. Right, surface. I must go. I don't know if I'm gonna make this. Can you get diamonds from the island? Yes, but I need more. I don't have enough. Oh, hello. Eh. I do so hope I'm swimming upwards. I'm going in the general direction of up. Oh, you fuck. You have better timing than that.
30 seconds.
I know! Breathe again. Where's this stupid island? I've gotten away from the island again. Ah! I thought it was a Leviathan. Don't scare me like that. Sharky. A little sharky boy. Sucks the air out of you. Ow! Stop it. Rude. Trying to do things here, buddy. Rocks. Please, just give me the black rocks, please. This is ridiculous. It shouldn't be this fucking hard. This is the seamoth all over again. Shut up, Squidward. No one fucking asked you. I'm literally having flashbacks to this, to trying to find the seamoth. What are you? I've already got all the engine fragments. Can I have a different Cyclops part, please, and thank? Ay, caramba. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Do-do. Do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Do-do. Do-do. What are the chances that I've moved away from the island again? How likely do you think it is? Hmm? Find out. Up, 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 up. Oh, that was my bladder. So my bladder gets me up about 200. Slightly less than 200 meters. Been ages since I played this. Yeah, it seems to be that way for a lot of people. Good game, though. Have moved away from the island again. Damn it. Should have brought a beacon with me so I could put it on the island so I could tell if I've moved too far away from it. Please be a black rock. Please be a black rock. Please be a black rock. Black rock. Blah, 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 blah. Words are hard. Bitch. On. Poke our nose in here for a second. Don't think I'm, unless this is a one-way tunnel. Is this the place that I explored before, or am I tweaking? I feel like I've already explored this joint. Ow, body fish. Want your gold. Oh, yeah. That titanium that I've dumped at some point. Ow! Fucking bitch. Here again. Try that again. Try that again, I dare ya! Yeah, you are, you pussy cunt. I remember it on the surface of the island. It's also found in the lower depths as well. I've run into it a couple of times. Can I only stun that? Because there's nothing currently up around the surface area, so I've been trying to look deeper. To no avail. Right by the island right now. This is the island wall. I did get some diamonds really, really, really fucking deep, but then I drowned. I drowned! And I lost my diamonds, so I had to reload my save, and here I am. Speaking of. Try it again, he did. And he regret. Made him regret. On. Black stones just don't seem... The stones, in general, don't seem to respawn, so once you've harvested it, it's gone. Can't go back there again to collect it again, because it's gone. There is none. No one asked you, Flint. No one asked you, Flint. Lead-addled water. I can imagine how much my IQ is lowering the longer I swim in this water. I wonder if you lost the last diamonds on the map. Hey. None of that. I reloaded, so technically they haven't even been harvested yet. I haven't even harvested them yet, because I save scummed. And I'm proud of it. I'll do what must be done. If that saves scumming, so be it. Punchy over there. I did hear the sippy. I sippy soon. I sippy soon. Is that a sharky boy or a squid boy? That was a squid boy. Rock, 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 rock. Alright, you can tame all my hopes and dreams, please. Yes! Alright, cool. I need at least one more. Would prefer 3 more. But you know. I have stuff for my prawn suit, but that'd be too greedy. Oh shit, my oxygen's low. I need to go back up. First. Rock. That. I got this. 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 I'm alive. I'm alive. I'm alive. I got it. I got it. I got it. I got it. Got it. Come on. Ah! Yeah. Whew. Praise the Lord. I think you should be more worried about swimming for several hours a day. You got a problem with my prunish skin? And how quickly you ascend and descend in the water. We don't talk about that. We don't talk about that bit. I'm hungry. I've only got my nutrient block. I don't want to waste that. So I have a sippy. Just keep swimming, swimming. What do we do? We swim, swim. I found some more shale rock stuff. So I'm going back to it. Straight down to hell, I say. All my oxygen's depleting almost instantly. Right. Down here that we started finding rocks again. Damn it, the oxygen is barely enough to get me down here. Already have to go back up, otherwise I'm gonna drown. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Oh, I didn't fill my oxygen! Okay, we're gonna die. Hold up. Hang on a minute. Deep sea decompression seems more programmatic. Problematic? Oh wait, maybe I'll make it. I can see the surface. Can we make 130 with 40 oxygen? Let's find out. I think we got it. We're fine. We're fine. I didn't need the bladder after all. It's fine. It's fine. Do you know my bladder's flat? It is. Oh, I have to have it in my hand for it. Oh, okay. Now I know. Takes longer to decompress than compress. Brr, exactly. I have a smudge on my glasses and it's slowly driving me insane. And it's more painful, of course. I can imagine, like, can you imagine all your organs trying to, like, split outwards? I feel like that would definitely be more painful. Like, you're used to compression in general. I feel like the sensation wouldn't do too much psyche damage to you, but feeling your body slowly try to spread outwards would be so alarming. I don't know, bro. I don't know. Feels pretty bad to me. Right. On the lookout. More diamonds. Ooh, 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 ooh. Oh. Come on, come on, come on. Wait, what does my inventory look like? I have a space. I have a space. It's a diamond! Okay, we've got our minimum. Save, save, save. We have our minimum requirements. But I want more. My eye just twitched. Don't worry about it. uranium even used for anything? I'm gonna drop 2 of my lithium because I know where I can get that easily. On. It's another diamond. It must be because I'm so deep that they maybe they spawn more when deep because pressure? Oh, no, it's not. Okay. Getting greedy. It's fine. Don't worry about it. One more, chat! One more! PDA told, I owe debt. Debt? What are you indebted to? Bye. And by the way, hello, Otto. How you doing? The recent Deep Sea movie with Woody Harrelson seems very authentic. There's a Deep Sea movie? I want to know when they're going to make a movie about the, Ocean Gate. I want to know when that's going to happen. I must know. Anyone know if it's in the works? Fuck off, Squidward. I'm busy. I have time to play with you. Another Squidward. I don't have enough health to play with you right now. Didn't mean to squash you. Sorry, my bad, fishy. Hoping I'll see a rock on my way up. But I don't think I'm going to. Fuck, it's gold. Yes! Okay, okay. Pray for me. Pray we make it! Flint, back off! Right, I got this, I got this, I got this! Yes, we have the diamonds we need! Let's fucking go! Now to make it out alive. I'm in Leviathan territory. Haha! I'm in danger. Head back to home. Not kid, son! Son. Oh, wait, Nanny. Feel so bad for the kid, yeah. Wasn't he only like 19 though? And he didn't want to go, his dad talked him into it. Bro, I hope that dad felt guilty the last few seconds. Like, bro. Homeward bound. Actually, let's get some... Oh no, I don't have inventory space for it. Never mind. I was gonna get some bulbous plant thingy to eat, refill me, but I don't have inventory space, so we'll just go straight back to base. Like an avoidable event. I feel like it is a very, very avoidable event, especially considering how many people told him that it was fucking stupid. Bye! The ocean claims another rich man. Oh my god, you keep using all my batteries. I redeemed my... Oh my god, I'm sorry! You have to point it out to me if I miss it. No! King Prawn, and then So why is Grumble selected? Oh, there he goes. Mila, Mila. Or redeemed mine like half a year ago or something. I can't remember. You talk about the one that's gotta get made though? That's different. Yeah, it's different. Explosions are very fast. You'd think you would like hear creaking or cracking or something. Oh, right? Oh, hubris. What idiocy. Alright. I keep sinking. It must be because of my, Done that, right? Get out of there. Home before I starve. Eat some fruit. Got some diamonds. I'm doing good. I got a fuck ton of lithium with nowhere to put it. This great. This great. I have to put the lithium in a box because my lockers are running out of space. Yeah, eventually. Maybe my non-existent, probably non-existent kids will see it. Your pets that you leave behind will see it. Surely. Alright. Store. Okay, there we go. Oh, there's fucking lithium. Oops, what was that? Did I just pick up? Oh, I picked up another water bottle from that stupid, time capsule. Why are you fucking smoking? Are you taking damage while I'm away? Bruh, why are you on fire? What the fuck? What the fuck is... What happened while I was away? Can't trust nobody in this fucking place. Are you done? Why are you still on fire? Fuck. What the fuck was that?
This is Life Pod 2, coordinates attached. We're way past our safe depth and bleeding O2. We'll have to swim for the surface, but it's 500 meters straight up. We'll make for the rendezvous and keep you posted. Out.
Signal location uploaded to PDA.
I have a 6-figure job and no way I can afford a kid. Yeah, depends where you're at as well. Most places that have the 6-figure jobs cannot, in fact, afford children in those areas despite the job. Never. I did fully repair it. I fully repaired this fucking thing twice. I distinctly remember. What's that? Reactor pod. What do you want from me, Flint? Used to power nuclear reactors. Wow. I didn't take me lithium today. Oh, snap. Shit, you're gonna die. Go eat your lithium. Don't let death come for you. Eat your lithium. Daily. Right.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
I require fruit. I'm full. I can't get rid of the seed. But there either. I can drop it here for now. Jeez Louise. Hey, Menace, how you doing? Stealthy is always watching. I always know what you're doing. I know what you smell like when you're asleep and when you're awake. I'm scared because you said, why are you fucking smoking? Right when I got a ciggy. How dare you put it away? Bad for lungs, bad for life. Just keep eating fruit, 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 fruit. Keep eating. I'm stuck! Fruit, 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 fruit. I munch on fruit. Dude. I'm sad that Frank left us. Sad. Now, purpose of my diamonds. What was that again? Did I bring my habitat builder with me? No, I did not. Also, let me save. Damn, girl, you making me blush. Ayo. Not that well, but I'll manage. Thank you. Hope you. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Better hang in there. I'll come over there and bitch slap you through the screen. Something like that. Violence solves people's issues, right? Sure, it'll work. La, 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 la. Habitat builder. I find it kind of weird that they call it a habitat builder and it's like for your own base. Like, you want to be an animal? I gotta build my habitat? I don't like this implication. Now, we was making upgrade, general upgrade of Sybil. What the fuck are you doing? I think he's craving my lap because he is currently prowling around my desk between my monitors, just like weaving in and out. Trying to tell me something. He's like, Mom? The fuck you doing, Mom? Free Titan. Oh, thank you for the follow! Glitched perspective. I have the... My dumbass. I have the recipe pinned. I just forgot about it. I need 3 of those. One of my lithiums. Okay, extra one that I have here. One of my diamonds away. Alright, we're ready to make the defense upgrade. You watch a Leviathan immediately eat the whole fucking thing. Did this do its job? What the fuck was it supposed to do? I had it scanning for copper. Where's the results? So I can't toggle my map back on for this thing? Is it because I'm inside? What the fuck does this do? I had it scanned for copper. Like, I don't understand how this is supposed to work. Is it because I made it look for copper ore rather than the stone that it comes from? Hey, I don't understand. No problem. My fucking bright red. The hull reinforcement, please, and thank you. Right, she should be stronger now. I'm told. My laser cutter or my healer stick? My repair tool. The health is at 73%. How do I... Is she fully charged? Health. Oh, I gotta come from the front. Oh. Okay, hang on. Oh, okay, that doesn't work. Let's just... Let's try... Oh, come on! You can for copper ore, it'll search for the Oh, thank you, Glitch Perspective. At least someone's helping me. Chat! Huh? At least someone helps. Why is it only the first time chatter that helps? What the fuck were the rest of you doing? Take it out, then get out. How does that help me with the scanner? I don't know. You full of shit. I did not know Wallio. I don't fucking know. God, could have Googled it. God. The fuck are you doing? Huh? Huh? Nothing. That's what you're doing. Nothing. What you invite backseat drivers? Damn. Only when I ask for help. When I ask for help, you're supposed to help me. Bruh. Well, while docked, you have to aim at the upgrade panel to repair it. Alright, let me try that again. Aha! Thank you. Thank you, perspective. Perspective, keep going like this. You're gonna get a VIP badge already. Fuck the rest of the chat. Blaming you for my lack of wisdom. I asked for assistance and you gave me fucking jack squat. There's a rock right there apparently. Right fucking there's rock. Yes. Shut up, Flint. No one asked you. No. You don't even give advice. You just give insults. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, I read right through you. I look straight through you. This is supposed to be my lithium, but it's gonna have all this. No one asked you. Up, shut you yup, buddy. Ah, my fucking wig! Oi! I've been here for so long, and what do I get? Nothing!
Stealthy Mouse should focus on exploration, gather resources wisely, and avoid unnecessary dangers. Maybe then she'll finally make some progress. But let's be honest, she'll probably still find a way to mess it up. Bow down, chaos awaits.
Up, shut you yup! Your advice is literally gather things and don't get killed. How fucking helpful and insightful of you. She should like gather things and like not die, you know? She should do that. Fuck, am I gonna make use of this scanner to find my Rockies? I said that there was one nearby, but it's limestone. That's not even what I was after. Bruh. Woof Woof is trying to help you. You ain't listening. You're right, I don't listen to him. He doesn't even speak my language. If he's not gonna be fluffed learning English, why the fuck would I listen to him? Thank you for the beardies. Not dying is a good idea. Well, shucks. Learn something new every day. How do I make plasteel again? I don't have the intelligence for this. Right, I already got that. I just heard those little creatures making fart noises around me. Crystalline sulfur. Alright, should I focus on making my prawn suit now? Maybe. Or like a better depth module for my seamoth? What do we do? What do we do? What do we do? What do you reckon, chat? Focus on upgrading depth module for seamoths for 1? Or 2? Making my fucking prawn suit. For 1. Wait, did I... Prawn suit! I did that really well. Type 1 in chat if you think I should focus on making a prawn suit. Type 2 in chat if I should focus on improving my seamoth depth.
Killers probably likes the kind of milk that matches their bland personality. Plain and forgettable. But honestly, who cares? Chat is saying has better things to discuss than the milk preferences of chat members. Bow down to the queen. Ribbit.
What'd she say? I missed it! What did she say? Sorry, I'm moving some stuff around. Translation, get good, scrub. Up, shut, you yup. Is this baby metal? No. Wrong. I'm not, Lolita enough for that. I need more frills. More frills! Oh god, I just remembered a creature of nightmares from your streams. Need a suit. 11111. That was prawn suit. Alright, so we're focusing on prawn suit. Game, please respond to button. Thank you. So, plasteel and aerogel. I got all the shit I need for the aerogel. The plasteel was the thing that I needed. Get out. Plasteel. Oh, I'm pretty certain I have everything I need for that too. I just need to go grab some more titanium. Easy! He just burped at me, bro. Easy as pie. Watch me not find a single piece of scrap metal now that I've said that. Fucking watch me. Bonsoir! Bonjour! Bonsoir? I don't know what each one means, but... Greetings. Whoa, there's a lot of teeth here. Hey, y'all. Yoinkies baloinky. I'm pretty certain these were useful for things. Tooth. Tooth. A tooth. Tooth. Look at all these teeth! Tooth. 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 I guess teeth. So many teeth. Did I just fill my inventory with teeth? Ah! Don't be nasty! Don't be nasty! I was just collecting your teeth. You weren't using them anyway. Shut up, Flynn. I just remembered how many VTubers are successful by being nothing but thirst traps. But they're yiddies, man! Everyone likes watching yiddies. Don't try to deny it. I couldn't do sexy if I wanted to, honestly. Also, probably my whole chat would fucking gag and then leave me. Can you imagine? I mean, I already torture one of my mods lobster with it all the time. When I hear prawn suit, it reminds me of District 9. I pray they follow through on the next... Oh, shit. He okay? What the... Alright, he just had a moment. Like a moth to the lamp.
Stealthy Mouse's gameplay is a solid 2, utterly lacking in skill and strategy. It's like watching a slow-motion train wreck. Maybe one day she'll improve, but for now, it's just a chaotic disaster. Bow down to the queen, Ribbit.
It's not my fault I couldn't find any fucking diamonds! Watch me, now I can't... I can't find any metal. No metal for me, because I just... No. Go away! Where's my other camera? Because wherever my camera has been dumped, there will be... There he is. Oh, they're currently fighting over my camera. Hold up. Guys, can you take it back to your den, please, so I can fucking collect metal? Or... Oink. Thanks. I wanted my camera... There's all their teeth around, but all the metal's gone. Oh. Fuck! My inventory shouldn't be full! What are you talking about? Oh, they're really big items. Never mind.
It's pretty pathetic that Stealthy Mouse struggles to find diamonds in Subnautica. Even a blind frog could manage that. Her incompetence knows no bounds. Maybe she should stick to simpler games. Bow down to the queen, Ribbit.
Alright, what game would she suggest that's easier? Also, hi Kendrick! Hello, how are you? And I'm using text-to-speech, and if I have any typos, that's why. And also, the reason is I really can't type that well. Same. Oh, look at all those! I got fat fingers. Well, I say that, but I'm just... I think my fingers are hot, so it does that weird slide text stuff where it just tries to autofill what you're typing, and I hate it. Why you punch them? I didn't punch no one, don't worry about it. Listen, titties are nice. You're not that type of VTuber though. That's it, I'm fucking letting my tits out.
Stealthy Mouse should try games like Animal Crossing or Cooking Simulator. Those are easy enough for her limited skills. Maybe she'll finally succeed at something. But honestly, it's hard to watch her fail, even in simpler games. Ribbit.
A fucking Cooking Simulator? Are you shitting me right now? I mean, it depends on what Cooking Simulator. Actually, it depends on the Cooking Simulator, because some Cooking Simulators are like, kind of hard. So, clearly you don't know. You don't know what you're talking about. I'm kind of let down by you, Chato-san. Yeah, you're gonna go steal that again anyway, but... Different folks and different strokes, indeed. Diamonds, damn! When did Minecraft get such a big graphics update? I think there are texture and what are they called? Not, I just call it lighting packs that you can use to get really good graphics for Minecraft. But it'd probably eat your graphics alive. Damn, she's getting mean. She's nasty, though she has been upgraded to a better chat GPT model. So maybe she's just a little bit more creative. haven't stolen them yet. Praise be. Why am I out here? I'm fucking stupid. I might as well just get some more metal while I'm out here. I could fit one more in. Or I could fit another. Watch me not find a single one. Watch me. Watch me. Watch me. Got one in his mouth. Oh, Daisy's got one in his mouth too. Oh, they've got a whole collection. I just put it down, dude. I just want... Put it down. I want your metal. Give. Share. Come on. Bunch of teeth, no metal. Where the fuck's the metal? Would you guys stop fighting each other and just... Is this because I've been taking all the metal in the area, so now they're like cannibalizing each other? They're all just constantly fighting over the same scrap pieces. Fine. It's okay, don't worry about me. Game called Cooking Simulator is very popular. I have seen people play some sort of game that looks like a cooking simulator. Like they're running an actual kitchen. Yes, District 10 has been allegedly in production. Okay, so what's District 9? When you said District 9, I hate to say it, but I was thinking Hunger Games because I read the books and yeah, that's the only thing I thought of. What is District 9 and District 10 then? Cat GPT. Can't use words. How far are you in? I don't know. I have to play the game more than that to know where I'm at. No. Shut up, Flint. Shut you up. No. 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 Drop the tood, boy. Go outside. Go toilet. No, you're just standing there. You just want attention. Just slutting around. Did I just drop something? No, I didn't. Okay, we're fine. Oh, my lithium's outside. Fuck's sake. Shaders, that's what they're called. And you need a PC board with your kidney and the souls of the innocent to run that shit. I mean, it depends on the shader. Not the dog. Hello, bitch robot. How you doing? Watching someone play Subnautica is the far superior option to playing Subnautica because I want to play it, but also don't want to get eaten. Oh, so you're a scaredy cat. I was going to call you something nastier, but I'll be nice for now. And I just choked on my saliva again. There's me lithium. I need one. Fuck, I need 2 plasteel. Crab apples. Okay. I need 2 lithium. Oh, I need 4 lithium. Okay, never mind. We're getting places. What? What do you want? How deep is your life? District 9 is... Oh, it's a movie. Media reporter goes into an area where aliens live on Earth. Oh. What genre is it? Hey, lobster! Of course it's you doing the... That's it. I've officially... fucking smudge on my glasses that is now driving me insane. Oh, my character's dehydrated. I should probably go harvest some plants. Trying to tell you something. Yeah, the secrets of gameplay. But, no spoilers. Boop. La 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 la. I'm gonna burp. It's stuck. Oh god, that almost... Oh, the Biscoff slice almost came with it. Okay. Do I have... Oh, I do have! There it is! Boop. Nice. I can make another plasteel. Shut you up, child. No. Shut your fucking you pinch your bum. No. 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 Give a fuck. I don't care. You have an attitude problem, and I will bring, what's his name? The person that does the thing. Fucking dog trainer guy. I forget what he's called. I forgot his name. The dude that trained Eric Cartman. Aerogel. I need rubies and gel sacks. So 1 ruby, 1 gel sack. Oh, I will drink it.
Seek fluid intake.
How is streams going? Stream is going good. Wait, how long have I been live? Oh, shit. I've been almost 8 hours. Ooh. Yes. Been streaming for a hot minute, hey. Whoops. Gel sack. Enough to make another. Oh, I do have an aerogel around here already. There it is. That. I need that. That. Might as well put those teeth in there while I'm over here. Teeth. Head. Diamonds. Now I go make the last aerogel. Look at me go! Doo-doo. It's okay, Flint. Be loud. Be proud. Dog trying to say someone break into the house. They're taking the fridge. I really read that as they're talking to the fridge. No, he's desperate for attention. He's a little attention whore. What he is. An absolute whore for attention. Alright, now where do I build this fucking prawn suit? Do I go to the mobile vehicle bay? Eh? Build the prawn suit? Huh? Whoa, 7 blood. Yeah, just a little. I kind of get this game feeds my ADHD a little bit too well, and I get obsessed with collecting and upgrading things. Yeah. Yeah. How long was the last one, chat? Was it like 10 hours, I think? Yeah. I keep forgetting why the fuck you got ghost ears in tail, because I'm a nature spirit. And they light up when I get close to nature. AKA my computer. Not really it, but like, there's plants outside my window, that counts.
Operators receive weeks of training to counteract this phenomenon.
I missed what she warned me about. Prawn suit, go. Oh, there it is. Hello, prawn suit. I suppose I could put the strength upgrade in there, couldn't I? What are you doing? Are you... Stop eating the cardboard box! Oi! Fucking gremlin. Got 2 power cells and a storage box! Nice.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Got a male voice. Oh, clunky. Well, this is gonna be interesting. Off we go. That's to punch things. Whee! Hey? Go over there. I seriously got stuck on a fucking mushroom, bro. Dude can't lift his legs to save his life. Hey, Simple. Well, long stream is good sometimes. Got done streaming with my partner and Mint, so making some... Partner? What breed is your hound? Me beagles are the same as far as interactions. I have a blue healer. That, yeah, he's a blue heeler. Australian cattle dog, as one might say. Alright, let's leave this guy here for now. Oh, wait. I'm gonna go get the... How deep can he go? Anyone know how deep the prawn suit can go? 900. Okay, cool. He can go way deeper than the seamoth. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pinch the strength upgrade out of the seamoth and put it in my prawn suit. My seamoth can just live here for now. That upgrade. Yoinky sploinky, buddy boy. Pretty sure that can go... Yeah, it can go in the prawn suit. It just sounds like he's just playing as a D&D. Hey, look here, buddy. Oh, there he is. Flint, stop mumbling over there. I'm going for a walk now. Bye-bye, mother. Bye, Mila, my favorite child. Enjoy your walkies. Strength upgrade for you. Bitch, bitch, moan, moan, complain, 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 complain. All I hear. Alright, now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go dump my extra blips and blops over here. That no. Thank you. Thank you. Up, up, up. There we go. Go grab some water. Oh my god, that was an awful cutout. I heard you say, "Erg, partner." What breed is your partner? What? Tell me they're pedigree lobster. What breed is my partner? My dog is a cattle dog. He's an Australian cattle dog, otherwise known as a blue heeler. Where am I going? What am I doing? Reason I came in here. There's a specific reason. I don't remember what it was though. Ah, water. Right, water and food. I remember now. I can unpin the prawn suit, finally. I have a pocket red and white beagle and a blue tick beagle? Blue tick. What does that mean? What does blue tick beagle mean? I'm guessing these are like specific color names like blue merle and that sort of stuff. Well, I have no idea what the fuck that is. Me and my shadow walking down. Up your bum the whole time. Flint has a habit of herding us around the house as well. So like he has to get behind you no matter where you are. He's like, "No, I'm gonna slip behind you. Oh, you're turning that way. I'm gonna slip behind you again." Blue tick. I don't think ticks are blue. Have you seen, I think here in Australia we have these things called kangaroo ticks. And when they get really fat and pregnant, the female ones, they turn kind of blue because they all stretch out and stuff. Drill arm enables the mining of large resource deposits. Just thinking. Suit thermal reactor recharges power cells in hot areas. Kyanite, what the fuck is that? Hey. Jump jet upgrade. That sounds nice, but I also don't have any nickel or crystalline sulfur. I'm guessing that's late stuff. Benzene, grappling arm. Fuck, I need another 4 diamonds for the fucking drill arm. Fuck! You kidding me? Wasn't it if I go too deep with the prawn suit, I'm not getting it out of that deep section and it's just gonna stay there. I feel like the chances of that are pretty high. Blue tick is adjacent to a foxhound? Yeah. So it's like a breed standard for like shape and purpose. Cyclops, seamoth, Cyclops, Prawn suit. Moss. I should be able to go to Life Pod 12 now, I think. Yeah. Maybe? Is that the one I'm thinking it is? Yes, it is. Okay. We're gonna grab the prawn seat and go to Life Pod 12. Can't make any... I can make a torpedo arm, technically. About it. Fuck, do you make benzene? Do I have benzene in my list of stuff that I can make? La 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 la. La la. I do not. But I also have not made any of this stuff. I have no deep shrooms. That's deep. Alright, prawn suit, where you at? Where'd I leave you? Oh wait, I was meant to fucking feed myself. The whole reason I went in there was to feed myself. I'm an idiot. What you playing next after Subnautica, after I complete Subnautica? I've still got to play Oblivion because I have started a playthrough on that. And my Pokemon Infinite Fusions. I'm hoping to complete those games before starting up any new ones. Bruh. Infinite Fusion. Why am I in this room again? Infinite Fusion Nuzlocke is pain and suffering. I want to eat. Lynn's having a roll. Have a roll. Good boy. You rolling? You puppy rolling? Have a roll. Rolly puppy. All right, Dave. All right, Joel. Be good. Mummy's going out. Have a roll, Flint. You good boy. Yeah. Good boy. Australia equals Godspeed to Test World. Something like that. Can you? I don't want your ball. It's yours. Jeez Louise. Would Mouse enjoy a game like Satisfactory? I don't know if I'd go that level of TISM game. Where the fuck am I going? Life Pod 12, right? Oops, wrong button. Alright, here we go, chat. Wish me luck. God damn. Oh, I haven't saved in a while. Let me just... Oops, I didn't mean to punch the... My bad. Punching things, don't mind me. Punch? Punch. Okay. The arms are back the front. Oh, that's confusing. Ah, here we go. The blue tick is the outside hound and hates being indoors. He wants to be outdoors no matter the weather. Oh lord, one of those. Yeah, my cat used to be like that. Used to hate being stuck inside, preferred being outside. But then he ended up with his nemesis, Blackbird. And now he doesn't like going outside anymore. A little fucker messed with him a little bit too much, and now he's perfectly happy to stay inside majority of the time. Only outdoor time he gets is he runs outside to chew on some grass in the mornings, and then he comes straight back in again for breakfast. He's a little baby now. He's the baby. We got this chat. Da, da, da. Ow, I'm stuck. I hate how easily this fucking thing gets stuck on things. Will it tell me if something is scannable while I'm inside the thing? I certainly hope so. Oh shit, did I replace my batteries? Uh-oh. Well! Let's hope that doesn't become a problem. Can I not... the lights off on this thing? Prism with that tism! Stuck on a leaf. Figures. Slowly we descend to the depths of the ocean. Maybe one day we'll arrive at our destination, but no one could truly say. Music is getting dramatic. I don't like it. Wrong fucking button! Fight this dude. Fuck you. Too much tism. Got it. Yeah, because if it requires a whole bunch of strategic thinking and planning and learning a whole bunch of... Nah. No. Da 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 da. Sunk to the ocean bed, it says, but it's not all that... Oh, never mind, it's going downwards now. I was gonna say, it doesn't appear to be all that deep. Oh, it's only 250 meters deep. Oh, I'm stupid. I didn't need the fucking prawn... Oh, whatever. Prawn soup's coming with me now. I didn't realize that it told me in the thing how deep it is. I'm stupid. Whatever. Maybe we'll get some ore or something on our way through. Oh, do I have that whole thing scanned? Oh, I do have it scanned. La 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 la. Would you say you have Riz that you're perhaps goated with the sauce? Are you okay? Do you need an adult? You need one of those adult welfare checks. Aussie Riz is still cute and daring. Aussie accents are so jarring to hear when you like out in the wild. It's like, what the fuck was that? Every time it pops up in media, I'm like, ew, make it stop. Oh, that's my habitat. I thought it was talking about my prawn soup. Now, can you take the heat, buddy? This was the real problem, was the heat around here. There it is. Up. Up! Ugh. Can Mr. No. Mr. Sparky boy! Fuck off! Yeah, get punched. Suck a dick. You get for harassing me when I'm trying to mind my damn business. Can you take the pressure? No, I can't. I really can't. That way. La 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 la. You're screaming at me. Fuck off. No screaming. Wait, I've been turned around. Hang on. Yup. You do. Mouse, we know you're not the... Oh. Fuck this guy. Thing's trying to hurt me, chat. No, you're not the... I'm trying to read and not die at the same time. Oh, there's lots of zappy guys around here. Oh, there's lots of zappy guys around here. I don't know how to turn my lights off. I'm just gonna keep walking and pray they don't eat me. Ow! Don't you fucking destroy this. How do I turn its light off? Because my normal light button is no longer my light button. Ugh. Fuck off. Fuck off, cunt. Already gave this stupid thing its defense upgrade, man. Wait, can my body go near? Oh my god, am I gonna cook? Fucking thing. I think Subnautica myself is awful while watching Southeastern's. Unsure which sounds are mine. You did this story yourself. Okay, so I don't have to climb in. Or do I? Oh, fuck. Can I do it? Can I do it, chat? Alright, let's exit for a second. If I start cooking. Let me in. Let me in.
I'm not really a doctor. I know that's what my ID says, but I never have been. Cheated the medical exams. What does a doctor these days need to know
Cheated the
about
medical exams.
sitting bones? When was the last time a top surgeon actually cut someone open? That's what the robots are for. Doctors these days read diagnoses off of computer readouts. For that, I'm perfectly qualified. But what good is it when I'm not connected to the main network? I'm bleeding. I've got glowing green pustules growing on my hands. I run a self-scan and it tells me I've got skin irritation. The only thing I studied in medical school was how to lie convincingly. What the hell do I know about how to treat an alien disease? I think I'm actually going to die down here.
He sounds optimistic, doesn't he? My repair thingy. Oh. Each mission should have a mission endpoint. That just got me a dude talking about his pustules and the fact that he's a doctor that doesn't know how to doctor, so that was a big help. Up, up, up. Oh, bad. Ow, ah, no, no. That big spark. And those guys fighting each other or something. Up, fuck off. He's off. Anyway. Oh wait, I should save. What? How you doing? Ah! Hope you're having a good day. Ah! Oh my god, Mouse, your singing is so good. You start playing football. I played football once in primary school, got tackled and got concussed and never again. And that was just like a fucking... Oh god, how old was I then? Like 6? Traumatized for life. Never again. Just like, punch you in the face! Fire! Fire! Well, those guys fighting? Oh, they are! Yo, they hunt each other? Nice. Too busy with each other to fuck with me. Ooh, that was telling. What? He's just like me! Mouse, I'm going to make the logical guess that the person... that person in the auto tape is dead. That's my assumption also. I mean, I don't know how logical of an assumption it is, but that's what I would assume. You just stop playing Subnautica. It's 2 AM and I need to wake up to continue birthday stuff. Am I being a bad influence? Ow. Yo. Hope you folks have a wonderful time. Good night! Oh, hello, Squidward. Can I punch you in the face real quick? Don't worry about it. Down to the depths. Ow! I don't think I actually want to be down to the depths on this side specifically. I think I want to be a little bit closer before I go down. Ah, what the fuck? What's that?
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Did I just fly through Squidward's fucking teleportation thingy? Bruh. Uncalled for. In medical shit with me. Uh-oh, if that happens again, I'm dead. Just save. Let me just save again real quick. Fuck that guy. Oh, what's that? Scan it. Find out. Cyclops hull. I think I have the whole hull. Could you piss off? I'm busy! Fuck! Can't do nothing in this place.
New blueprint acquired.
Where was I going? I was heading... Where did my thing go? That's when Big Corp will say replacing gear is cheaper than paying for injuries. Hope you folks have a wonderful time. Bye-bye! It's 5:09 a.m. What the fuck? You got up early, right? You got up early, right? Not that you stayed up late. You just got up, right? Where's the thing I was going towards? Where'd it go? There it is. Oh. He just phased through the rock wall. Right. Okay. Yes. Right. Play nice, little fella. I'm just, passing by. Just a friendly passerby. Need to worry about me. Oh, Squidward, go away. I punch you. Will that be fine? Got him. Black rock. Old. Come on. There's so much shale here. Can I have a fucking diamond? Lithium! Oh, wrong button. Fucking gold! Really? I finally find a nice little deposit of shale. Oh, shit. Finally find a nice outcrop of the fucking black rock that I need. And it's not the stuff that I need. Just my luck. Save real quick. 4 a.m. H2O. Would you people go to bed? What are you doing here? I'm literally just playing fish game. Sleep, little children. Sleep. Oh, fuck off, Squidward. Seriously, dude? A diamond! Yay! Where is he? Coward. You trying to teleport me? He's trying to use that little teleportation attack that he did last time. In case I should save, just in case. Oh, I don't want lift. Ah, too late. Give me. Another diamond! Woo! Oh, that looks like... Magnetite! Finally! Magnetite can be found by the Goizers. Uh-oh. Yeah. Hear you fucking... Magnetite! Gimme! Okay. Yeah, don't want that. Down, down, down we go. Ah. One gold. Diamond! Yoink! Alright, 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 alright. Oh my god. Fuck yeah! Good shit. Totally worth it. Save! I'm pretty certain there's a couple more things I wanted to craft that required diamonds, so I am happy. Wrong button. Wrong button. Ooh, that's a big boy over there. Hello. Can't save again. Well. Oh boy. Place that I wanted to get to. There's the thing. Where's the ping? Hello? Where'd the ping go? Oh. Oh. Where's the fucking ping gone again? Oh, there it is. Why are you over there? Gotta jump as high. Oh, fuck off. Oh, I'm not gonna be able to make it. Yeah, I can make it. Oh, shit. I'm right near the... Realized I was near alien stuff. My bad. No wonder they're getting aggressive. Goldfish game is fun to watch. Also, Mousy is entertaining. By suffering. Oh, don't. Fuck off. Don't. Oh, fuck. That was a threat. That was a direct fucking threat. I'm sorry. Jesus Christ. I might have just shat myself. Wrong button. Up, 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 up. There he is. Pose is a good thing at this point. Up, up. I like the detail that my arms start shaking as we're trying to jump up. I like that detail. Nice detail. See how rough this thing is to handle? Yeah, diseased. Oh, fuck off, Squidward. Do they just hang out by the geysers? It's like every geyser I go past, there's a damn Squidward hanging out. Ooh, that was that magnet. Ah! Fuck you, Squidward!
Seek fluid intake.
Ah! Oh my god, just... pick up the magnetite, please. No, don't teleport me out of my prawn suit, you piece of shit. What is it? I'm trying to stay alive here. There's Squidwards and I'm drowning. No, I'm not drowning. I'm that. Hydrating.
Vital signs stabilizing.
Okay. We're in an alien environment. Australia is in an alien environment. I manage here, don't I? It feels like if an Aussie went diving for real. Yep. Just as likely to get a brain-eating amoeba. We have that. I don't know if... I think that's a thing in America as well, in other countries, but we have a bacteria here in Australia that some bodies of water, straight up, if you go swimming in them, your body will just slowly just eat itself alive, essentially. Death is certain. Diamond! Good stuff. Save again, because I'm paranoid and I must save and save and save and save and save. And, oh, hi Squidward. And battery. My power shells, but it's okay, I have a spare one with me. Should be fine. Ah, you fucking cunt! My prawn suit!
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Hate those things. Pretty. Go away! Stop trying to teleport me out of my suit! Now I've lost track of my goddamn thing! There it is. This place looks... dead. Ah! I think I'm in danger. Noises. Ooh, ooh. That's a drop. A big fuck off drop. Not do that. Something just tried to eat me. I don't know what it was, but I certainly heard a snappy noise. Had an egg. It's not. Blood oil. Yoink that. Fucked if I knew what it does, but I'm a yoink some. Dog, it hurts when I do this! Here's my thought. Stop doing that. What hurts is existing. Can I stop doing that too? Can I stop doing that as well? Thank you. Take the blood oil, lots of it! It's 4:30. What do you- wait, you just said you were going to bed! Why are you still here? Go to bed! I'll talk to you tomorrow about annoying stuff. Oh, oh shit. Am I gonna make this? I don't know where the top is. Oh, there's the top. Oh! I made it. Nice. Ooh. Music got all exotic. Okay. Alright. I think we're close. Getting back's gonna be the interesting bit. Right fucking there. I'm gonna save, just in case something happens when I dive deeper. Oh, fuck off, Squidward! If he teleports me as I'm dropping down, I'm gonna have a fucking holding moment. We tried to! That bitch fucking tried! I heard that! Get forward. On the... Ah! Oh, wait, I missed... It's because you're both red! All the reds together! Sorry, killers. I've color-coded people in my brain again because the chat... When the chat goes quiet, I stop using names and I start using colors again, alright? Fuck you. Blame chat for being too quiet because now everyone's color-coded instead of name-coded, alright? Bite me. Good night. No. Oh, my inventory is full. Don't fall, don't fall, don't fall. Alright, I'm gonna have to get out of my prawn suit. That. It's hanging out. Squidward was the reason I had to do an emergency search and rescue of my prawn suit. Oh, in some down 1,200 meters. No, the prawn suit. He got teleported. The prawns ain't the real bad. The squid? Oh my god, I thought that was your vehicle sideways. I was about to be like, how the fuck did you piff that up shut, you yup? How bad do you think my driving is? I got teleported and killed. Oof. All right, let's get out. No death? No death. Nice, nice. All right.
Flotation devices failed.
We're flooding. Evacuate.
Any other loot in here would be nice, please?
System to act as a bilge pump.
No? Well, oh.
It's working.
Nothing.
Okay, good news. We're alive and we've stopped sinking.
Bad?
The oxygen's going to
Ooh,
run out
I need
in 30
these.
minutes and we're 500 meters down.
What do we do?
We'll have to
Do I
use
collect
the remaining
these?
juice to send a distress call. And
Get really
build whatever
close.
gear we can. Then we find a way to the surface.
Ah! Fuck off! Wait, was that me or the recording? Was that the recording? I think I just embarrassed myself. I don't know how many of these deep thingies that I need exactly. Deep mushroom. I remembered that I needed them. I just don't remember how much. Now look, it happens. I had to take the mini vehicle down to max. It could then swim the rest and just hope you made it in time. Hot damn. Bro, how you doing? How's it going? And you. Fine fish. Ah, I was scared. Thank you. Why he swim backwards like that? Am I that fucking ugly? Damn. Rude. Oh, they take up a lot of space. No wonder I ran out of inventory space. God dang it, damn. Alright, no, go in. No, go. Hang on, how much storage space do I have? Wait, what happened there? There's space for one more small item. Now, get inside! Thank you. Twisted Treats! Ayo, how you doing? You having a good day? Don't count on me entertaining you because I'm a pro gamer. Makes it really boring to watch because I just always get it right. No? Definitely not sweating bullets over here. Uppies! And then we go downies. So I can grow him. The mushrooms? Oh, he just fell off the bed. You numbnut. Are you really alive though? If my bullet sweating is anything to go by, yes, I am. What is the green glowy thing on the wall over there? Ah! You cunt. You absolute cunt. Fucking save scumming. Fuck you. Yeah, I know it was a minute ago. God fucking damn it. Hate Squidward.
Meters, oxygen
I'm blaming you for this, Twisted Treats. It didn't happen until you appeared.
Meters. Oxygen efficiency greatly decreased.
Why am I outside? Oh, okay, that's fine. I was like, why am I outside of my prawn suit? I thought it glitched out and broke my prawn suit, but we're okay.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
I save. No, I save. Okay. Try not to get offed by the fucking Squidward this time, eh? Problem is, I can't move very fast. Get away from him. Wish me luck! I save. Hello, Kicklefear! How you doing? No. Fuck you, Squidward. Suck a dick. I'm going places. Leave me alone. No, fuck off, Squidward. Okay. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Fuck! Ah, Squidward! Why are they everywhere? No, don't. I can hear you screaming behind me, Squid. Fuck right off. I'm busy. I can't play with you right now. That's a big bleeding vine thingy. He's a big chungus. I just choked on my saliva again. Ugh. Okay, for anyone who is a car nut, I want a new Dodge Viper. I don't know what that is. I'm sorry. Alright, sit here, recharge, and then jump for your fucking life! I can do this! It's right there! It's right there! Oh god, there's a Zappy boy. Out. Fuck you, Zappy boy. Oh. Alright, let's try a different method. Oh, I'm floating sideways! No, go that way! Alright, we got this. Look at me! Told you I was a pro gamer. Why did I... Ah, fuck off! Why do you seem unenthused by my skills? Otto, come on now. That's a big wall. God, I can hear a Zappy nearby. Uh-oh. I might have been a little bit far away. No, we got this. Fine. Good. Dunk.
Nico VX's raid with 20 viewers is amusing, but remember, chaos reigns here under Shadowsand's rule. Welcome, minions. Bow down to the queen or brace yourselves for the chaos that follows. Enjoy your stay. Rivet.
Make that. I really am not gonna... Oh, maybe I can go to that little spot there and, like, sit on it. Surely. Yes! Neko! How was stream? What are you guys doing? I'm just chatting. What was the tea? We spilling tea all day? America needs a new front engine I don't know what that means either. You! Cars! It's exactly the same level as you! Sports! Huh. Finally! Alright. Feel like I'm relatively in the safe zone now. Relatively? Biggie? Wrong button. Huzzah! Upwards! No, just talking at the end after playing some stuff with Mint and Lorb. Ah, what were we What was we playing? Peak or an event? I get to explore these vents at some point. Break the vent. Break it! Fuck it up! Oh. Oh no, do I gotta climb back down again? Surely not. Surely not. Oh god, I do, don't I? I made it all this distance only to have to go back down. Bollocks! One of the 300 backrooms games. Ooh, like an indie game then? Was it any good though? Dodge Viper equals a very high gas slurping guzzler. Oldie then. Guessing? It's an old car, right? Sounds like something an old car would be like. I investigated this What yet? Don't know. Have. I feel like I have, but I'll check anyway. Oh no, I haven't. Color me surprised. The water. Mate. Oops. Rid of that. That on. And open. Oh, I can open the door. Normally these doors never open. Oh. Bizarre. Oh, fucking my. Oh, Jesus Christ. That was terrifying. My own damn shadow, man. Alright, where's me laser cutter? You look like you're riding a Gundam. A very slow Gundam. Why is this? Trying to cut these always ends up being a pain in the ass. Already got that. Ocean cannon again. Nothing? Nothing. Worthless. Waste of time. Bloody hell. Oh, there's another door. Okay, maybe not. Another one! Oh, that leads to outside. Come on. Where's my suit? There it is. You get all dressed up for the trip home? Oh, and Neko, thank you for the raid, but if you need to raid a run, please don't feel pressured to stick around. I know what it's like. You get worn out at the end of stream. You need to go rest. Please feel free to do so. Where's there at? I'm on the road again. I just can't wait to get on the road again. I'm closer to the fruit island, I think. Oh, no, I'm not. I lied. Oh, God, not spiky plant. Oh. Who's that? What's that? Oh, it's one of those guys. The stock lion sound effect. Hey, I killed it. Nice. Thought I did. Made it. I will soon, so I will hang for a bit while I work. Ooh, body doubling. I mean, I'm kind of slacking off, so it doesn't really work as body doubling, but it's the thought that counts. Shaking. I'm shaking. I'm shaking like a leaf. Ooh, 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 ooh. Aim, aim, aim. Hell yeah. Alright, we get this lump of steel home. I mean titanium. I mean diamond? Question mark? Plastic. With everything. What's this? Another thing to investigate. I see, I see. Have I already investigated it? I have already investigated that one. Never mind. I remember this place. Let me out. Bizarre. I really can't say no because that's... Ah! I'm trying to read chat. Leave me alone for 5 seconds. I can't really say no because that's the only downside to them, the gas guzzler stuff. I've always had like really fuel efficient cars, so... Too cheap to be bothered spending heaps of money on petrol. It's expensive. Well, other than the first and second gen being rather hard to drive, how would a car be... Ah, fuck you! Hard to drive. Alright, we're home. We are home. Home, sweet home. Oh, the legs just spawned in. Alright. I'm gonna leave you parked there for a wee bit, buddy boy. I can move the seamoth.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Get the seamoth the fuck out of the way. You're in the goddamn way. Oh my god, I forgot that I made it orange on the inside. It's hideous.
Systems online.
It's disgusting! Put it in the shallow so it doesn't get attacked. You can get parked. Oh my god, it's so much faster in the seamoth.
Starvation imminent.
Okay, I'll eat something. Fuck. Let me slice a fish real quick. Actually, no, I got fruit. What am I doing? Perfectly good fruit right here. Wait, my inventory's full. Shit. Go in there for a second. Yum yum.
Vital signs
Up, up.
stabilizing.
Num. Up. Num num. Up. Oh, yep, up. Num num. Up. Can't see nothing. There we go. All right, now I'm full. Good. An awesome out-of-the-box design, but yeah, I believe it was more suited to an open road racetrack. Open road racetrack? Is it a racing car or is it? I can't remember what I needed these deep shrooms for, but I remember they kept popping up as something that I needed. It was something. Oh, that's what it was for. I grab some salt. See what happens when I make the hydraulic acid, or whatever it's called. If I unlock anything. No. Okay. Oh, that's how I make benzene. Oh, and synthetic. Oh, okay. I'm seeing things, chat. Gold? So many bits and bops in this fucking game. Get a little bit of this, to get a little bit of that, to get a little bit of these, to get a little bit of that, to get a little. This just keeps going. Polyaniline. I don't know what it does, but I'm gonna make it. Oh, that's right. I was gonna get better equipment. Reinforced suit. Oh, the synthetic fibers. Benzene and fiber mesh. Yes, sir. Give me that. Wait, how do I make the fiber mesh again? Grapevine. Right. Why do they all need huge items? They're hard to lug around. That in there. Up. Yellow sack in there. Go get a health thingy. Or I fucking get killed. Yeah. Alright, give me the health thing. First aid kit. Whatever it's called. Oh look, I got a radio call! Boop.
Playing partially translated broadcast.
Destroyed. Mode. Patrol. New targets unaccounted for. 1.
Oh. Aha! I'm in danger! Uh-oh. Slightly frightened. They sound friendly, yeah! New friends! I'm sure we're just gonna make some new friends. Where am I? Over there. Give me the blood. Blood for the blood god. Blood sack! I haven't got space for the last blood sack. Let me put some salt in there real quick. Blood! This makes benzene. Very toxic, very cancerous. Don't drink benzene, chat. Benzene's bad for you. Just like your bleach water. Right now to make that fiber mesh, which requires the creep vine. What? Let's just turn this into lubricant because it being there is just taking up too much fucking space. Up. I could turn it into rubber. I'll turn it into rubber. Fuck it. I'm pretty certain I use that more than I use the lubricant. Or one of each! Why not both? What's that? Oh, power cell. Creepvine real quick. Fuck! Ah! No, I'm not gonna go get Creepvine. You know what I'm gonna do, chat? You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna end stream here! Because I got no self-fucking control! Hang on, let me pin my synthetic fiber. Ready, okay. Fuck! This game is so bad for my ADHD. This is why these streams end up. How long is this one? 8.5 hours. Fuck. Okay. Save again. Triple save. Always triple save like the triple sec. Game is really bad for my ADHD, bro. I can't stop it! It's just like, oh, but I could go do this. Oh, but there's also, I could go do that. I could do this and that, and I might be able to go do that. Like, just stop, Stealthy. Put it down, you know? Or it's never gonna end. You haven't had any lunch or dinner. What are you doing? Surviving off of fucking, what did I have for breakfast? Burger. Brekkie burger. All day. That's it. And my half a Biscoff slice and a cup of tea. This is not good. This is not healthy. Fuck. Okay, we're gonna end stream. I will stop. I don't have a problem. Alright. Alright, let me decide who I'm gonna rate. We are going to raid who now? Who now we raid? Raid who? Decisions. Now see, the first and second gen Vipers were dubbed Widowmakers. What the fuck? What is wrong with them? What were they doing? Like, how? Time for everyone to dupe. You gonna dupe. Yes, why not? Let's raid SSB. My brain doesn't want to make decisions right now. We are going to raid the Bento Midori SS Big Craft. Go on, girl. She played Pew Pew game. I don't know how to play Pew Pew games. She better than me at that. I can't shoot guns to save my life. Ooh, what the fuck? That didn't work out. There we go. That work? Yes, okay. Get yourselves a rolling raid or that raid. Get one of the messages. Copy paste. Get ready to assault her with your raid message or whatever. Thanks for hanging out. Sorry, my ADHD took over and it ended up being 8.5 hours long. Yay to have energy again, but I was meant to work on Killers' model more today and it's now past dinner time. Like, Jesus. Okay, this went well. I have self-control. I'll see you guys next week, most likely. Look at my flag. Thank you for stream. No, thank you guys for hanging out. I really appreciate it. I love streaming. You guys, even when you don't fucking help me. When I ask for it, you just go silent. And then when I'm dying and not asking for help, all of a sudden everyone's in chat like, ha 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 ha, look at the shitty game. And fuck you. Love. But not like that. And metaphorically. Anyway, bye. This is definitely an ending stream, by the way. It's an end.